a reason not to. And we should be live right then, so we can go ahead and load the game. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we're gonna go, don't look in the basement. That's the name of our colony. So we had a really rough go of it last stream yesterday. Things were going well. We were at around 8 or 9 colonists. We had a blind healer and everything, which is always really good. Unfortunately, they didn't make it. You can see where this wall has been replaced. We had a thumper raid show up, dropped in, went for the wall, and we waited till they all got around this corner. Nice, good thing. We had some of them up here, some of them back there, had them all split, and the plan was straightforward. I had all my people behind cover over here. We're gonna poke out, drop the flare, because the flare would outpace their fire. And then we had EMPs in the group that gave me time to move the EMP in, lock down. There had been like 4 mechs here I could have locked down pretty easy. I'd have my melee go at the stray over there, and one of my melee go over there, and the third melee tie up the one there, and everyone else would shooting gallery. And then just, I triggered the flare, grabbed the people, started moving them, and canceled my flare. And so, without that initial stun, the EMP didn't get into position properly in time. We had one of our people who was supposed to lock stuff got one popped right through the liver and instant killed. And, you know, at that point you had stuff that shouldn't be free shooting. You're already kind of committed to the fight. Backing out would just get you shot in the back. And it was all kind of a bad time from there. In the meantime, we have our Revenant and all that going on. And we are slowly rebuilding. And you're probably looking going, hey, you've got 5 colonists. This is probably not that bad. The issue, none of these colonists are good at anything. All my colonists are good at stuff. That's not true. They're good at things, like Leafy Pew's here good at ending lives. That's what they do. They're a tough brawler with an absurd amount of melee. They do one thing and they do it well. They take the threats and they make them not threats. Burning Sun is a brand new recruit. I'm going to make them into our cook, but you can see they don't have particularly high skills and anything. We got Kick KJ. To give you an idea how desperate we are, they're our planter. Yes, Impids have a massive penalty against planting. It's what I got. We've got a small child here who will eventually probably be a dedicated crafter. We've got a researcher who's actually pretty okay at that. But we're working at it. The big thing is I got Morton here, who he kidnapped and pissed off one of the other factions really badly, who had been kind of friendly with us. But, you know, when you're desperate, sometimes you do some not so great things. In this case, we were kidnapping people. We don't have enough food here. Oh, I got a bunch of alpaca right there. Go ahead and try and knock down a couple of alpaca real quick. Oh, you probably have food poisoning with how slow you're moving. Well, we gotta train that shooting somehow. Okay, so that gives us a couple of those. And our cook now is Burning Sun. So we're gonna go ahead and just manually go over here and say, hey, I need you to... We don't have the butcher's table. I forgot about that because we were out of wood. And Leafy Pew's been the one building. You need 95 wood. That means you need to cut some stuff. Alright. Oh, right, we had the butcher's spot. That's right. You deal with that later. I need you to keep worrying about planting. Like, that's the kind of situation we're in. We lost our entire storage room in a raid after we took casualties, so you see, like, all this. We had people dump a ton of fire in here to the point that this area got to be 1400 degrees. So every wood door and everything flammable got destroyed. I literally canceled out half the workbenches here because we didn't have the components to build it either because we lost all of our components. Like, we look at our graph. So this is where we had the raid that killed a bunch of people. And then this is where we had the raid where they burned out half the base. So you can see how things have been going in this colony. We had a really rough go of it. My hope is that once we get Morton recruited here, we can stabilize our food again by having someone who's not horrendously bad at, you know, plants, get that sorted. Okay, you're researching. Right, because you probably don't have anything queued for crafting at all. That's fine. We're doing our best to try and get it all fixed. Leafy Pew is finally getting these rooms to be nicer. You think you run juice for like the person class? Let's see. To be frank, burning down the storage and saying grace, your opinion, it's a wealth dump. It is, but I also lost 75 components and a whole lot of goodies. So yes, it brings down the wealth, but if we look at the loss about 20,000, or actually, not quite 20,000. Yeah, no, not quite 20,000. Yes, that does reduce the severity of the raids a little bit, but it also loses the equipment I have. Hey, Itchy Tenma, thank you for so much of the 3 stream streak. I really appreciate that. So let's see. Out of these, I'm gonna take Careful Shooter. I could choose one. Medical and shooting are always good. I think we've got someone we'll have planned for that. I need a second doctor. Alright, we're gonna go with medical. That's the thing we're gonna do. So we can get you doing doctoring as well over time. And I've got you set to hunt anything that comes in the building. Yeah, no, it's gonna take a while to train them up, but it is what it is. Alright, so you all need to go down here and hunt again. And the problem is with me running out here and hunting is they're not getting any grow time. I've really, really got to... Well, that's just what it is. Okay, you're already on the butchering. So I'll make some food available so we can hopefully get these moods back in order. But yeah, losing our planter and going from a really good, like, 13, 14 planter to a planter who is, instead at, like, 0 and an impid was a really massive loss. So we're just trying to drag through this for as long as we can. Anthony Slayer, Burning Sun, because you did that. Hey, you know what? I'm okay. Go for that one. Yeah! I love the freebie. The freebie is the best. Excellent. That make you feel better? Oh, that's a little bit more annoying, but that's fine. I do love Revenants very specifically for that purpose. Because the Entity Slayer, it just falls down, you just put it right back, and they get, you know, get out of the system. Alright, so you got your genes are reset. Exotic Goods Tradership. I don't think we have anyone with any social speak of. You're tending to them? Oh, fibrous mechanites. And did you get fed? I'll deal with that in a moment. The food's all gone again. Oh, it'll be literally you by yourself. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Alright. Unfortunately, all the people who can get us food are currently on a break. I shouldn't have put them in there. We're just gonna have to ride that out for a minute. You know what? Hey, Luxray, you're allowed to go out and just hunt, literally, I think. As much as I don't like letting the kids run around when there's dangerous animals on the map, because they just get hunted and killed almost immediately. I just need it. It is what it is. Small child is gonna have to carry this colony on their shoulders with their minute amounts of food. And meanwhile, we're gonna bump you up to 2 as well. Basically, we get these 2 to just try and hunt. As best they can. Slow runner. Do not put that in the machine. I do not want to save that. Oh, right! We had an exact ship. Okay. You got food? I mean, I can technically use those as food. It's not really what I'm looking for. Is there stuff I want to trade away? Oh, you could take the beardless from us. I'm not going to use that. Notes on miniguns. Not too good of options. They don't have just any direct food. They do have medicine. Technically, I could take the 2 pigs and kill them. But honestly, that's gonna be really terrible, like, money-wise. Like, for the food and all that. So probably not worth the time. I'll take the book on plants. So haul that inside. I really need you to join us, man. If you don't, you're gonna starve to death in there. Do you still work on that? Need you to go out hunting. Let's go to our wildlife and get all the small stuff back off of here. I need you out there hunting as well. Okay, we're starting to get some food in here. Shelter for... I'm not taking anyone in right now. I can't feed myself. Because you're probably also one that doesn't work, I'm guessing? Will not work. Yeah, kindly go fly a kite. Till we got Morton in here, I can't do anything, and they need food badly. Extreme break risk on JD. There's lots of things. Alright, Leafy Pew. This is a bad idea, but you're gonna go beat the crap out of a buffalo. I need food. I feel confident you can take a Muffalo solo. Okay, you gonna stay down? Probably. You didn't take any damage. Go beat up that buck. Cool, so it's 2 more animals that can be butchered. Because I've got to get that in there, because pretty soon, Morton here is going to go down from extreme malnutrition. And I definitely don't want to have gotten this far just to have them die, but our people won't feed them unless there's enough food to spare to do so. I know. Because everyone's starving, the food isn't going very far. Fireproof gene? No, not really. It's a good gene, but I already have lots and lots of positives. Okay, feed that person before they die. Be quick about it. So you're injured. Not enough to matter. Get that Muffalo. Okay. So we're doing what we can to cash in any food we can. Alright, so that's got everyone not starving for 2 seconds. Just a little bit longer, and we'll be able to bring Morton in here. Because they're only knocking it down about half a point each time, and there's still 7 to go. But it's like 2 or 3 cycles per in-game day, you get the idea. Did the bot's name change color? Not that I've noticed. I haven't gone on my way to do so. Okay, so you're gonna die soon. Oh, yeah, we haven't loaded the map. Wasn't it red or orange? I believe it was orange before. Like I said, I didn't change it on my end. Okay. So we can just keep going a little bit longer. We can get some actual cooked meals out of here. And those will make the food go farther. The problem is we've been trying to just hold off starvation. That's not what you want to see. You need much higher than 0.2. But none of our people have any social skill to speak of, because our social skill people died. Alright, so we've got all the good stuff already hunted, so just hunt literally anything. I could maybe go after the bisons. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Let's grab everyone. Cougar Revenge. Just trying to get as many of these as we can real quick. I knew that was coming. Just precaution, you hide yourself back here in this corner. Colonist needs a rescue. Ah, you lost a foot. Get Burning Sun out of here. Cool. So that should give us enough meat for a little while. They also killed that cougar for me, which is nice. I don't really know where they're going. Marble meteorite. Just in the middle there, that's fine, I guess. Oh, you're going all the way down there? You're kind of jerks about that. Yep, so Burning Sun lost their foot. But don't worry, the small child will patch you up. Okay, so instead of hunting the rat, you talk to them. Okay. Give me all your pemmican. Let's see. Take the unhappy gene, take the slow gene. I'm not going to use those. Let's see here. That's fine for now. Yeah, so you lost your foot. We're gonna have to do some real work on Burning Sun here. Go get your spear. Wait, why are you running around? You're still fully injured on a bunch of things. And then JD can run over here and haul your spear back. And how are you coming along? So you're still dealing with malnutrition. Just really need to get them in here. Cool. That's healing 1 we've got on Luxray. That's progress. That's probably the reason I'm having JD do that. So I'm going to have them eat a little bit, and then I'm just going to need them to get back to cooking even though they're injured. There's a good chance I'll have a mood break because of it, but right now I can't afford to have them not cooking the stuff coming in. Timberwolf's way down there. Oh, hey! I like that. That's convenient. The Timberwolf hunted... Oh no, that was one that got into a fight with a cougar. Well, that's no good. You're gonna go back on cooking for a little while. Because I can't have no food coming in. Especially since those corpses will rot. And I'll need to cook them as well, so they go to have a 4-day lifespan as opposed to just a 2. I'm letting that die, by the way, so it can be just more food. I don't think we'll take a penalty for it. Okay, get yourself some pemmican. Okay, don't bother with that. I'm gonna need you to go and cook. We gotta keep stuff moving here. As long as Burning Sun's down and not able to... Never mind. Both people who are capable of cooking are done. That's fine, we're not breaking them out. I wasn't planning to at any point. Oh, you're over it. Oh! It said you're just going to do a random tantrum, I thought. You went after my smoke grenade launcher. Well, that's not good, because I need that for mech clusters. Oh, also, before I forget, cook simple meal, do forever, if it is just meat. Actually, let's put that down the list. So default to that anytime there's literally nothing else to make. Alright. You keep working on your thing. Kick's doing that, because Kick's terrible at growing stuff anyways. Stream break risk on Burning Sun, because you're ravenously hungry. Which, you know... Just go eat a meal, buddy. Stop being upset about it. Fix your problem. Very fixable problem. Yeah, chemical starvation. Was the another product zomboid question? Will crops rot if they're not harvested? Yeah, because that's difficult server. Yes, they will. There are ways to get around that on the server, I recall. I want to say there's a game setting where you can change how long it takes for a crop to rot. To a point, I believe you can just fully disable that functionality. Because if you have, like, a server that's always up or people are getting on at different times, then yeah, it makes farming almost unusable unless someone's, like, playing 24/7. Just because you're going to end up getting the stuff rotting. Let's go take care of that Timberwolf while we got numbers. Hype for build 42? Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Alright, so with that, there's no more animals that can hunt us here. So we can just keep them hunting literally anything that can be hunted on the map. Yeah, the rats aren't going to bring much in, but really, beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging pretty hard. I just need more in here to join us already. They're down to 5.5, though, so we're pretty close. But yeah, no, I'm excited for Build 42. I do know a whole bunch of people are excited thinking it's going to be like the second coming of Product Zomboid, that, you know, everyone will be back for 1 billion more hours and all that. I don't see it doing that much. I do think it's going to have a lot of interest. I also actually kind of feel like Build 42, and I mentioned this before, that, you know, they've got the whole thing with, like, the darkness and all that being different. Now, please, not a good time. Okay. Go grab your spear real fast. Yeah, it's gonna be too little too late. Well, that's a real big problem. So they'll wait to attack us. I don't want to restrict people to staying indoors right now, but I do have to be careful. Let's go on the wildlife thing and tell them to stop hunting so they don't run the whole map. Ooh, actually. Where are you located? Ah, your bait is what you are. If we were to follow hunting that, our people would walk right into the Chimera. Where are you going? Oh, you're just grabbing stuff from here. That's fine. Just keep recovering so we can get you back in business. And pretty soon I should be able to have Burning Sun take back over the cooking. Okay, so Burning Sun's taking back over on cooking. KKJ is being deprioritized and that to go back to trying to grow stuff, so we at least get that in. Alright, so waiting for them to attack. Because technically there's the off chance we get a caravan or something who gets caught up with them and I don't have to worry about Frenzy Inducer. So that means I get Ghoul Infusion as the next thing we could research here. Yeah, the tiny bit that I could put into a meal rotted, that's fine. Alright, you're below 5. We're almost got you joining. And then we just gotta hold on long enough for a bunch of the other stuff to go in. With the meals we have now, I believe that will go long enough that we should be able to get Morton to join. That's not counting any of the stuff we get from here, because a lot of this should be just about grown. I'm really sweating that down there. I'm honestly thinking our best bet is to forego the kill box entirely. Put 2 melee here, put the range behind him, and just do our best. I actually probably put the 2 melee here and put the range behind him, just give myself a little bit more of a firing range. Just keep butchering everything we can. Right, and you had Crumbling Mind, and we used our Healing Mech Serum because it was like, look, I'm gonna take what I can get, kind of thing. Impressive blueprint. It's not happening, man. Alright, here they come. So we've got 3 Chimera to deal with. So plan is straightforward. You restrict everyone to home. We give them a little bit to get over here. Then I'm going to try and block way back here. Alright, there they are. So melee team, block that door. Range team, just pile in behind them as best you can. And good luck, because that's what we got. Oh, I forgot I had the, Man, I would remember that we could have made a bunch of Shamblers. It's too late now. Okay, did it die immediately? No, 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 Leafy Pew. Leafy Pew. I know the bloodlust is real. Just stay in the choke point. Okay. So we're good. I need you to beeline it over here. And our best doctor right now is JD. Just get over here. CP is going to be pretty immediate medical attention. Okay. You're so tired? Dogs at work kicked your butt today? Yep. Yeah, so I deadlife dusted them to get them back up. Schedule, unrestricted again. Wildlife. Just go for it. Cargo pods. A whole lot of chem fuel. Alright, so we got you all patched up, so you should be fine. A rat has decided to feed itself to me. Oh, a Harbinger tree seed. It's a shame we can't plant it anywhere in there. Major break risk on you because ideology reasons. The good news is once I get Morton here, we should be able to make someone our ideology leader. It's going to sadly be Morton with 2, which is not good. Yeah, we're still not accepting this person. I'm still struggling with food, so... Alright, little by little, Luxray is actually getting good at shooting. Fall has begun, which is not good for us. But it is what it is. We're just trying our best. Hey, Mr. Bonbon, how's it going? So we could probably do the same thing for Burning Sun that we did with the other one. We're gonna pop in here and say fast wound nearsighted. And we'll say Burnin'. So we can have tailor-made jeans for Burning Sun. Just lean into the melee side of things. You're attempting to recruit. Get those 2 out of here before they cause problems. No strong melee? I don't have enough negatives. That's basically the problem right now, is I don't have enough negatives I'd be willing to consider. It's really annoying that they're all bunched up in that little pack all the way down there. If a raid shows up while they're over here, then that's that. On the up hand, with them all bunched up in that tiny little spot, there's a good chance we can actually misfire and hit another one and potentially get more than one for the go. Alright, so we're still getting some meals made. That's good.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Come on, Morton. Gore Hulk Assault. So 6 Gore Hulks. Not everyone is currently available to assist. Keep everyone restricted at home. I'm hoping Leafy Pew will snap out of it before they arrive, because doing this fight without Leafy Pew is going to be a little bit annoying. Oh, right, I went to attune that a person had a mood break. I remember that now. Hey, Leafy Pew, buddy, pal, broski, friendo. I really could use for you to get over your insane ramblings. Hey, Luxray, kiddo. Not the time to be drawn outside. We're just gonna have to do it without Leafy Pew. I really don't like Luxray being there. But, not sure how else I could set that up. We're gonna try to have Burning Sun catch their attention. Oh, I forgot, you release it at your feet. Okay. You're eating a lot of hits, let's get you behind cover. Never mind, you're already downed. Just be a matter if our cover does enough to win us the fight. JD's taking a bunch of hits now. Yeah, no, they've got really high accuracy. Okay, you deal with Burning Sun before they die. You capture as many of those as you can. We'll see if we actually get... That's just gonna burn. That's just the way it is. Okay, so you're already tending to Burning Sun. Alright, Leafy Pew, welcome back. Burning Sun, get back in bed, you're bleeding out. What started the fire? There's a dry thunderstorm or whatever it was. Yeah, and your armor's finally worn off. Or Burning Sun's not gonna have much left at the rate we're going. Self-tend yourself real fast. Yeah, we're not gonna get more than just the one, I don't think. That's fine. Still a little bit more bioferrite in here. Okay. Alright, so we're finally getting our harvest out of here. That's good news. Hopefully we'll get that sorted out pretty soon. Entity Liberator, because that. Don't make really bad choices. Burned Sun? Buddy? Now's not a good time for that. Alright. I don't want everyone on this. So yeah, you go hunt. You go deal with stuff. You two are on Revenant Patrol. Where did you go? Did you circle back? Yeah, because I lost it around here. Which, that's not good. Because the whole idea is you want to keep pace with it so you can keep hunting. I think it's hunting. Yeah, no, I figured he doubled back, but was trying to figure out where he went. Honestly, of the people to target, getting Lux Ray is a pretty acceptable one. Oh, interesting. I'm surprised it gave me another flesh chunk. Oh, come on, please. Let's see, analysis complete. Economists now see the Revenant, what's nearby. We've already done that. Okay. Smoke Life Binge, that's fine. Oh. It's actually not great. Because that's my person providing the stuns. Now it's so dark I can barely make out. What is happening? Okay. Because the whole time this is happening, I'm not bringing in a whole lot of other goodies. I'm just doing that to keep the stuns up on him and keep him slowed so we can hopefully finish that. The good news is Leafy Pew is keeping this up and really injuring it quickly. Sure, it's only taking like 200% health per time, but you can see we just keep slowing it down more and more. Alright, I got 2 more left. Please hurry. Leafy Pew's gonna start being at risk of a break themselves. Alright, so let's keep this here long enough for you to grab it. Then bring it home. Alright, you go grab your rifle. Alright, so we got the Revenant. What happened in the last run? Man, I gotta remember. Like, a lot of times when I mention that, people ask me, and it's like, I don't even know which run people are talking about anymore. I think the last one was the one we did actually die to a Revenant. Because I had the gold cube knock down 2 people. I had only 4 colonists or whatever to try and deal with the Revenant, and we got close, but it was just not able to do enough damage before, you know, finally it turned on us. It's actually, like, it was the first time I've actually died to a Revenant. Man, I'm surprised you were still hurting. Alright, keep bringing stuff in so you can eat. You like the colorful lights? Well, thank you. Trying to get food back in here before we all starve to death. Please tell me you're close. I mean, you're getting there. We're under 3%, or 3 points till you, get brought over. Right, eat. Just trying to keep a little bit of food coming in long enough for stuff to keep moving. But yeah, no, we had a really rough go. We had a thumper raid that I accidentally canceled out of my flare on the initiation of it. So instead of stunning everything and getting in position, we didn't get that, and then they one-tapped one of my pawns, and like the whole strategy kind of fell apart at that point. So it was just trying to see how well we could hold on, and it didn't go well. But it was me firing the flare and then going to move and canceling out of the flare on accident. Because the flare would have stunned everything, and I would have plenty of time to set up real quick then. Okay, so you still got a bit more. So we can't really wait till that's already. We go right back over here to butchering. Try to keep that food going. As soon as we get the, oh my god, please, not 0.1. Give me actual things to knock it down. I need to get more in here because I got really good plants, so I can get this Impid to stop being the person doing our plants, because Impids are terrible at it. But, like, we're doing the best we can with what we got, and we just don't got anything. Berserk on Morton. Look, I don't really want to deal with this. So if you could kindly fall down. What is your... You're hurting our people that I need to have doing other jobs. I need you to fall down. Go to sleep. Alright, so you've only got 2 bruises, luckily. So capture you again. Set them to be able to deal with this. I need people free. What difficulty? Strive to survive. I don't do the higher difficulties anymore. I used to do like 500% naked brutality and all that garbage, but I found... Would you... I mean, that's fine. But, I used to do way harder difficulties. I just got tired of having to sit here and, like, burn all of my own wealth and all that to wealth manage and all that. I'd rather make big, neat colonies and all that and not feel like I have to, you know, make fire kill boxes and metastrats and keep my colony value down to a minimum and all that. Lost interest in doing that. The game's far more interesting to me when you get to do some, like, silly, really difficult challenges and all that, and, you know, make big, elaborate bases, and you get the idea. Have you played Wealth Independent runs? A little. All that does is change it from wealth being your gain to being time instead, which is certainly something. All the mood breaks because you have so many ideologies. Let's see, you like to play on baby mode and make your pod stupidly happy base is pretty? Yeah, so I play like a little bit more middle of the pack. Like when you actually look at the difficulty settings of what the game recommends, if we go here, like if you look at, I think it's adventure story. Let's see. Yeah, there's one of these that even, yeah, experienced players who want to breathe in to pursue fun and or weird goals. It actually recommends adventure story. So I'm a difficulty higher than that, but I tend to like to do all sorts of weird challenges, like we do the pollution challenge and all that. Yeah, no problem saying that. Yeah, it's one of those things that's like not so much getting defensive or whatever, so much as there is kind of a toxic culture, not in RimWorld specifically. Just in gaming, they're like, oh, you're not playing on sweaty, you're playing on baby mode. And it's just kind of one of those things that you just don't want to deal with it. I'd love to get those corpses out of here, but everyone is angry all the time. Yes, you got some bruises that'll take a minute to heal. We should have plenty of food in there. You love Super Baby Easy Mode? Yeah. Well, it's always one of the things that we say in the channel is, you know, when it comes to difficulty in your settings, you know, congratulations, if you're having fun, you are playing the game correctly. Because I've also certainly been guilty of playing on really absurdly hard difficulties and coming to the realization it's like, you know, just not having a good time. Especially in games that can be a little bit unfair at times, where RNG can be what kills you as opposed to player skill. That's actually one of the reasons why I played so much Project Zomboid. Is I think in the entire time I played Project Zomboid, I only had like one death that I was like, you know what? That death wasn't reasonable or fair. And that's like for literally thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, which all things considered is a pretty good track record. Alright, so you gotta haul these because no one else is going to do it. And people running in and out that are gonna get corpse sickness. Whereas, RimWorld is 100% a game that will RNG kill you sometimes. You can see Cookie playing Super Easy Baby Mode, still resorting to Taquism. Yep. I know that for a fact. Because they've talked about it. Yeah, even on peaceful, the RNG can kill you? Yep. The wrong series of events will do that. Really, there's a lot of... Can't quite make it out. Maybe you had a period in there, so I thought it was a link. It could be anywhere from like fantastic to effed up stories. TB Peaceful still got pawn killed by a meteor strike while walking in a door carrying advanced components. Yep. Oh yeah, that's that to me is like, okay, sure, you can argue the storytelling side of RimWorld. Cool, you know what? That's certainly a story. But from a gameplay side of it, it's super unsatisfying when you have those things happen, like a meteor strike instantly kills a pawn. And then you go and say, okay, in the strategy of play to counterplay a game, what was the thing I could have done to prevent this? And the only answer is to live in a cave. Because that's the only way to be completely immune from meteor strike. Even if I'm standing over here, it can still roll the dice and then wedge a meteor in there, and it'll usually smash down the wall when it does it. But you get the idea. Like, I've had some absolutely absurd, dumb RNG. It's one of the things that makes the, when you've got, like, the fully kitted out cataphract armor, and then you get one tapped in the head by something, and you kind of sit there and go, okay, game, what was the thing I was supposed to do to prevent this? Am I supposed to just preemptively drop smoke grenades everywhere? And then somehow manage to hit you back? Don't meteors miss pawns? They try. They can still hit them, though. Like, if you get enough movement speed, sometimes you'll still get caught and other stuff. There's a lot of stuff the game will do to try and prevent those kind of things, but, you know, you still get RNG deaths, even if you don't want to go with that. Like, the whole thing, like, when you start a map, and you're barely like part of season in, and it goes Toxic Fall, and you're like, what do you want to do? When was I supposed to prepare for food? But the tribal pawn with those javelins, oh, the Pilas. Yeah, no, the Pilas actually hit respectably hard. The wind-up time is terrible, so if you have any guns with some decent fire rate, you can usually just peel through them before they become too big of an issue. Hey, if you're all the way down there, go ahead and bring that back with you. Yeah, no, the number of times I've had the very first shot in a exchange with a mech cluster and a Lancer pop someone in the brain or heart. Like, the number of times I've had that, you know, and again, with, like, body armor and everything and tough trades, still get one-tapped. Thank you. Okay, so, first of all, you are now our grower. So, congratulations, we're going to have you low priority there. You are our growing and plant cut person. So that'll be good. And with that, we're going to take Kick off of that because they're terrible at it. So that'll be wonderful. Every time there's a Lancer, you're going to get a dead colonist. It's not every time, but yeah, no, it's pretty bad. It is one of those things I could genuinely go for them nerfing the Lancers. Or at least nerfing the opening volley insta-kill. Because just so many times it happens. It's counter-playable. It's actually not that bad. But it's a very frustrating kind of one. You think pikemen are worse than Lancers? Pikemen and Lancers will both do it. I don't even know what guns we have left after our storeroom got destroyed. I actually don't think we have another gun ready. That's fine. In the meantime, we got Morton here, and that's going to be Midland. So we can go Midland. So we need to get them a weapon, which we can worry about soon. We'll have Kick KJ can now be a dedicated crafter. We've now got someone who grows up who's actually competent, which is amazing. We're also going to go here and assign role. You are going to be the moral guide now, because you have a full 2, reasonably 2 social, making you our most socially capable pawn in the entire colony. We had a good social person, then they died. Alright, so let's see, trade's good, that's just what it is. So we've got a ton of animals. We've got some fungus. Let's go ahead and get rid of the scraps of leather. Honestly, take the jade. Take the worn out clothes. That's animals and mining. Shooting and melee, so it's basically a combat book. We're definitely going to take that. I don't care about the biofuel. That's all fine. I don't care about Sci-T. So I really don't care about the rest of these things for right now. You forgot the leather? I'm pretty sure I did the leather.
Take a sip.
Oh, I missed a single unit of panther fur. Yeah, no, the rest I all traded. Meanwhile, before we get too far, begin conversion ritual. We're gonna start trying to convert all these people who are different ideologies to get them all on the same page. It's been overdue. Because one, this will practice our social. Two, we'll slowly get everyone on the same ideology. Because right now we have, what, 4 ideologies represented? Ineffective. That's fine, we'll work on it. Colonist needs rescue. Both Burning Sun and Midland got food poisoning and instantly went down. What am I researching anymore? Deep drilling, that's right. We were working on deep drilling. We want to work on precision rifling so that I can start getting ourselves better weapons. I was trying to get the deep drilling and then the scanning so we could make sure we have enough materials. That's it. We actually have steel all over the map that's already mined up and more that we can mine, so we're not urgently needing that yet. Oh, good. Burning Sun followed up their food poisoning with some food poisoning. As you do. Alright, bear with me for just a moment, chat. I'm going to drop it down to double time. I'm not going to do like a full-on away. I'm just going to quickly run the other room, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So, be back in just a moment. Oh, good. Just the ancient danger. How have we not discovered that? I've had people running around this for a while. Alright, whatever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I figured when I heard the buzz of those walking by, I'm like, well, that might be it. So good news is very soon we should be getting enough out of here. As soon as Midland is not collapsed with food poisoning. Yeah, you're just filling in because you're the only one we've got who can do that yet. Just getting everyone in on the food poisoning train. I miss having a dedicated hauler. I miss having a dedicated cleaning person. I miss having a competent, construction person and mining person. Those are good times, chat. Extreme break risk on Burning Sun. Chemical starvation. That's fine, you'll work through it. Yeah, so you're getting clothes sorted. We are starting to get flak equipment going. Okay, hang on. You just clean the room. No, what are you doing? Clean. Oh. Right. Because the doors are gone, all of that is considered one room. Never mind. Get to it when you get to it. Okay. In your line of work, you miss competent people too? Yeah, it happens. Don't really want to go light machine gun when we're gonna be getting pretty soon to get the assault rifle. Okay, so it looks like JD was actually cleaning up the room, so that's good. Looks like he's doing alright on leveling up their stuff. Everyone is really upsetty spaghetti. I forgot I was even working on those jeans. Because it would be nice to get at least everyone fast healing, just so between fights we can get back up real quick. Be nice to make tangible progress in research. I've also been meaning to tune that. We actually ran over there to attune that previously. And then just... the person had a break on the way to it, and I haven't gone back to it. Yeah, so you're mostly pissed off because of these intense pain from the Mechanites. Are there no ranged weapons laying around? All that back, because it's slowly rotting out there. I don't care about the smoke leaf one way or the other. No. Yeah, having that get burnt out set us back in a big way. Okay, so where did your spear go? That's fine. Go on your smoke leaf binge. It's all the way on the opposite side of the map. Contract workers, you'll do that for 32 goodwill. I mean, we still are on life support. We are slowly clawing our way out of the hole, though. Alright, climb into the machine, get your stuff sorted. Hey, Kendrew, how's it going? If we take that for the 32 thing, to 32, that'll be 9 days. We potentially take advantage of that to avoid, dealing with the food and all that. So, I feel like my best contestant for that might be Kick. Because Kick cannot handle cold well and we're going into winter, and they are a crafter now. So they feel like the most expendable pawn for the moment, versus Mitland can still grow in the mushroom field while it's cold. Luxray is a child, so isn't allowed to go. I think JD might still be too young to go, and they're the researcher. Burning Sun is our cook, so they need to stay, and Leafy Pew is basically the thing keeping us alive in every one of our fights. 10.3. Huh. That child does not... Oh, it's because you have 2 social, that's right. So when JD pops out, we're going to have JD drop their nerve spiker and then board the shuttle and get out of here. And then, meanwhile, Mitland will take the nerve spiker. And that should reduce our food burden for a little while. Okay, we got unhappy again. Okay, so gear, drop your nerve spiker, get the nerve spiker, quests, accept. Okay, get in the shuttle before you have a mood break. You're right there. Cool. So that helps a lot recover some or get some standings. And it also... Hey, Trevor, how's it going? It also gets one person out of the colony so far as eating going into a winter that we're not ready for. We got Brain Wipe. We get Death Refusal next. Okay, what else does JD do here? Oh, JD, we're gonna drop your priority so that you... The Manhunter Pack. 14 squirrels. Alrighty then. In that case... Schedule, home zone everyone. Oh, you need to have recreation put in your schedule. So get everyone back inside. Okay, squirrels are starting to get into position. So put them here. Get the rest of you. Drop you back here. You have to prioritize smoothing those walls out so you can repair them soon, or we're gonna have problems. Cargo pods. Hey, thank you for the free face masks. Oh, please tell me you're gonna be here soon. Why are you moving slow? I think we'll be okay. Leafy Pew is just trying to stretch it. Squirrel, it's what's for dinner? Pretty much. It's a shame that Leafy Pew's armor finally gave up the ghost. Stop bullying Burning Sun. Every one of them is targeting Burning Sun. Who's already missing, like, all of their digits. Well, yeah, and that's getting them into combat right away. Oh, right. I was going to install you here, and then put the turret over there. Swap someone else's armor onto them? I mean, JD's the only one who has armor. You're not wrong. Oh, right. JD actually grabbed Tainted Armor. And we're just fortunate that JD has been losing their mind with it. And I've just been letting it go anyways, because right now... I'm taking what I can get. Yep, Cook missing most of their fingers, and a foot, and their eyes, and their nose. All they need to be doing is missing their tongue, and that should definitely help their ability to cook good food, if they cannot taste or smell their food. So once that's done, we're gonna go ahead and queue up to implant Burning Sun while they're down anyways. To give them the faster healing and the, and all that. Because making them nearsighted when they're blind doesn't really have much of an impact on them. Okay, so with that, input plant into Burning Sun. Yup. Is there anything else interesting we could do? Not really. I would love it, but the problem is we only have these two as negatives. What are you in here? Oh, you're Mechanites, that's right. Anyone else ready to climb in? 3 days. Okay, change that to allow better medicine. Because I figure if you're going to be down for a day or two anyways, might as well have you down for that little extra time to get you to have faster healing from now on. It's going to be almost the exact same time, too, for some of these hits. Actually, I wonder, because that takes effect immediately. Yeah, so you'll actually be healed up faster because you got the faster healing, but you won't actually be out of your coma yet. That's fine. Meanwhile, go back to setting you back to herbal. In the meantime, I'm going to need someone to step in to cook. Well, that's going to be great. So, we're going to go ahead and do. You're going to butcher real fast because we've got a bunch of animals being hunted here and just being left to rot. I'm going to put you back into restriction to keep you in the home zone now. I don't need you out there hunting quite as aggressively. Got a ton of mushrooms up here that just need to be processed. The big things with all these animals. Mad hair. Just Leafy Pew, go find that hair and punch it in the face. I don't need a big thing. Just go beat up a hair. There you go. Good job. Go back to bed. Yeah, half of those are gonna rot. It is what it is. Alright, Night Dweller. You take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Do one more snooze that probably will time it about right for when Tomb's home. In hindsight, I probably Entity Escape on the Sight Stealer. Honestly, I don't want to even deal with you. If you make it, great. If you don't make it, I can live with that outcome as well. Yep, that's fine. Meanwhile, I noticed you're full, so prioritize emptying that. Because they're full, that means I'm getting literally nothing out of them sitting there. And Bioferric gets used for a lot of good stuff. Alright, so we do need to upgrade this. We've got all the basic ones, we want the tougher ones. And we've just been holding off because the colony was half dead. We also don't want to sit there and stall forever and ever either. I would like to get at least 1 or 2 more colonists to round things out a little bit better, though. Because we got a dedicated crafter, we got a construction mining person, we got a grower, we've got a cook, we've got a researcher. What I really need is just 1 more person I can commit to hauling and cleaning. And that'll well round us out. Yeah, X-Ray's doing a good job now. We're slowly repairing things, getting them all fixed. Oh, before I forget. Oh, wait. If you do that before hauling the bodies, you're basically begging to die. Now smooth that tile, and that tile, and that tile. To try and mitigate the, where we're slowly chewing through those walls from just shooting it a whole lot. Eventually I'll probably want to make those out of uranium or something like that. And defenses, security. That's spike trap. I want to get one of the sentry guns to put right there just to block the door. Let's see. They're drop potting in over there. They're going to attack immediately. So we are going to forget what I was just saying about that. We're going to drop back here. I really don't like having children involved in the fights. They're just a single hit at all it takes to take them down most of the time. So it's only 4. Oh, you saw that book laying out there? Bolt action. Okay, so you're very ranged heavy. Honestly, you stay out of it. I'm just too worried about one of them getting, like, off one crack shot and then just dropping Lux Ray. Why are you breaking my fire? I appreciate that they're not trying to shoot at me. Up. Oh. There we go. Get back behind cover. There you go. That's fine. Okay, Bear, what do you got for me? Okay, so you are a genie. You can definitely be picked up pretty quickly. You can craft, medical, shoot, construct. You're fast learner genie. Okay. I think that's gonna be the last colonist in our colony. Hey, Bear. Have you ever wanted to be part of something bigger than you? Without the choice in the matter? Because guess what? You can. Go haul that in. Go haul this in. I don't care about the rest. And you don't have anything we care about, I don't think. Nope, just clothes. I mean, you have black pants and all that, but... Prisoners. Convert. Sadly, also doesn't have social. But yeah, so we can go, and that will free up being able to repurpose some other people. So we could potentially make JD a dedicated mining person. Or a dedicated well, I mean, probably don't want to have them cleaning as a dirt mole. Please heal the person that's sitting back here bleeding. I know they have the fast healing, but also, you know, let's not lean on that too hard. Okay, you should be getting up relatively soon. Yeah. So at that point, you can stop doing that entirely. Because now Burnings can go back to cooking. I'm down to toss Genie in there real fast. Alright. So go ahead and chuck them in here real quickly to get some genes out of them. Because the Genie actually has a lot of fun genes in there. Like, they have the higher intellect, they have higher crafting, they have a bunch of negatives to work with. Extra pain is another one of those ones that kind of can be a pro and a con. It doesn't make them take more damage. Dead Calm is amazing. I very, very, very much like Dead Calm. It is one of my favorite traits. Just because it puts an end to social fighting. Delicate can go die in a fire. Elongated Fingers can be a lot of fun. So genies have lots of good traits, both positive and negative, to work with. I very much like using them to round out a bunch of stuff on other characters. Because, like, for melee ones, it'd probably give them awful social, awful animal, and awful plant, or poor plants, all of these. And that'll give us a lot of negatives to choose from. To go, you know, see if we can't fit in, like, the faster walking and all that. Alright, toss Bear in the machine real quick. Because most of those traits will be good on someone. I need the negatives, really. Right, when you are all better. Prioritize smoothing those damaged wall tiles so they can be repaired. Because it won't be much longer before those get destroyed, and then that'll be annoying. You didn't know Dead Calm will never try to prison escape? So you're saying you cut off all your prisoners' legs for nothing? I mean, technically, yeah, now you can do that. The thing, though, is they can still have mood breaks. And some of those mood breaks they won't escape, but, like, they'll break the door and all that, which then, you know, eventually they'll leave kind of thing. So it's not perfect. The good news is most of the violent ones that are the ones that cause that are handled. Poor plants, poor animals, and Dead Calm all in one. That is honestly a really solid one. Yeah, so you're already dealing with them. Okay, so with that we can do some stuff. Because poor plants, animals, and Dead Calm, that gives me a +1. So we could even sit here and go like that. And then have fast wound healing. I still have a point to spare. So we can even go a step farther, and that gives us an even one with poor social. The problem is, I need to have the thing where I can make that more complicated. As you're not worried about a broken door, you're more worried about a prison break. You've had 4 times as prisoner. You have 4 times as many prisoners as colonists. Oh, I wouldn't even stand that. But yeah, no, if you get Dead Calm, you can, you know, make people have Dead Calm and they won't do it. Alright, so you're getting converted. Alright, so we're gonna get Luxray converted over. We'll get Bear converted over. Major break risk on a lot of you. Okay, so we got the deep drilling. I guess we'd go for ground penetrating, because deep drilling without the ground penetrating isn't super useful. Oh, and we're actually getting wood again. Tantrum. Oh yeah, go ahead and break the unhappy gene pack. That is a good gene pack to destroy. Cool. And you are in serious pain because of fibrous mechanites. And you're unhappy because you are hungry. Burning Sun was saying a bunch of weird things around you and it upset you, and you observed a corpse. Which is going to happen a lot, I think. Okay. Run these two corpses out of here. Why are you I mean, it's probably because you sat there throwing a fit the whole time. We're getting there. Little by little, we're getting there. They are slowly building all the furniture, getting our break room back in order. They'll get these doors replaced. Now that Milk can actually run around and cut down some trees, like actually having a proper dedicated growing person. Oh yeah, there's like 30 to 50 each. That'll work great. Because one of those makes a bunch of these, you know, a couple of these doors and all that. We'll get our butcher table made. We'll get our stone cutting table sorted out. That's going to help a great deal. And we don't... How are we doing on our gene banks? Still 3 spots available. Oh, speaking of which, you are ready to hop into the machine. Should check to see what I actually want from you still. UV intensity would be a good one for us to have. The UV intensity would be a perfect one to get by itself. Because that's another one that's going to be mostly a non-issue on this tile. Just in these little pots here. So I wouldn't want to put it on Milton, but everyone else, probably not a big deal. Or I keep saying Milton, it's Mitland. I see that in the future would save your pawns a lot of time as the prisoners could feed themselves. Fibrous mechanites. Okay. So we were already dealing with one person with fibrous mechanites. And Cassie was like, hang on. You don't seem miserable enough. Oh good, a low psychic drone to go with the fibrous mechanites. Did you get over your fibrous mechanites and immediately get another round of fibrous mechanites? Wow, Cassie. And okay, there is actually 2 people to be impacted. Slow runner, dark vision, strong melee. I'm gonna say no to keeping that one. The melee damage is nice. Yeah. Eating them like cereal. That they're high in fiber. But it was like the fact that the low psychic drone on the women also is one of the only ones that hit Smitland. I was like, wait a second, do you just have like a personal individual, you know, vendetta against this pawn? Like what did they do? How, like, what affront have they caused you? Okay, so get all that repaired. Okay, so we're getting the stone cutting bench online. That'll be good. Alright, so we've almost got bear converted. Okay. So what we're gonna go ahead and do here is bills. Cut any stone forever. I know I don't need that many brick, but the problem is we just have the brick piling up in the rooms, or the chunks piling up in the rooms. I might as well use it for something. Ultimately, when we do have just spare time, I can go and put like fancy floors in some of these rooms. We're gonna use that stuff for making all of our shelves like we've been doing. Ghoul infusion. Ooh, is someone reading a tome? I don't want anyone reading tomes. Tomes are useful in theory, but the reality is it's so easy to learn these things without using tomes, and the tomes literally have an RNG chance of causing you to have a break, that there's just no reason to do it. And if we don't get precision rifling, I'll have no reason to research any of the basic stuff ever again. Alright, once we get this genie joined, we're gonna go and pop the temple again. Like I said, I previously attempted to do it, and the person had a break on the way to the temple, which prevented it, and that's around the time that everything went sideways. Now we're getting pretty close to getting that door done. We're about to get the butcher table in place. Let's get rid of the butcher spot, because it's way worse than the butcher table. Hey, Jaywalker. Yep, we've been doing our best with it. Just checking one thing. Okay. Alright, so we still have more time so the next person can climb in the machine. Alright, so with that, we can actually re-allow them to fix the air conditioner to have our freezer back online, now that the doors are finally replaced. We'll hold that door open. And Luxray is just going to slowly clean. We can confirm Night Owl Body Modder with 5 body mod parts plus Psychic Harmonizer is very good. Oh yeah, well that's, getting a pawn that's like Sanguine, and then you give them like from the Xeno stuff, you give them Happy, and then you give them the Psychic Harmonizer, and then you just, you know, make sure a pawn you can make happy anyways. Just can utterly make it so, like, keeping your colony, the whole thing happy is, like, just a non-issue. It just kind of happens on its own. Just anyone around them is always super pleased. Actually, you have a decent chance of romancing Mitlin. Not enough I'm gonna roll the dice on it, because I'm not short on rooms. Having once upon a time I was like, oh no, I'm gonna need all these rooms. Oh, those were good times. Versus now we have significant vacancies. Okay, bills, butcher creature, due forever. Yes, we've already got that set. So clean that up. Yeah, I'm not bothering like reinforcing the rest of these yet. There's not really a big reason for it. One thing I will want to add to the list. So add an EMP grenades and add smoke grenades. And with that, chat, it's about time that we had our ad break. My wife should be home, so I'm going to run downstairs, welcome her home, toss some food in the oven and all that. It's actually going to be the microwave. But in the meantime, thanks so much for tuning in. This is my longest break on stream. It's about 5 minutes. But it's just the timing to, you know, make sure food happens and all that. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back. Let's see. After you killed your escaped creature, did you tie it back up? Yeah, no, the Revenant, you can keep doing that. Yes. All right, I'll be back. I'm about to go up. Everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel on that line? Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we need a new tractor, I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? if that little incline is too much for us. Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. We're gonna take our chances with left. So 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
No. I'll just... alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Get out of my way, man.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
As well as 556, the big downer is we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like, because I had an expensive colony earlier, it's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Okay, sorry about that taking so long. I had to talk to him about something real fast. It just took a little bit longer than I thought. Bear with me. I wasn't planning on doing this today, but what I'm gonna quickly do is I still owe that other sponsored stream, which is just like the RimWorld part will stay the same, but we did get our Factor 75 in. I'm like, you know what? I'm eating that today because it smells really good. This one doesn't look as good, the thing I'm eating today. I have Baja shrimp. So, like, it's rice and then all that. So it doesn't look as impressive, but it smells really good. Let me go ahead and make sure I got everything set up. So, enable the bot. And I have to put the tag in the title. So let me go ahead and get that updated. And that should be the tag in the title. And then I just need to go to the sponsored thing. And for those who don't know what this is going on, Factor 75 has been kind enough to sponsor 2 streams, and this is the second stream. And they do, like, this is both a sponsor and an affiliate thing. So they do have the whole thing where, you know, just for putting the stuff up here, having the command, all that kind of stuff. Oh, I should also have this. There we go. And just for having all that, you know, I get a kickback from it. Then if people do end up signing up, they get a kickback. The deal they've got going on is you get 50% off if you're a new customer, which is pretty good. There are promotions for existing customers, but there's nothing through this one. This is new customers pretty much exclusively. But the last time we did it, the stream we had, let's see, Remind me, what is the name of the gate guard game? Where you had the clips? Oh, that's Little Guardsman. ILI Guardsman. Really good game, highly recommend. But yeah, so the last stream we had, you know, I went online and I ordered the stuff, accidentally doxed myself. It was great. For those going like, oh, I can look up this information. I did pull that VOD down and I put up a highlight with the doxed part cut out and everything. But with all that said, I did like order the food online and it did arrive. Oh, good. So Luxray has been converted, but so today the reason I figured I'd go ahead and stream is I'm going to be eating some of that food because that's what my dinner is anyways. But like, so when you buy it, they deliver it, and I don't have the plastic part of it because I finished eating it. But like, it comes with like a little sheet like thing like that, and then there'd be like a plastic container in here versus empty. And it has like a nice little label that tells you what's in there. So you can see it says like Baja shrimp. It'll tell you like how many calories, how many carbs. It has an expiration date on it. They have like all the instructions on the back here for like how to cook it, as well as all of the ingredients. So if you do have a food allergy and everything and you just want to double check, it's got all that listed, nutritional information and yada yada. Not a big surprise. But so this was Baja shrimp. Because I got that, because normally I can't do much seafood here because my wife doesn't enjoy seafood. It's just not her thing. But because I'm doing Factor 75, where I can get what I want, she can get what she wants, that's a thing. So I got my Baja shrimp. So, you know, all the liquid's running, so that makes it not look great. But you get the idea. It's got rice, it's got shrimp, it's all that. And it's not like those sad little shrimp you get when you get, like, instant noodles. Like, it's a shrimp. But yeah. So I hadn't planned on doing the, oh good, a party immediately, so everyone's moods are up. I hadn't planned on doing the sponsored segment here. It's just, I was going to eat it anyways. Shrimp cooked in Baja Mountain Dew? No. Baja seasoning is a very different thing. It's actually kind of a weird thing with the whole Baja marketing with Mountain Dew, because Baja as a flavor is nothing like that. Okay, so we're doing the ground penetrating scanner, then we'll do precision rifling. But yeah, so for the record, I have actually been a Factor 75, which is a HelloFresh company. So HelloFresh, Factor 75, same company, different products. One is your meals where they give you a bag with instructions, you cook it yourself. The other one is you take off like the plastic, you chuck it in the microwave, or you can cook it in the oven, but you basically just reheat it. And this is the one you just reheat. Takes about 3 or so minutes to cook. You know, give or take a minute depending on the recipe or whatever, which like that's just, some of them you peel it back, you pour the sauce on it, and then you put it in for 2 minutes, stir around, put in for more. Some of them you just put it in to begin with, you know, puncture the plastic or whatever. But it's a thing. And usually price-wise, they will run more than just going to the grocery store and buying stuff. Oh, you got bear converted. So run more than just going to the grocery store and doing it yourself. But they generally run less than it would cost you to go out to eat, just in general. So they're kind of in that middle ground there. And they've got where you can get like just 4 kits, or you can get all the way, I think the max is like 26 kits per week. I don't know how you do that, and I mean, I guess you got like a family of 5 or something that makes sense, if you're buying like everyone the kits. That, like, at that point, I would probably be like, no, we're gonna cook meals just because of volume. But you could do that. Or if you have, like, you know, Kid A has one dietary restriction, Kid B has a different dietary restriction, you're watching, like, you gotta watch your cholesterol, and this other person has to watch, like, their sodium. I could see then getting to that point of being like, alright, everyone has their own dietary needs, they're gonna get very difficult to cook around and have more than like 2 food options. Sure. You accept block. Why are you not going out there? Ah, right, because Luxray won't be able to go out there. So they're cutting that. Let's see, what's the black thing in the room? First biofarium. This? That is a dead site stealer that we haven't cleaned up its corpse, because I don't have a dedicated hauling person yet. So I'm doing pretty bad about it. We're still in recovery mode from where the colony was. I do need another ranged weapon. Anyone's gonna be ready soon? Okay, so we got 7 days we can put in our person in this. Yeah, so it's +1 for that. Oh, right, we couldn't handle it because of the complexity. So we could do something like that. Dead calm, poor at plants, poor animals. So anyone but our growing person. And that only gives us a +1. And like the healing would be a -2. So I'd want a little bit more. Oh wait, actually, we can probably manage that. So we could do the poor melee, this, and fast wound healing. And that would be doable on any of our pawns that don't need to plants, because I'm not doing animals at all. Okay. Because that'll give all our ranged people... You know what? Actually, cancel that. I'll probably want to do something else with it. Who else do we need to still convert? Burning Sun and JD. So that's 5.7 and 11, so we'll go for the 11. Cool. You will pay for a toxic fallout. We are in the middle of winter, and it'll be for 10 days, so it'll literally last for the rest of winter, which is perfectly fine. And you'll give me a reinforced barrel in gold, which would be good, because with that I can put a sentry gun in the closet here. And that'll be excellent. So go out there, haul that back, and the others don't rot, so I don't care. So don't allow sowing that right now, which it's fine, it's winter anyway, which is why we went for it. Right, so you're getting the smoke grenade launcher and all that. Have you get that Sight Stealer corpse out of here. You get this out of here. Is a frying pan a ranged weapon? There is no frying pan. They're not real, they can't hurt you. Alright, so we're getting our EMPs and all that made. We're running out of components. So you have to have crafting of 8. We're up to 7. So I need one more level in crafting. And then we'll be able to start making our own components. We're getting there. Extreme break risk on Burning Sun. Hide in room. You're ravenously hungry. There's just food. Just go grab it. There's no need to be angry about it. Chemical starvation is a real problem. Do we have any drugs in here? Oh, wait. I forgot. We got that. I was like, man, we really need a gun. It's like, oh, wait. There's just one sitting in there. That's cool. And what was down here is probably long since rotted. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so I need to get them converted because you can see all these negatives we're getting just existing here. Both them and JD are going to be completely unmanageable until we get them converted. And Bear here should be coming along pretty quick. Infestation. Over there. Okay, get everyone back home for just a minute so we see what we got here. Looks like maybe a 2-nester? Maybe 3? Looks like 2. Okay, so it's a relatively small one. Now, downside... is it won't be able to take advantage of choke points. That's one of the big things that can get really bad on this map, is if we have one of those that ends up being like a 5-6 hiver, that is going to be a tricky one to manage. Luxray's getting in the back. Okay. Okay, so Burning Sun got once again shredded. So, Luxray, you go ahead and get them out of there. Surprised you're not already dead. There you go. Okay, so you got a bit roughed up, so you get out of here. You took a hit, so you get out of here. Oh, you didn't take a hit. That was just from social fighting earlier. You go say hello over there. Schedule unrestrict them. Just gonna have you hunt that one real fast so it doesn't pop up on anyone. And meanwhile, you can go ahead and haul that home while you're on your way. Okay, and with that, we got all sorted. Quit trying to kill you? You're one of my melee pawns. You're just a melee pawn who's missing most of their fingers and a foot and your eyes. And look, man. You're a melee pawn. It's just what it is. I gave you the faster healing. Like, if we get another blind healer, poor Burning Sun's gonna be like the project person in the colony for a good long while. You're prepping for your tour solo running, Kenshi? Yeah, that's how it goes. Oh, don't do that. Alright, So, once we don't have this many people injured, I'm gonna have to clear the animals out of here. I really wish I had made that door out of wood. Let's actually... No, because I don't have the wood yet. Yeah, because I got all these critters running around in here. How's the colony going? Relatively good. We're still not back to where we were, but we're making good headway in that direction. Yeah, once Burning Sun's back up, we're gonna go and try and kill the stuff in here. I've got Luxray set up so Luxray will hunt pretty much everything in there except the Mega Sloth. And the hope is that we will be able to chase out all the animals, or most of them. This is the run? I mean, In some ways, we're in better shape than we've been in our past runs. In other ways, we're definitely not in as good shape. We definitely took some pretty bad losses, which doesn't help us. At the same token, we are getting some tech that's really useful for a long-term run. Like, we're getting our biotech stuff is actually online, which is a big thing. So we have been slowly messing with people's genetics to make them able to bounce back after a fight and whatnot. We need medicine that's, you know, good for just expendable stuff. Yeah, we're building up a lot of scars. Crisis of belief on bear? Don't do that. Okay, so you're fully healed. Poor Burning Sun's having a rough go of it. And how close are you getting to... Okay, so you're getting really close to the point where you can make components for us. And once Kik can make components for us, we can just churn away on continuing to make equipment and all that. Right now, they're making the smoke grenade launcher for when we deal with mech clusters, and then we get an EMP launcher for the mechs, because we had both of those things, but then we had a fire, and now we don't. Horrocks cultists. Okay, so I got a pretty sizable group of cultists. We're gonna rally and start moving our way over there as fast as we can. Because they're gonna start abducting people in the meantime if we don't. That's fine. Just keep on running. Okay, we baited a bunch of them. Burning Sun, I needed you to handle more than one singular hit, buddy. Okay, it's just a right leg hit. You're still fine. Okay, so with that, you rescue Burning Sun. And what do we got going on here? We have a Night Owl who is good at plants. Construction and medical. They are inhumanized, which means they, that's the whole thing, so they're definitely worth considering. Oh wait, I don't think, can you convert a dehumanized? Sanders, don't care. We'll see what happens if I capture you. Oh right, I have to go up here and open up another prison cell. Capture you. Oh, unwaveringly loyal. Well, never mind. Okay, so let's go to allow all. Steel Gladius, Club. They're all steel. So instead just grab that on the way back. Grab that on the way back. Okay, and how's everyone doing? You got a bunch of little cuts. You got some pretty bad cuts too. And Bird and Sun just had one cut. Oh, it wasn't even that Bird and Sun took too much pain or bleeding or anything. They couldn't stand. It was just with their leg already so badly hurt. That's all it took to keep them down. I forgot that was even there. Okay, so you're tending to people. Alright. So trying to tend to everyone, get everyone through this. 7 meals right away. Oh, because we still don't have the air conditioner built because of the components. Meanwhile, we can run over here again. To grab that Gladius. We'll get there. You're patched up? Cool. Alright. Please feed the prisoner. Please feed the prisoner. Please feed the prisoner. There we go. Yeah, so Milton should also be a warden. I know they're not good at it yet, but they are the one we gave her stuff because they're at 2 social. Versus JD is up to 3, but still. So we'll probably do is once we get JD converted, we'll worry about trying to make them our leader person. Little by little, we're gonna go and get Burn and Sun converted over, and then the next one. I got a bunch of gear that is getting worn out. The cloth face mask, which the worst one is that, is we did have a whole stack of them sitting out there that now we don't. Okay, so all we have left in there is boom rats, a boomalope, and a mega sloth. And for as little as the boom rats eat and all that, it's not worth me attacking them because they'll just start a fire in that room. And that's a room that is very flammable in there. Oh, and I also should mention with the 50% off with Factor 75, you can click in the About section below or do the command !Factor, and either one of those will we'll get to the coupon code or whatever it is if you're interested in it. Alright, just double checking one or two things real fast. Yeah, I got everything set up properly. Cool. Okay, so Milton's back up, that's good. How much longer till we can pop another one in here? So in 3 days, I can pop the next person in there, trying to get all the genes that we can to try and get good combinations. The big thing, so you can go boom, boom, boom. And that's pretty good for someone. I'm gonna do it. Calm healer. Start combining. They're gonna start going through some of the people who can't, like, we're not doing plants and animals with them. We're gonna start giving that to a bunch of the others. I say a bunch. Realistically, we're going to want to deal with Luxury once they age up. You're definitely worth considering. Like, have you do a conversion and immediately do that to you? Oh no, not you, because you're plants. And what I always gotta remember is this is always a tricky one. Because, for example, if I use that on this person, we won't get the point from that. We will get the poor plants, which we already have. Death refusal, that's good. Ghoul enhancements. Basically, we already have poor plants and animals. We already have weak melee. So we'd just be switching out the healing, which means the metabolism would actually get really high. So that's when you always got to be careful. That's actually the hardest one I find for managing, is when I'm taking one of the other types and then putting the germ in them. Is like managing where it's at is always a tricky one. Meanwhile, if I go to you, you already have the fast wound healing. It would wipe out the strong melee and override that. And we wouldn't really get much for it. So the one we're making is going to be for Luxray ultimately, and I'll have to be very careful about what we put in there. I kind of wish when it came to, like, designing this with consideration of a pawn, that I could kind of select an existing person. You get decent thing for overriding melee? Yeah, no, absolutely. Bulk goods trading ship. So that'll be you dealing with that. Alright, so let's take the trace amounts of leather, get those out of here. I would like the components, the whole stack. We can go ahead and get rid of that, it's worn. Get rid of those worn clothes, get rid of that shirt that's worn. Right, that's what I didn't want to keep, so I'll get rid of that. And I think we're good with the rest of that. Okay. That's gonna give us a bit more components to keep things rolling. Because we're trying to work in getting our black armor and all that. Transport pod crash. Okay, you are kind, lazy, psychically dull. You're really only good in a fight, and that's about it. You do belong to one of the other factions, but the problem is, I think you belong to one of the factions that we can never be friends for. So, unfortunately, because the game is committed to this person can only ever be your enemy. Oh yeah, you're right, they do have robust. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I am going to pop in here, we're gonna make a second prison. I'm gonna patch them up enough to toss them in the machine. And then after in the machine, we're just gonna release them and not worry about it. I'm not gonna keep them around. We're gonna take one roll of the dice, see if I can get robust out of them, or anything else useful. But I don't want to keep them around. Because you want to keep them around, as well as ones it's worth, like, cutting off legs, that kind of stuff, to make sure they don't cause you problems, and I'm just not interested. Alright, so, we're gonna go ahead and put you in here. Actually, we're not gonna set them back out. Hey, you know, you should climb into that machine. Yeah, like I said, that'll be for Luxray, but we're going to wait to give it to Luxray until they've aged up. Because once they hit that point that we don't have to worry about anymore, then it'll be good. Yeah, because for you, Awful Mining I can use, Robust I can use. Psychically Dull technically works to our advantage. I'm not going to worry about Aggressive, that's not what I want or care about. Do we already have strong melee? Yes, with poor social. Oh! I did... So I have the paid promotion thing. I forgot to add it to the title. So thank you for that. Let me fix my title. I actually don't know if I even have to put in the title in there, because there's like an actual checkbox that says that. I'm not a fan of literally anyone that has the aggressive thing. Like, aggressive for me, I consider a deal breaker. Oh, would you worry about that? Hey, you know what? I think you should get in the machine. Yes, I know this is fatal. But yeah, any of the xenotypes that have aggressive up here is just not a fan. You can use Dead Calm to counter aggressive, which there's certainly an argument to be made there. But I'm not super worried about that. You like when they're kind, since they always have good relations and never such, but yeah. That'd be one. I mean, this one is kind, but they're also lazy. So I'm just letting this one go. So we are killing this person here. Lazy and sleepy is bad? Yep. I will bank the strong. We already have strong with the social. But that's fine. Being able to have it separate is good too. And our bank there. Roar voice. Transport Pod Jacob. They're suffering from paralypasia. They are kind. They are not violent. They have really, really high social and research and all that. So pacifist isn't my favorite. But honestly, I'll bring him along. Because that is a lot of good things. Because they can help with the planting, they can help with stuff that frees up other people to do things. They can also help with research. Okay, so you got that done. So yeah, so with this, we've got ourselves another potential actual doctor. We for once have an actual social pawn. Wait, really? You had like 29 days left on that. Okay. Thanks, game. Because it can end any time early. I've just never had any of them ever end remotely that early. Okay, so let's see here. So with that, I can keep Milton on growing and decrease your priority. Honestly, for what I might do with this one, I might have them primarily do the hauling and cleaning for right now. I'm debating this. Because you're a crafter, so you can only do the research and that, which means replacing JD's research or replacing Mitland's growing. So I think you're going to be a dedicated hauling person for right now with the intent of switching you over later. Oh, right, you're incapable of violence. Right. Bliss lobotomy. Alright, and with that, though, I have no more basic anything. Oh, that means you just became the warden as well. Let's get Mitland off of that. And you're already the correct ideology for us. So, we're gonna do a little bit of rearranging on roles. You see this colony is slowly recovering? That it is. So we're gonna take the moral guide from the other person, give it to Illicit. And that's because Illicit here has 11 socials, so they're gonna do way, way, way better at the moral guide stuff. Then Mitland is most likely gonna become our actual leader. Let's go ahead and... Actually, do I want to do that? We'll wait. Yeah, that's 30% instead of like 4. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about the camp for a neoformer, that's fine. Okay, we got our next person to pop in here. So insert there. Grab that. You haul the body out of here. Cool. Oh, speaking of which, so you make... that one had worse at plants, that's right. So we don't want to do that to... I don't think we want to do that to you. Just in case I need to fall back on that. Yeah, you still don't have quite high enough. Dark visions, that's fine. Yeah, by the time you finish that EMP, you should be high enough to make components, and then we should be able to just sustain stuff. I really wish they would reliably put the books back. It would be nice. So when we get the ground penetrating scanner, I think my intent is going to be to put it out here, have the heat from this vent out to that spot, and get that third geothermal hooked up. I don't have the materials yet to do all that, unfortunately. Do we have a dedicated mining person yet? Mega Sloth is self-tamed. Okay, hear me out. What's our highest animals? 11's enough. Hey! Mega Sloth. Welcome to the team, buddy. Most things that show up in self-tame instantly get killed. Slow healing. No. All right. Yeah, so you're running around doing that. Ugly environment. Failed to convert. 8 without table. That's a you problem. Rot stink lingering. Did I miss a corpse somewhere I gotta be worried about? Need warm clothes. We're working on it. There we go. Got our freezer back online. I didn't realize when it got built it wasn't running. Okay. There's a dead squirrel in your entryway. I see it. That's okay. They're cleaning them all up now. They're just running around taking care of it. Yeah, no, I see it. But that shouldn't be, like, with it being frozen, that shouldn't be a problem. Because, like, out there it's below freezing temps, so you usually don't get any rot stink at all with freezing temps. It's when you're inside and it's not as good. But they're working on it. They're hauling one thing after the other right on out of here. Getting caught up on all these things that have been left to quite literally rot. Just, it's mostly bodies laying everywhere because we have toxic fallout and winter together. Yeah, so you're getting there. Okay, so we're gonna need to make a new zone. Allowed zone, manage areas, new area, rename, Megafill. The reason I'm naming it that is just the fact the Mega Sloth makes a whole lot of gross. So we're gonna go ahead and expand that area, the entire kill box area. That's free game. You got no reason to be back there ever. The storage rooms are free game. This little teeny tiny side of that room is free game. And the reason I did that is that way if they go to rescue, they can at least drop someone in there. And then the rest of the base is going to be an absolute no-go. Animals, Megafill. There you go. So that way we stop tracking gross into the hospital. And that. Cool, Psychic Soothe. So we should be getting just about to the end of that toxic fallout. We agreed to it for 9 days. It was like day, like 7 or 8 or something like that when we agreed to it. Sorry, not 7 or 8. It's like 5 or 6 when we agreed to it. So it should be just about to exhaust. And you're getting close to aging up. Yeah, you're 12 and a half, so you got about a season's worth. No, not quite a season, like half a season's worth, and then you should age up. Because it was, I believe, what, 4 times the aging speed? Alright, so I think things have stabilized enough. We've been putting this off. We're going to tune the monolith. Because I had started to do that, and things went sideways. And then it's just like, okay, we should be good for it now. Tuning the monolith has caused it to twist once more. As it did, JD2V0 caught a glimpse of what lurks beyond. She understood. The monolith is a doorway opened wider by your actions. On the other side, JD2V0 sensed an inhuman intelligence, vastly complex and endless rage. The dark machine god is stirring. Its psychic influence will grow. New entities are now discoverable. And it also just smashed a hole into our wall. Because of course it did. Food poisoning, gotta love it. Cultists hate chanters. They're going to make us rage out. All melee. Grab everyone who is not a pacifist and start marching. That is a really big group. That also doesn't help to have Burning Suns drop out of this. So that's not my favorite. Get over here as fast as you can. This would be a real dangerous one, so what do you do again? Shocks the mind, causing them to state to psychic shot. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, you're not going much farther. I can't wait for JD. Oh, right, this is the one where you can open up on them. And it's kind of, you want to do enough damage. And then once you've hurt enough of them, they do turn against you. We will have to stand and fight, though. Surround the small child. Burning Sun, get over here. I want you in the back. When this kicks off, we'll probably just have Lux run. Because the food poisoning on you, we're not getting away from the running. We're just going to need to stand up and fight. But I got flares. We got some other stuff. We are spreading a decent amount of damage around. Wow, you are really slowed down, aren't you? Okay, cultists are attacking. Get Luxray away. No, 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 don't stop. Why would you beeline to the back line? You try and give us some room to work. Luxray, you're just gonna have to run there and just hope you can... No, nope, stop, stop. Oh, we're just... Luxray's getting pinned in is what's happening. I should have run him away like I said it's going to. Okay, rescue Bird and Sun. Okay, so we did down everyone. Rescue Mitlin. Try to keep that fire from catching on the others. Okay, you've got 10 hours. 8. 14. No immediate danger. So keep trying to get that fire out. Could have been worse. Yeah, no, we're probably okay. The infections will be the big concern here. Sloth will trigger happy. No, thank you. Alright, orders. Allow all. Okay, so we did get it. I'm genuinely surprised Luxray didn't get killed there. We had one of them flank around and go for that. EVP was that? Were they just normal tribals? No, these were, cultists. Cultists are their own thing. Or do you mean, EVP? Yeah, you're in no immediate danger. Everyone else is already out of the fight. So JD is taking care of himself. You are in a medical emergency. Why are you on a medical emergency? You only have minor blood loss. We'll deal with it as fast as we can. You can't tend, you can't tend. You deal with that one. You know, it says kick, and it says you. Okay. So you need to jump on this one, but it says kick is on a medical emergency as well. Oh, you are all the way hosed. Try your best. Okay, don't worry about taking that farther. Deal with this one next. Go for medicine. Okay. Go back to normal. We literally haven't even gotten back from the raid. And now I have a pit gate opening. At least it's way the heck down there. Schedule, everyone's restricted to home. JD, grab your nerve spiker. You... Half of them still have their weapons out there. Oh, don't grab the nerves. Grab that. Schedule. Unrestrict. Haul that home. That's not going to help anything. Anyone else bleeding? Yeah, no, I switched him to the Hellcat so I could have the damage, and I was going to have him run back and take care of the other one. You're already patched up. What you're going to do... I've long since lost track of where your weapon is. You'll just grab a Steel Gladius. And you're going to be unrestricted again. That's not the right person. You're going to be unrestricted. And you're going to try and haul that home. So hopefully by the time all this is done, people are starting to get back moving. So good news, you get a little bit of a warning before that actually opens. And JD is slowed enough, they might go down before they get back. So I may be able to completely ignore it as long as I keep Kick away from there. And if I have to go punch him in the face, I go punch him in the face. Oh, you need to switch up your responsibilities. Feed. Feed. Because otherwise they'll die due to loss of consciousness. Murderous Rage? Yep. They're probably one punch from going down. So I'm actually thinking, if they do get this far, we'll just have Leafy Pew drop their weapon and give him a punch in the mouth. I was really hoping you're going to collapse before you got here, but I mean, if this is the life you want to live... Bonk. Starvation at JD. So feed and then tend to them. Leafy Pew, go grab your weapon again. Actually, prioritize hauling the bolt action back. I think that's the last weapon I'm worried about here. We're basically out of time. So it should give me a minute before they pop out. Too slow. Okay, so never mind, Leafy Pew. I need you back indoors. Oh, that is way too many for the situation we're in. So what's going to need to happen here is Luxray is about to become our primary defender. With Leafy Pew just holding the door. Get back over here. Burning Sun is up, so is going to need to help as best they can. So Leafy Pew here. Luxray here. Actually, step farther back. Burning Sun there. Illicit, you just do your best to patch up as many people as you can as fast as you can. You might get up soon. JD, go as fast as you can, grab that gun. Leave Pew, try and buy him time. Oh, good. Thank you. Your sacrifice is not in vain. You go in here now. That bed right there, it's not a medical bed anymore. That's your bed. Go to sleep. Honestly, even if he doesn't do any damage, just them holding the door for a minute is big. I'm not gonna run out there because those things split, we're gonna get overwhelmed. Sorry, Mega Sloth. You should be going down in a minute. I'll try and patch him up when it's done, but right now... it's very likely that when that pops, it's gonna throw him in here. Alright, you two. That's your target. Leafy Pew going down that early is really not what we want. Oh, that is straight up death. Well, did you at least get your cloud off? You didn't, did you? Yeah, and that was getting back-to-back events. Man in Black. Super immune, volatile misogynist with a revolver. I do not think you can do anything about this, but I'm gonna have you run over here. Oh, Leafy Pew got back up? Try and grab your weapon, try and grab your weapon. Alright, just do your best, I guess. Luxray got back up. JD got back up. Is there any weapons you can grab? Like, that's a problem we have right now. Is all of our weapons are in the room. Just try and hold things up. What's the grenade table? A smoke grenade and an EMP. Oh, Illicit NZ just screwed Luxray by crawling and opening the door, so now Luxray has to try and melee down stuff bigger than him. The good news, you went down without getting too many bleeds. The bad news is unless Robin can do this really fast, we're gonna have a lot of dead colonists. And I also don't expect Robin to win by themselves. Oh, I didn't even see it. You've got one on you. But yeah. No, that was, JD's back up again. And right back down. Okay, and there it's done. But yeah, and that was having a pretty really sizable cult raid immediately followed by the pit. We had no chance to recover. We were still getting our people back into the room when it called the next event. Burn Sun's no longer incapable of walking. Shouldn't have triggered that. I mean, you're just gonna have to fight. If you just stay in there, you'll just die anyways. Release the dust. Well, we got Shambler Mega Sloth back up. There goes Illicit. It won't matter because with all this, all of these people are having infections and bleeds. I mean, actually, those ones aren't bad, but most of them, oh yeah. Losing Leafy Pew, I almost don't even want to worry about. JD is back up yet again. I'm just gonna assume you've got this. Tend to Leafy P without medicine as fast as you can. I don't think we're gonna be able to save Leafy. We're gonna try. The problem is all the beds are gone, so I can't get them to do it with medicine easily. It's too little too late. Defend yourself. What's happening right now? Okay, maybe you got stunned. There goes Leafy Pew. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I don't like that RimWorld will do, because we're playing as Cassie. And the whole gimmick behind Cassie is she's supposed to be very very predictable on her cadence of everything. So when you get like the back-to-back events immediately after each other, you have no chance to react to anything. It definitely doesn't feel reasonable. All right, so medical emergency on you. All right, so we might be able to save those ones. We had a cult. We had the cult raid thing, and like immediately we weren't even getting like back to our rooms yet from it, and then we had a pit boss. Or the pit opened up. So, like, we hadn't even gotten the people back to the room, let alone recovered yet. Because I kind of wish there was... Oh, well, you just both went down. I kind of wish there was almost, like... Outside of Randy. Randy can do whatever the heck Randy pleases. I kind of wish there was like a little bit of a hard limit that says you have this event that has just occurred. You know, there's some limitation on how soon another event can happen. I know you're starving. If you don't eat, you're just gonna fall down again. Just walks right past Burning Sun. Never mind, too late. Luckily, you collapsed immediately on your way over there, because the only thing in there is the Revenant. And it would have let the Revenant out, which would have absolutely finished off the colony. That said, I'm considering the colony basically dead here. Because we've already come back from the brink, and this is the thing that gets actually tiresome about doing this like revolving door because of wealth. Usually when you have this situation, that's when you walk off the colony and be like, nah, man. Okay. So. You're not assigned to doctoring. JD is our doctor. Because that was our last of our actual good pawns died. So we're basically, if we're looking at our skills, it's almost like starting a brand new colony, other than we have one good researcher and one good planter, which we actually recruited them that good. The other two are kind of nothing. You're just gonna die in there, man. Back-to-back events. We had a really big cultist raid that we managed to hold down, but took a lot of injuries. No one died in this, just a lot of injuries. And literally before I could get back from here to over there, we had the pit gate open. So I was trying to like get our weapons back and all that still, and we already had the pit gate open before then, and we were still tending to people. Because the reason I'm looking at this is now if we look at our skills left in our colony, we got an okay shot, okay shot, okay shot. So we got like an okay shot and a bunch of people. We have no melee pawns left to speak of, and these two are specific. Well, actually, these three are specifically bad at melee because they take increased damage. So it's just one of those things. But so you had a mission that had a raid coming in 6 days. One day before it arrived, you got Crash Shuttle, immediately followed by a Mad Alpha Beaver. Then Blight, worst ever. Can you ghoulify anyone? My people are, like, I could, but then I have even less pawns. Like, we're back in the situation where I've got a grower, I have no construction mining person. I've got no cook. I mean, you could probably cook. Medical emergency on Bear. They're just gonna die because I don't have the capacity to deal with everything. We've lost our social again. It's not that this isn't recoverable, but this is the frame that it's, you know, you get into the cycle of just go down, build up, go down, build up, go down, build up. That is why a lot of times when I take a heavy loss like we did the other day, I usually just let the colony go. Because the slow burn down is not particularly enjoyable for me. And I've come back with a Man in Black and literally gotten a win out of it, but yeah. Let's see, no way tribes peeps are slow research. We survived, but you still had a mission raid. Colonist needs rescue. Mad Boomalope. The whole colony is just blood. That's gonna be really annoying because it is going to sit there and work those one by one. I don't really have anyone set up to deal with it. Don't kill you? I'm not killing you. You're dying on your own because you have food poisoning and everything else because the whole place is just blood. That's Bear. But yeah, so we're gonna have the moon meltdowns because nothing is able to get resolved right now. And we've got food poisoning going out to everyone else. They get stuck in Titan Boss and PoE 2. Yeah, I've covered the point. I'm just gonna wait till PoE 2 has some updates. the balance situation and the ascendancy stuff, I'm kind of like, nah, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. And I know they had a patch that's supposed to make it way better today. Or is coming. They announced it today. But... why do you want to join this colony? Yeah, so you're the cook now. Don't bother with the hunting. You can keep on that. You are now also doing construction research. We got our grower, we got our everything else. You are a crafter who will hunt, and you are a researcher. Because what's going to happen here, since I'm not down there clearing it, it is going to pop out and get another one. Let's see, you wanted to play Warrior Bar or whatever, but only having clubs available felt bad. You also inclined to wait for some more patches. Yeah. Catatonic on Luxray. Cool. So you'll be helping even less. Hey, Red Hawk Black Sheep, thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what did you stream and all that good stuff? Where did your weapon go? The whole colony is blood. Honestly, losing Leafy Pew is the one thing that makes me like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Leafy Pew is up. Oh, that's a second catatonic. Lovely, lovely. Can we go for 3? Oh yeah, and the colony's solidly in meltdown. But those who don't know Red Hawk Black Sheep, Narcan content creator of the planet forum, been playing some Illin, so definitely check them out with that if you're looking for that. But yeah, no, we had like I said, we had a really big ritualist raid over here. We handled it, took a bunch of injuries, but we did win the fight. And then while we were still like, we hadn't even gotten all of our people back yet. It was so back to back. We had a pit gate open on the other side of the map. And then trying to hold down against the things from the pit gate, we got fully cleared. A man in black came up, that's Robin, they died. But between managing to get Burning Sun to do the death whatever to get that to come up as a shambler and everything, we were able to get some type of defense going. But with everyone dead and trying to ever so desperately cling on to what little life is left, it's very unlikely we're coming back from this. Like, more than likely, I'm gonna just let the colony go. Just like I said, it's the same thing as before. We're kind of just waiting. Because right now, I can't go down here and fight that. Even if I get down there and find the thing and attack it, these two alone are just gonna die. I think realistically, the only way we recover this is we go world map, forum caravan, choose another tile, choose accept, and then abandon the previous tile. Because the issue we have is that's gonna keep spawning monsters until I clear it. And we simply lack anything remotely capable of clearing it. I would be willing to take the long shot with you still up if you're fully healed. That'd be like, okay, fully healed, if we get some armor on you, we might be able to long shot win it. But with a bunch of people who are only okay-ish at combat, I'm kind of hoping we have the next wave pops up. And that, like, the raiders and them intercept to buy time. Yeah, but 2 people down, and realistically this person's going down anytime now. There's the raid. That's fine. So they're just gonna win. Yeah, I mean, we're not doing anything till those two get up. That's for sure. Oh, you're down anyways? You're probably not getting up for a hot minute anyways.
Thank you Zidian _ for subscribing for 35 months.
And thank you, Zane, for the tier 1 sub. That's 35 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thanks so much for that. Yeah. I'm still waiting for that to pop out. Like, that was actually, JD was on their way to release the Revenant and finish off the colony, and they got downed on the way out there because they were just so exhausted and everything.
Thank you Burnin Sun 1 for subscribing for 35 months. Good time for a hype train.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Burnson, for a tier 1 sub. Also 35 months. Catch the stream for the last 35 months. You know, hope you've also been enjoying your advertisement previewing as well as access to emotes. I mean, it's good as time as any for a hype train. We're gonna load up all those bodies on that hype train and get them out of here. Alright. Well, thank you so much for that. Means a heck of a lot.
Thank you Olkar for continuing your gifted sub.
And thank you, Olkar, for the Prime Gaming sub. Oh, sorry. Oh, upgrading your Prime Gaming to a tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that.
Yeah.
It means a heck of a lot that you would, you know, take it that extra
I
step
want to ride the train choo choo.
But, you know, doing that upgrade, I really do appreciate it. And then we got Mob Farmer tossing 100 biddies on there to bribe the train and all that. Or ride the train, I understand. So thank you so much for that. And such a cookie drop at 100 biddies on the train as well. Oh good, Solar Flare, kill the power, that's fine. I'm really surprised you haven't popped out for your next round. Starvation on people. Okay, so you're back up. We're getting there. That still doesn't solve much of anything around the colony. Party, that's fine. We have no one with social skill yet again. What I might do is the moment the xenogerms run out, I think we're just going to climb down into the pit and are going to go do or die. Is I think the way this is going to go. Because we let the pit stay, things will just get worse and worse and worse till the colony's dead. Is there anyone here with any melee? You actually have melee interest. Okay. We will have you grab that. And then when Luxray gets up from theirs, we'll have them grab the bolt action. And like I said, we're gonna run down there and try to see if we can't hold it down. Dark Vision's on JD. If we ever get a moment when everyone's not breaking down at the same time. That way they can try and haul the corpses out of here. Yep, so just waiting on the catatonic break. Because I do want to give ourselves the best shot we can. I want to... Oh, wait, never mind. It was the flare pack was out of stuff anyways. Yeah, so we'll strip that off Leafy Pew. I mean, it still has 2 charges. That's not nothing. Alright. Luxray, need you to get up, buddy. As soon as you're back up, we're gonna go for it. And like I said, it'll be a do or die thing. That way you can at least go out in a blaze of glory. You get chilly in here, or do you feel a draft? Yeah, it really just sinks all the way down to the bone. That cold just really cuts deep. Come on, Luxray. Oh, and we also officially do not have any of our original colonists. These are all new people. Leafy Pew is the last one standing. That was an original colonist of the colony. And thank you so much for that hype train. I really do appreciate it. Get your little hype chests and all that. But it was a level 2 hype train at 26%. With a total of 3 gifty subs and 200 biddies. So I do really appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that support. Couldn't continue doing this if it wasn't for support like that. Get out of bed. Because catatonic usually doesn't last super long. Okay. So I need you to quickly get your mood sorted out enough that you're not going to immediately melt down. As soon as that's done, grab your weapon. Cool, some sheep wool. Alright, and with that, enter the pit gate, grab everyone, items, grab some food to bring with you, get in there. Yeah, you're right about to heal anyways. Watch Luxray jump in first by themselves and be immediately attacked and killed. Oh, hide. Wait for your guardians. Get back. So you tend to that. Thanks, I hate it. Okay, come on. Okay, so we managed to walk in the door. And you're still bleeding, so you keep working on that. You so far successfully walked in the door, immediately got assaulted, and are now dealing with all that. So I'm trying to do is somewhere down here will be a boss. They're trying to hunt for it. I fully expect us to wipe on it, but we're gonna try. Oh, 1 second, my audio went all robot-y for me. There we go. An Archotech Eye. Go pick that up real quick. Get back to tending. I remember the one we did the other day where I ran up, I fired the very first shot and just like popped wall and instantly had the boss right there. I was like, oh, hang on, I'm not ready for it to be that fast. Okay, so continue clearing. Transport pod on Kevin. I'm just not dealing with that right now. By the time I can do anything with it, it won't matter anyways. Yep, take that immediately. Okay. Don't run for the others. Alright, so we're just running around trying to clear anywhere we see a bunch of the flesh. Alright. Okay. Eat. Eat. Squirming sounds. Okay, so it's down here. Let's quickly have you two eat. Just so you don't get into a whole thing while you're here. We do have a bottleneck point here we can potentially use. Now, the big problem we have is we don't have jack for melee able to hold this. Go back one more. All right, here we go. Okay, first person's down. Psychically immune, that doesn't surprise me. I keep thinking it's split, and it hasn't yet. You're probably not getting back up before this is done. Okay, next person's down. Luxray's down. Scorched Earth, everything must go. Someone's still shooting the wall? No, it's shots missing. And with that, we lit a bunch on fire. I'm hoping we'll have the salty we win anyways by nature of lighting everything on fire and having a giant bonfire in here hurt everything. Because we did manage to do that with the incinerator on a previous run. We just lit a ton of fire and then got out, and it didn't kill everything, but it massively hurt a bunch of them. Yeah, even if they get back up, they're done. Okay, so you survived your fire. JD obviously isn't going to make it. They're actively on fire, and no one's there to put them out. Yep, and you're gonna bleed out, you're gonna bleed out. Technically, you can get back up, but you're just gonna get downed almost immediately. Surprised that area is not heating up any. Oh, because you're standing in the door, it was getting the superheated air. Which that was deliberate at the end with my last two charges when we were surrounded, flamethrowing down, flamethrowing up, knowing I was hitting my own people, because that was a wipe regardless. The question was, could I make it a mutually assured destruction, or would I be the only one to go? Oh yeah, no, Burning Sun, though, we did actually manage to pull that off previously. Where I was able to do that, where we had the incinerator on Cookie. I was gonna try and have you defend yourself. It could be it's just such a big space that just takes so much to get it heated up. Medical emergency on you. But figured, let's have the colony properly wiped versus just quitting on it. Because the way I look at it is, regardless, I had to finish this event or this event would kill us, that the only other way we'd survive is abandoning the tile. Why'd you get a fire warning? Probably lightning up above. I figured that was gonna be the case. Because your weapon got destroyed in the fire in here. Oh, it's, yeah, it's probably like lightning struck up here. Okay, and you're dead. I don't think you're getting back up. Solar flare? Well, no, it would be the fire symbol. The solar flare just interrupts power. That said, this colony came back from the brink already. We're obviously not doing that again here. This is a full wipe. But yeah. But no, we could have abandoned the tile. I just don't want to do it. Oh, we did win. It managed to catch itself back on fire. And it broke down to the smaller one. So... technical success. Even if this person doesn't get back. That was the reason I did the flamethrower back and forth. I thought we had failed at it, though. I think it literally walked back into fire, which is what got it hurt. Okay, it's hearing weird screeching noises. But, unfortunately, it is game over. That we have died. And kicked died to being buried alive, not bleeding out. This is true. So let's go ahead and do a poll. So, what are we doing now, since we are dead? I'm gonna put Farming Simulator 25 on there, since that's definitely been requested a bunch. I'll put Factorio on there. We can put Big Ambitions on there. We can put The Long Dark on there. And let me quickly see if there's something else in the poll we have in the Discord that stood out. Probably not the Recycling Center right now. That was the one that was like kind of low vote. I'll put RimWorld back on there, which I feel like it's gonna just win again. But we'll see. Auction not included? No, I already made the statement with auction not included. I did some research on the DLC. To say it has not been particularly well received is understanding it. Not that it's like, oh, this is terrible, so much as it was kind of a big nothing burger from what a lot of people were saying, that it adds stuff, and then a lot of people I read, they're like, oh yeah, it was fun to mess with for a little while. And then I went ahead and just killed all the people with the biotech stuff. We did Card Shop Simulator. I had a good time with that. But yeah, so if you don't see the poll, you're going to want to pull up on your browser, refresh it, all that kind of good stuff, and weigh in on what you'd like to see next. So we could do more RimWorld. We could do The Long Dark, which is a survival game. It's actually one of the games I say does the best on the survival thing. We've got Big Ambitions, which is like a entrepreneur tycoon, like serial entrepreneur, like tycoon type game, where you like open a store, like you open a business and you open a business, you keep building up your empire. Factorio is a factory automation game, and then Farming Simulator 25 is a farming simulation game. Right now, it seems like the split is between RimWorld and Farming Simulator 25. We'll let that go. What I'm going to do is, while that poll is going on, I'm going to go ahead and put up my away screen and all that since we're on ad break anyways, and I'm going to eat my dinner because I'm hungry and it smells good and I want to eat it. So I'm going to do that real fast. While that's going on, I'll be back in just a minute or so, and we'll figure out what we're doing. %. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like... I was like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. We're gonna take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right, I have a potato harvest all. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully. All right, you know what? It's fine with me. All right. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Alright, and it does look like RimWorld did win, just by a little bit though. Farm Sim almost took it. But, so I'll probably do that. My plan for tomorrow's stream is to not do RimWorld though, we'll do something else. Just the people who are starting to get like, alright, you've been playing a lot of RimWorld, which does happen. But yeah. The big question from here is, do we keep moving forward with the same run we've been doing, or do we mix it up? That is a real question from here. Let me go. I know we just did a pull. I'll do a shorter pull, and I did already finish my food. It was good. We'll do a shorter pull. I really wish the pull didn't cover my chat, so I could actually see anything whatsoever. So what are we doing run-wise? We can sit here and we can have all endings. We could keep that on the list, just if people want to do that. We can do the pollution challenge again, which is where we max out the pollution and do that, where I'm not allowed to ship it off the tile, and I cannot choose a group who is immune or otherwise benefits from the pollution. So basically, you live in a wasteland. Let's see. What other ones could we do? I wish I could actually see anything whatsoever. It's just one of those things, the moment I put the poll on the screen, I can't see crap when that happens. Because it just covers up all of chat. So let's see. What other stuff could we mess with? We can mess with a naked brutality run and just try and go for a win. Let's see. I don't want to do Sanguiphage because it's obnoxious if you don't have mods. Because you have to, like, start hacking people's limbs off and all that. Rich Explorer, I'm not too worried about. Any mods you want to run? Nah. Hospitality I don't feel like doing. I cleaned out a bunch of mods recently. So let's see thematically what we might want to do. So, I don't want to do Neanderthal because of all that. So, we could do one where we lean really hard into the... Well, I mean, we could do that regardless. Basically, I'm trying to decide on what we can do. Let's actually... Can I get to the ideology part without going too far? I forget how far buried you are in here. I don't want to go that far. Let's try to see if we can get ideology real fast to decide on maybe an ideology-based playthrough. Because Prolicizer is a pretty neutral one. Replace all limbs. I mean, we'll replace all limbs eventually. Because I know there's High Life. I find High Life very obnoxious for any long runs because your people just... You lose so much productivity. There's Transhumanist, which, that's fine. That's a lot of that's rushing tech. I don't enjoy the Raider stuff because that means caravanning, and caravanning is the one mechanic more than anything else I wish they would rework. Like, not their previous rework, proper rework. There's Rancher, which is an interesting one. We've done that once before, and that gets to be a little bit tricky to manage. Human Primacy, Individualist, and Collectivist are all pretty neutral ones. We've been doing Tunneler, so I figure probably a no on the Tunneler. Let's see, could try a cold potato run, a solo hot potato. A solo hot potato.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for subscribing for 13 months.
And thank you, Soul Adams, for the tier 1
You're
sub.
not awake at an ungodly hour. You are.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for the tier 1 sub. That's 13 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing. Let's see, do some Ice Sheet attempts. Like Naked Brutality Ice Sheet. We can put like Ice Sheet nonsense. It's been a while since I've done Ice Sheet. I kind of got turned off to Ice Sheet after they nerfed it. Like, it used to be harder. Like, the objectives and restrictions of Hot Potato, but don't pass along. Any weird lamb forms to try? So... yeah. So we could do a Skelly, which is a peninsula that's got like a rocky spot on it. We could do the Atoll, which is almost nothing but sand. We could do Archipelago, which is almost nothing but sand. We've got Swamp Hill, where it's, you know, a little chunk of rock surrounded by swamp. There's a bunch of other ones, but a lot of the other ones are, like, what we've been doing. Because I'm going to try to avoid, like, Rift, Crater, and those ones for this one, since we've done a bunch of mining type colonies. I'm thinking... Swamp Hill? I can add Swamp Hill. Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm gonna only make that only a 3-minute poll as opposed to 5, just to get ourselves going. So we do got the poll going there. So if you don't see the poll, refresh your browser, and all that. I actually find desert not that interesting. Extreme desert is brutally hard. In a lot of ways, I find extreme desert much harder than ice sheet. But the different ones we have is the all endings is what we've been doing. We try and do all endings. The pollution challenge is we set the map to 100% pollution and we choose a tile as close to 100% as we can. Usually as long as we get like 98%, it doesn't matter. I may not choose pawns that are immune to pollution or anything like that, nor may I ever like recruit them or anything like that. I may not bag it up and just walk it off the map or drop pot it off the map. I have to deal with it on tile, and there are ways to do that. And so that's that one. Naked Brutality, pretty straightforward. You choose the Naked Brutality start. So it's 1 pawn, no anything, and you build up from there. Ice Sheet Nonsense is we basically do an Ice Sheet map. It'll probably be something like Naked Brutality on the Ice Sheet map, just because, like, if I do a tribal start on Ice Sheet, it just means half the tribals end up being cannibalized. I usually don't do it, because it kind of forces you to do cannibalism. Like, just by the play mode. I will not be choosing someone okay with cannibalism, so expect it to probably die to the person having mood breaks. Because I just don't enjoy that gameplay. We have Swamp Hill, which is again where you have like a little bit of rock in an area that's like endless swamp. So it's looking like the pollution challenge might win. But yeah, now generally if you're looking at me doing like a full-on cannibalism run, we'll probably end up having to do a little bit in Ice Sheet. But the moment I can do anything without it. Because my big thing is Ice Sheet used to be harder. Very genuinely, Ice Sheet used to be harder. You had no chance for any growing temperatures ever on the tile. You did have, like, the raids were more mechs and manhunter packs and less actual people because it'd be so cold that other things couldn't show up, and you get, like, next to no caravans because they would leave immediately because it's too cold. And then they nerfed it so you got more variety of play, but it made Ice Sheet easier, like a lot easier than it used to be. Now, granted, you get the other raids now, which is a thing that is an additional difficulty that wasn't there before. Yeah, we're having some back and forth between Ice Sheet Nonsense and Pollution Challenge. It keeps popping back and forth. Like, I've done Ice Sheet. I've gotten wins with it before. It's been a long time since I've done that. Okay, and the Ice Sheet is pulling ahead unless we get a last-minute pollution challenge, and it looks like Ice Sheet has won. Pollution Ice Sheet. Oh no, we don't stack challenges, because the moment you start stacking challenges, you can crank the temp down. Though it doesn't. I don't believe that will set it back to the way it used to be. But you can build around Steam. Oh yeah, and there's lots of things. But yeah, no, we won't do, like, pollution plus Ice Sheet. Alright. So let's go down here real fast, and starting a brand new Ice Sheet run. Let's see if we can survive. Because I haven't done this in forever, so I expect to be super rusty about all of it. And just checking one thing real fast. Come on. Refresh. Okay. So with that said, new colony. So with this, we are going to probably go with, where are you? Naked Brutality. Basically, you start with one person and nothing else. That's what that is. Not a whole lot to it. You start with one person, nothing else, no clothes. We pop in here, strive to survive commitment mode. Do that, generate the world. Let's see, to get the old temperatures, you need to permanently triple cold snaps. That gives you an idea of just how different the temperature was. So you're saying even if I were to go like that, it would still not be the old temperature? That's fine. I think that's more your temperature distribution. So it'll still get to the same maximum cold or maximum hot. It's just more of the world to be desert or more of the world to be ice sheet. Depending on which... Oh yeah, we still have like all the other biomes. We're gonna choose ice sheet though. And I believe the hard one's like... Let's see. You min the cold slider and 3 cold snaps at the pole. That just gives you an idea of how extreme that they nerfed the temperatures. The fact that you have to like stack levels of cold snap on it. And that's when I did it. I haven't done it much since they adjusted stuff. Okay, so we're going up to ice sheet. So for those who don't know, you've got 2 types of tile. You got ice sheet and you got sea ice. Sea ice is dang near impossible on the start unless you are willing to caravan off tile. Whereas ice sheet is very doable by comparison. Oh, that's what is this? Is this a... Is that just like a normal map we just saw? Or is that geological? Yeah, that's Ice Oasis. We won't do that because that's not what people are looking for. Yeah, these days, ice sheet and sea ice. Self-dying. It makes it so your characters will dye their clothes their favorite color. Yeah, so I'm going to kind of look for one that we have stone kind of center map without being one of the landforms. Just because I just don't want to deal. You know, that's fine. I was going to try to random ice sheet. I actually think it'll avoid ice sheet for random. That's fine. We'll just go back up here. That one. Good. Because I was like, I'm being too picky. Okay, so we've got that. Alright, so custom ideology, ideological. The only way we're realistically getting a thing is to go this way. Technically, one thing you can actually do to give yourself a little bit of advantage, I believe one of these, I think it was nature primacy. Why is my audio? This is the second time this stream my audio is jacked up on my side. It's easy to fix, I just reset my software. But for this one, we're just gonna go with Prolicizer just to make it so we can get a second person relatively easy. It's already set to frequent. We're going to remove these. And these are fine. What do these give me? So I'm not gonna change them, but goodwill with the nearest faction. Sci focus. Okay. So I don't get freebie colonists out of it. Alright. So what we need, we're not gonna be able to do, like, they're gonna need to be able to do basically everything on some level. Quick Sleeper is actually really good for ice sheet, but a total lack of cooking will get us in trouble. We're not taking someone who can't violent. I'm looking for someone who's not horrific and has a little bit of shooting and a little bit of cooking. Well, I also need construction. Basically, very neurotic is really nice. I just want to make sure I have at least a little bit of cooking, just to not get food poisoning a whole lot. Some of these ones with, like, neurotic and all that. Stop giving me pacifists. I mean, that's got cooking and iron-willed, which is good, but, like, a complete and utter lack of any combat. Why are there so many pacifists? Not gonna do cannibal, I already said I wouldn't do that. Okay. They were very old. Fast learner. I might be willing to do this. No, so the problem is I need research. Fast walker, super immune. I need to be capable, not good at research. I need to be capable of research. Because if I'm not capable of research... Okay, that'll actually work. Misandrist isn't great. Slow learner isn't great. Okay, something you've done to recreate the old temperature is setting a reoccurring cold snap every 1.5 days, and the result will have 2 or 3 active cold snap pretty much all the time. I'm being picky about my pawn, and I really shouldn't be. Steadfast. So I'm dealing with the thing is I can't take a pacifist. I like to not start with injuries. And very genuinely, cooking and a little bit of gun skill is extremely important. Because you can just random and make it work. I just don't want to deal with kind jogger. You know what? That's perfect. Kind jogger, really high shooting. They do have a scar, but that's fine. The animals is going to be utterly useless for us. But really high shooting. The cooking isn't high. I'm going to go with it. That's acceptable. Alright, so with that, we look at our pawn. First of all, we're going to set you to this, and we're going to go to change defaults down to there. Alright, so we've got a kind jogger who's got all this stuff. For this one, we are just going to have them recreate when they can. For the moment, we could just leave everything available. You're going to doctor yourself as the highest priority. A handle is a low priority. Cooking is high. Construction is high. Those aren't gonna happen anytime soon, so we're not gonna sweat it. Those are gonna happen anytime soon, we're not gonna sweat it. Alright, so the thing to establish is first, where are the thermal vents? And what can I do to get those going as fast as possible? So we've got a thermal vent over there, we've got one down here. We got one way over here. So we might actually be pretty unlucky on those positions. Yeah, they're all out to the extremities, which is a real problem, because we're going to crash land right in the middle. We'll have no materials. The issue I have is I need to be able to pull down some wall fast enough to slap the tiniest little room over here. I think this is our best one for going for it. No, actually, that's probably the best one going for it. There's a bunch right next to it. We're going to go orders. We are going to deconstruct this as fast as we can. And I need to put a box around that steam geyser. Because we are on a timer that we will start picking up hypothermia really quickly. I kind of want to manually go in here. I kind of want to go in here and manually put us on the old settings. This will actually be pretty bad. Okay, so go here, orders, structure, do this, slate wall. Botched construction on the first one. So we need to make the minimum there. So we're on a time limit before the hypothermia gets us. And this is one of the reasons why you normally need relatively high construction, which we went without on this one. Because you can just not disassemble and assemble it fast enough to prevent serious injury from hypothermia. Come on, pick up the space. I don't think we're gonna make it on this one. Because the other thing you do is you start mining into a wall and close it up, but that's usually not enough to keep yourself from being hypothermic with no clothes. been a long time since I've done this. Because the first thing is to get it so you can actually, like, duck in here just to not freeze to death. That's step 1. Step 2 is you gotta go hunt something nearby. And a lot of times that's often early on just... No, don't go to sleep. That'll become the forever sleep. Yes, I think I have a scuff star right at the beginning. Yeah, I needed... Yep, you're dead. Okay. I need to have higher construction. Set their schedule? Yeah, no, I can adjust their schedule. Yeah, now when I just didn't have high enough construction that they couldn't take the stuff apart, and the moment the hypothermia set in. Or more than one person? The problem with more than one person is you just starve to death. You will end up having to eat all the other people. This is actually generally the reason I don't do these runs, is you do have to resort to cannibalism early game. Because you'll kill all the animals on the map, and then you're down to you have to kill, you have to kill and eat other people. But it's one of the reasons I actually don't do it anymore. And we're just gonna go with the first one we find, create fluid, do this, we're not gonna drag this out. You get enough roaming packs to feed yourself these days? That would be nice. Like I said, I haven't really done it since they nerfed it. Which gives you an idea how long it's been, because they nerfed it... It was like before biotech. You're gonna die of old age. Quick sleeper, night owl, misogynist, but cannot do construction. So we're gonna look for one. Psychite addiction, you're just gonna pass out. Bad back is gonna make any of that good stuff there. Greedy, fast walker, animals... A hard worker, masochist. That's actually a very doable character. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, no, you definitely have to go out and deal with them. Alright, so same deal. You got a vent down there with some stone nearby it. Steel should get torn down faster than sandstone, so I think that's the one we're going for. So queue up this schedule. Right now, anything the whole time. You won't handle animals, I don't care. Construction. We can worry about the rest if we get that far. Alright. So get over here as fast as you can. And I can't just close this up for people who are like, oh, just do that. Yeah, that's what I needed to do, is I needed to go straight for the steel. The stone's just too slow. The real downside, though, is we're using the steel, and there will not be much steel on the map. Alright, we're almost there at minor hypothermia. But all I've got left is the door. Yeah, so that's a combination of the fact that we've got ourselves higher construction skill. And the fact that we went after the steel first. Don't worry about the columns. The columns are slate. Go faster. I know, we're up to Sirius. We're almost there. I just gotta get that door. Okay. Meanwhile, get in there. Geyser. Okay. So we need to open the door so we don't just cook in here. It's gonna have to be bigger. And thank you, Smiffles, for the T1 sub. I do appreciate it. Maybe remove one tile of the roof? Maybe. That might end up being what we have to do. And we have to figure out the balance. These are things I used to know that I haven't done forever.
Did you win the anomaly run?
Oh, no, we didn't. Nope, removing a single tile of roof causes it to not work at all. Okay, so you're down to shivering. Alright, so we are going to have to go make a crafting spot real fast. Can't remember. You can only make that out of wood. So we are going to have to make a club out of steel. And then the moment we get a chance, make tribal wear and a veil. So that way we have a weapon. We could also go for traps instead. Let's do that. Let's get rid of that. Pop in here real fast. And go up here. We will need to have security, trap, steel trap. Plunk it up there. Okay, first food. Run in here, tend to ourselves. A one-person ice sheet? Yeah. Naked Brutality ice sheet's a classic. Okay, we can go to production, butcher spot. Butcher creature, do forever. We will also want to put a little bit of a roof over here. And the reason we're putting a little bit of a roof over there is that way we don't have as much from the unroofed. It won't go as bad as fast. And it's cold enough outside that it will just stay frozen. Okay, so it seems to be keeping a little bit of an equilibrium on temperature, where it rushes up to 100 and then it drops back down. That's convenient. So real problem here is these two animals here are very dangerous. I do think we are going to need to make that trap, both for the raids and for this. So you're fully healed. Get the trap made before the first raid shows up. Alright, go back in here again. We'll need to close that door for a minute. I left it too long. This room needs to be bigger so it doesn't heat up quite as fast. We're just speedrunning our medical. We actually shouldn't, like, do a bunch of stuff for medical because it's gonna go bad real fast. Alright, so with that, I need more food. So there's our next target. Oh, she dazed, so we wiped. Yep, with a daze, she's just gonna die of hypothermia. Because you can't make a bow unless you get wood, and there's no wood on the map. So you have to go melee earlier. I was trying to get away with hopefully being lucky enough to have the raid come in and catch my trap real fast. You can see it lasting long at all. Yeah. We actually had relatively decent skill. It's just the fact that we had a break right there. That's actually pretty bad luck for an early break. Alright. I think we'll do one more of this. Then I might just do like a different one. Versus the ice sheet stuff. Because to me, this, like, reloading, and hoping that, you know, you get some decent RNG and all that, that's not my favorite. Like, it's really fun when you get one off the ground, but it's like the T's false start. Yeah, well, maybe the pollution. That's what I was figuring I was going to do. I might actually switch over to the pollution right now and just be like, ah, screw it. Because I just know it's going to be a cannibalism run, and because I refuse to do characters who like cannibalism. That's the whole thing. Maybe check for urns for loot. Urns don't usually have loot in them? Unless something's changed in the game, urns don't actually have an inventory of their own. They're just an urn. I'll do the one more attempt of this. And then we're gonna go and do the pollution challenge. That's not the... Oh, that's the wrong one. Prowl size. It's required. Where are you? There you are. I was like, it's required. That's the whole thing. And there's lots of stuff you could do to give yourself a much better chance of winning. Or not winning, just a much better start. Okay. Jogger, Trigger Happy, Night Owl with no combat ability whatsoever. But Jogger does help a lot. The low construction is a bit of a problem. But if we can manage to get to the point of being able to shoot, Jogger is really strong by the fact of being able to just run faster. And then Trigger Happy would also let us snap shoot. This is probably not a great character. It's one of those ones that the start might not be doable, but if you can get the run going, becomes a very strong character very quickly. Okay, so let's see here. So we've got our vents. Are you steel? So you are steel up here. There is a vent down there. I'm gonna try and push my luck in this one and try and just get ourselves a little bit of a bigger room, so it's not quite as extreme. This usually doesn't matter that much until you get later on. If you don't survive the beginning, the rest is pretty irrelevant. There's no steel doors here. The first thing is actually disallow that for a minute and disallow this for a minute. Because I want you to just run down the line and disassemble those. Don't do the sculptures. Don't do these. Don't do the ancient lockers yet. Don't do the ancient beds yet. Don't do the tables. Don't do comms. Don't do the sarcophagus. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm trying to get them to go steel, because they do the steel breaks apart quickly. We'll have them run along the line. Yeah, no, we still want to make it... Oh, I shouldn't do the... Well, I mean, the iron gave us a decent amount. Alright, so let's allow these now. And see if you grabbed enough to make that happen. We're already up to serious. I think you overstayed it. Oh, right, we're much lower construction on this one. And we botched 2 constructions already. We're getting our frostbite, yeah, so we're probably dead. I made the room bigger. Oh, don't tend to yourself. Don't do that right now. Save yourself from the cold, then tend to yourself. Is it impossible? It is. I'm being stubborn about stuff. There's ways you can make your colonists... yeah, that's fine. I just don't feel like dealing with it. Like, the things I need to do, keep the box smaller, and you gotta be picky. You've got to have a pawn that's got decent construction. Like, that's the big thing, is you can't get away with a low construction pawn. Not unless you're doing something like you're taking a, like another way I could go around it is I could take a, different xenotype that gives us a higher resistance to cold. There is one of the ideologies, I want to say it's the nature primacy, that gives you resistance to cold. But yeah, no, I used to do that. It's just been a very long time. I used to do that Naked Brutality in the old one where it's even colder. And we did that. Alright, so we're going to go on to the pollution challenge. It was fun messing around with some ice sheet. I am mixing up a little bit. Normally I do a tribal start for the pollution challenge. I'm kind of going, let's do a Naked Brutality. That's still kind of combining 2 of the other ones. And if we die in this right away, I'll just go to a normal tribal start. Tribal's usually my favorite start anyways. Oh, and we will go here and change you to say pollution challenge starts now. So that way we're actually properly advertising what we're doing. I believe, yeah, we have fulfilled all the obligations for the sponsorship. Let me turn off the bot. Which, for the record, like, even though I'm not going to be, like, flagging the sponsored stuff on here anymore, so far as the factor stuff, you can still sign up using the link below. It does actually help a lot if you do. Like, they do give a kickback, and it is a fairly generous one. I think we still have the pollution command with the challenge details. And let's hide the thing on the screen. Okay. Let me see. Pollution. Let's check our bot real fast. I don't think I got rid of that command. I might have. I did get rid of the command. Okay, well, I guess I just don't have that command anymore. Never mind. 100% pollution. And we're not allowed to like it or ship it out. Good enough. People figured it out from there. Yeah, no, I got rid of the command at some point. Okay, so if we look at the map, The map has lots of pollution on it. What we are looking for is we are looking for a tile that if you look over here, it says 100% extreme pollution. That's literally almost a perfect map for us. But yeah, so we're looking for ones like this. Now, you'll probably look at that and go, wait a second. If it's literally 100% pollution, how on earth do you say we're not doing the Oasis set? Any of the tiles here that have, like, special stuff, we're not doing it. And you're like, but how do you survive with 100% pollution? That's probably a decent map right there. Oh, that lone mountain would be super easy breezy. So what I am looking for, and I'm not going to be super picky. Oh, what is our growth period? We're going to have... Oh, that's too cold. This is one of those ones that you can't just go, I'm going to do the most extreme thing ever. You're not quite high enough. But basically, we're looking for something in the area of, like, temperate forest. And you want it near 100%. But I am looking for one with a year-round grow season, just because we're going to have so little grow space to begin with. Throwing in the extra layer of roughness of having a short grow season. I've done it before. It is a rough time. We're at 90 there. And I am deliberately avoiding any type of, like, mountain tile. 97, 98. This is looking like... So 98's high enough. Ah, here we go. This is perfect. 100% pollution down there, extreme. Year-round grow season. I don't really care about anything else here. Oh, that's tropical rainforest? Ah, boo. Because we'll just die of disease on this challenge doing that. It's already bad enough without disease as an extra factor. 94%, 100%. Okay, we got another candidate. Temperate forest, 100%. How far am I from being at year-round? Can we sneak up here and find it? No. That's nowhere near enough. That's even shorter grow season. Gotta go up higher. It'd probably be easier if I turned off the other biomes mod. Yeah, so that's all that garbage. So we got a little bit of jungle up here. Okay, so we're back to year-round. Arid shrubland would be doable, kind of annoying. That's looking pretty good. 50, 60. Okay, so that's going colder that direction. Only 64%. 83%. Roads are fine. 87%. 91%. 98%. That's... It's like hilly though. That's a maybe there. Let's temperate swamp. I can live with temperate swamp. That's all jungle again, looking for another patch of pollution. 100% year-round, temperate forest. Oh, it's a cliffside. 91% year-round, 95. $92. It doesn't need to be a full 100, but we want it right around like 96 or higher, because if it's below that, you just get too much. 96, that's promising. It takes us a minute to find a map on this one, by the way. That is normal. That is one reason I probably should, if I have to, like, refresh to find a good tile, we'll just go tribal to begin with. Since that's what I usually like to do anyways, and I don't want to have... We'll probably just have false starts. I probably should just go tribal now. Okay. Nah. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and back up real fast. I'm just going to go with the basic tribe, which means we start with no research. Still strive to survive commitment mode, do this, 100% pollution. Randomize the seed, 100% map, so you have the most chance of getting a good tile. But yeah, it is one of those things that, with this challenge, you could go for a shorter grow season. It'd be very, very difficult, and the challenge is already, honestly, a slow burn that's very difficult. The big thing we'll run in this is we'll be very constrained in our space, because running out in the pollution causes toxic buildup, which will cause all sorts of long-term health problems. So it is just one of those things that you do have to, like, try and take advantage and get a lot of stuff. We'll be boxed into a tiny little space for a while. And it becomes a challenge. The way you handle pollution in this one is these trees called a Pollux tree. If you start a map that's got like 80+% pollution, you can have up to 3 Pollux trees on your map to begin with. We're doomed if we join, and still if we don't. Honestly, usually I can get these runs off the ground pretty easily. Basically, it's like Ice Sheet Challenge, but with less frozen and more poison. I mean, you can still get food easier on this one, so I wouldn't... It does have the limited space like Ice Sheet, that I would agree. Okay, so that's Tropical Rainforest. We're aiming for either something like Temperate Forest. If I get into a pinch, I can do Tropical Rainforest. I really don't want to with this challenge, because Tropical Rainforest introduces its own headaches. 97%. Almost year-round. Yeah, we keep going down there. No, that's fine. 85%, that's not high enough. That's getting to too short of a grow season. I need more pollution. I do wish there was a more 100%. So 99% year-round temperate forest. It's perfect. And we don't have a little island I have to worry about. Yep, so that's perfect. That's the one we're doing. 99%, that's near max. We've got a year-round grow season. I don't really care about the stone and everything. It's not a special tile, so we move on with that. This tile near... Let's see. The tile near the... This tile is near polluted tiles, so there will be acidic smog every 19 days. The acidic smog slows plant growth and deteriorates exposed items, and makes people unhappy. Yeah, it sounds fine. Sorry about the multiplying... Oh, no, that's fine. It's a hard one, and I'm not willing to cheese, which means I just gotta live with it. We're gonna do the Prolicizer again, just because... For me, I like the Prolicizer start just to deal with that. It's a nice neutral one, and I can decide which way to go with it. And we can leave all the rest of that alone. Okay. So with this, I could be a little bit more reasonable. I'm going to try and first get everyone to not have... Those are fine. First, I'm going to try and get a bunch of people who don't have a bunch of scars on them. Cool. Alright, so I need a doctor, and I need a plants person. Plants is going to be very important for this one. So of our people on the list, the Fast Walker, Gourmand, Misandrous can go fly a kite. So we need cooking, plants, medical. We don't need all of it. I don't want to deal with cannibal. I mean, maybe. Those are all really good pawns. What I'm looking for... Okay, I mean, I prefer... No, they're gonna be so angry all the time from all those scars. I'm being picky about this because I don't want to do a bunch of restarts and have to hunt for the tile again. Nimble, okay, hang on. That's actually a pretty juiced pawn. Nimble Night Owl, who is very neurotic. That is a pawn that is a monster. Okay. So let's check what we got here. So we've got someone here. You're just kind of a combat pawn. You don't have a whole lot. So you're going to be my dedicated hauling kind of person. You are probably going to be our crafter researcher. You're going to be our construction mining person. We have 2 construction mining people. That's probably okay, because you can be the crafter, you can be construction mining. And we've got a plant cook. It's not good to have the plant and the cook as the same person, but I think for what we've got, I'm going to just live without a lot of doctor and all that. Would be nice the caravan system was different. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Alright, so we've got this going. So I'll show you what we start with, and some of these are way more cursed than others. I've had some of these where I feel like it just gives me a breezy start, and I've had other ones that are awful. Now you might look at this map and be like, okay, that's actually really bad. So we have the area where normally you get a chunk of rock that I can live in, except that's the ancient danger. Alright, well that's fine. We get to live around the borders of an ancient danger. Okay. Extra constrained space to live. But this doesn't look that bad, and I click on this button. That red is bad. We don't want to be in the red. We can go into it a little bit, but if we stand in the red for any real length of time, we'll start getting sick and all that, and it's a bad time. So, pop it real quick and hope for the best. I honestly am probably going to pop at the first caravan that comes by. So let's start this up by getting everything assigned. So, boom. Don't eat corpses. Okay, so we've got that fixed. We can go here. We have anyone who stand out, like, going to be melee? No. Dog has the most passion for melee, but you're a tough one, but you suck at melee. So Dog is going to be our melee pawn, because they're already, like, predispositioned to doing it. There's the Equa. Who is going to be the second one to help out with melee? Probably you for right now. So I'll have you grab the knife. Do we have anyone who's amazing shot? Nope. All of our people are equally pretty terrible at shooting. So grab all that. Orders. Allow everything. We can go to our schedule. Add a little recreation for everybody. Work. Flag everything everyone has a passion for. Unflag stuff that they don't is usually how I start this. And we don't actually have a actual doctor, but we'll take everyone who isn't our melee pawn. And they'll start out as our doctors. And I know I could have it unpaused and get people started, but it's fine. The good news is we actually have someone who could social. I'm actually pretty terrible about that. Amusingly enough, the only one who's got a passion for hunting is the one person who can't. Alright, so looking at it, researcher. You can do the art, that's fine. So you'll be our construction person, you'll be our crafting person. You will also haul and do all that. You are our growing person. And take the stuff I'm not having them do and deprioritize those. Actually, leave that up there. Oh, you won't do it either. Deprioritize those for now. Yep, okay. So that should be a good setup. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is I'm going to need to figure out where we're living. I'm going to go ahead and just drill straight on in here and figure out what the heck we even have for a space to deal with. We'll call that our main room. I know it's going to run into the wall of this. It's fine. I just won't be able to go in farther. Very genuinely, this ends up being like a maximize your space kind of thing. Because there won't be any pollution in here. I can't remember if the Ancient Danger gets pollution in it or not. But that's fine. The next thing I need to do is we're going to start over here. We're going to get a section, and we're going to set it for rice. And we'll let people out of there. But we need to get all those things up. Now, you will know I don't have any berries whatsoever on the map. That's going to be a problem. What's Rocket Man thing do? It's a performance one. I really don't need it. It's a mod I've had for a while, and I probably just need to get rid of it. But it deals with some performance stuff. Helps prevent things from, like, double loading and a whole lot of stuff like that. And it's gonna go mrrng soon. Yeah, so this is a run where we really have to maximize our space as best we can. Set you to corn. Yep, that's fine. Oh, don't do it that way. That's my bad. Set you to strawberries for right now. Show the pollution, and I will need to shrink the zone. Not include the polluted area. We will be growing fiber corn. That is the thing I will have to do in this run. Like, early on will be okay on wood, but very, very quickly we're going to have problems. Meanwhile, we're going to go and make our allowed zone 1. This is basically the zone that it's safe for our people to run into. So as they start to get any level of toxic buildup, we start restricting them. They will be getting toxic buildup. There is just no avoiding it. We will try to limit how much they get, because it is one of those things that the risk you get from having toxic buildup does increase based on the amount. So, like, if you're at 10% toxic buildup, that's way less awful than if you're at, like, 50%. If you ever hit 100%, you just fall over dead. And a lot of times you don't even get that high because you'll have other stuff impacting your health. Okay, so furniture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we want to do that early on as we can to try and keep them in here. I'm also going to go furniture. I'm going to, because I want to eat those animals, which means I need them to not get toxic buildup. I'm going to drop the zones there so they come back here. Do you need to add a command for that? Probably. No, we've actually brought up, like, it's been brought up once. It happens maybe once or twice a year. And then usually we do, like the early on I used to entertain by doing a comparison, but, like, the jawline's different. Like, the entire facial structure's different. About the only similarity is facial hair, white, glasses, brown hair. And it's pretty much... If they had 20% toxicity, they will get cancer down the line. I haven't had it ever be that bad. But it is one of those things that if they're over that, they do often have problems. Alright, so we're working on that. So we're gonna start because I also need to go down here for right now. Stockpile. Dumping stockpile. It's also always one of those things that when people go, you look like this, you look like that, you look like this. It's just a weird thing. Oh yeah, we should restrict the animals. Oh yeah, no, you're good. It's just always a weird thing. I know there's a lot of creators who don't take well to being, say, did you know you look like that kind of thing? It's just a weird thing. Oh, hey, and get that back on top. Let's see, that map thingy on the right. Is the map thingy on the top right? Oh, you mean the mini-map here? That's not. Man, I didn't offend or anything. Okay, so we are going to kill off the animals one by one. Right now, this is a race to try and get a bunch of this food up. We will try to hunt some of the animals on the map. It's weird because you just found out. Let's see, you are also a computer developer. I have no idea what Snowden's background is. Like, I know he did like a whole consulting thing that he got infamous for, but like, it's someone I've not had any interest or care in. Like, he did what he did. You can have your opinions on whether or not it's good, bad, or otherwise. This is gonna be a really rough one, because I'm gonna have very limited space. No problem, man. Oh, is it the ones on Project Zomboid? I have a lot of Reddit posts, so pretty active in like Project Zomboid. I'm pretty active in the Which storyteller is this? Oh, I do Cassandra. I always do Cassandra these days. Are you attached to the Ancient Danger? Basically. Because right now, if I can't build out here anywhere, so my choices are to build in that little bit of rock there, or to build on my little bit of growing area. And food is going to be a problem early game, so I want to spare every inch of my growing area as much as possible. Okay. Do you have tips for Arconexus? Is there something special about it? Not really. The only thing I would advise is don't Arconexus too early if it's your first time. Generally speaking, Arconexus benefits from taking the time to like juice up your pawn as much as possible before you Arconexus. So it can be a legitimate mistake to rush the money and then upgrade and then realize you don't really have people who are good for doing the Arconexus. Alright. Butcher creatures forever. So far we're doing relatively okay on the toxic buildup. Got a couple at initial, but that's fine. We're gonna get way worse than that. Oh, I see the post has got the notification. I usually don't notice that, just the name caught my eye. Alright, Pollux Tree Sprout. Oh, right, they don't start on the map, they appear on the map. Yeah, so this is the thing that makes it so we can even do this challenge. So if we look at this is the dumping stockpile. We're gonna have one tile here. It's going to be critical. We're going to clear it. And we're going to set it to toxic waste. And I'm also going to go up here, and this is not a home zone. So what will end up happening later on is, as that area gets cleaned up a little bit around that tree, we will start carrying bags of pollution under the tree to very slowly remove it, because the way the Pollux tree works is it absorbs pollution in that circle around it so long as you don't disrupt it. But it's very slow. So you see it says absorbing pollution once in 7 hours. Let's see, maybe make a tree tile home zone in case of fire. You are flammable. The only reason I don't like making this the home zone is because your people will clean the home zone. And I don't want my people running up into the pollution to sweep the dirt. There's a mod I used to always grab that will let you separate the fire put out, like the home zone from your clean zone as two separate zones. You're my researcher. We'll want to get you online as soon as we can, which we can actually do that now. So production, research bench. Change default to this, go here, assign, switch you to herbal. Alright, so Godu needs to be restricted. Yeah, so Godu is going to be on restriction. Because they've already got toxic buildup started. Because the more you do that, the more problems you're gonna have. Research. So let's try and get this figured out as early as we can. Let's go for the complex furniture first. Because you got 4 of your 5 kids in so far your Arco Nexus run. Just need to bionic them out first. Oh yeah. That's, like, if you Archotech or Biotech out your people, it just puts you in a much better place in the next colony. Like I said, that is the thing is, you can, I've actually, one of the Arco Nexus runs we won, we actually, I think it was like on our second reset, we almost wiped, but I did have enough already to trigger, I just wasn't, you know, ready in my run so far as wanting to. But it was like, oh, clearly we're dead. I managed to trigger it and board, like, you know, get people in the shuttle and launch off to do, like, the next part, like, the next reset or whatever. I thought that was pretty funny. Okay, meanwhile, animals. We are going to slaughter the donkey now for a little extra food. And you have nothing to do right now because everything is cleaned and everything is hauled and all that. We'll give you a low priority for mining to help out with that. I can't have been the donkey, right? Just that one little segment of meat? Oh no, donkey stuff. I was about to be like, wait a second. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you're gonna be the handler. I was sitting there for a moment being like, hang on. That's not how that works. Does he? Anyways, what recommended pre-biotech? Just make fancy pawns. Oh, well, so when I say bionic out, that's not biotech, that's vanilla. Like I'm talking like bionic limbs, Archotech limbs, that kind of stuff. Biotech is like where you blender your traits and all that. Yeah, no, I'm basically saying get your pawns into a relatively strong state before you do your reset. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't be like, I can reset and go. It is good to take the time to try and get them as good off as you can. Alright, so we should be able to have enough room in here relatively soon to get a stove going. And probably a butcher table, too. You're doing you said in RimWorld, you're taking them in order? Yeah, now the big thing isn't to do all of it at once. You can absolutely overwhelm yourself so fast. Go root. Please go back to sowing that field. It's so weird how sometimes they'll just prioritize cutting down the trees, even though they got stuff they can already plant. It's always one of those logics I've scratched my head with. Alright, meanwhile, we'll start naming our people. So we've got our person who... You're basically a combat pawn is your main responsibility here. You fight. So we'll go ahead and get that person named. That'll be PST4. And next up, we've got Wasp. Wasp here is our mining construction pawn. Actually, I think you're our crafter as your main responsibility. And that's going to be Kick. KJ. And then third up, we've got our Jogger Fast Learner, who is our crafter slash researcher. So that is Hilaria Star. And after that, we've got our Undergrounder, Trigger Happy, very neurotic construction person. And that's the very last Lardine. And finally, we've got our Night Owl, who's nimble and very neurotic, who's our cook and plants person. And that'll be Groot's Twig. I got a visitor who wants to trade. And that also reminds me, we do have a Night Owl, so let's see. Yes, you're only Night Owl, so you are 11 to 18. Is your sleep? Okay. Oh, and recreation before I forget. For right now, I'm just going to shove these outside. They'll need to go inside later. All right. So we're first trying to get this we're trying to get the first room carved out where we have, like, you know, a stove, where we have a butchering spot. Just trying to get that up. You are willing to trade. You are our best social person, so run over there and say hi. I will take your pemmican. And you can have my club. Because it's like the typical early colony thing where you kind of had to, like, bootstrap up your food, where you get, you know, you get your rice and you use that to get the longer growing ones going. That the rice is kind of good to get fast food, but it's really not good food for anything other than that right at the beginning food. All right. I'm happy to help. You join the colony, maybe? Yep. I hope your last kid gets at least one fire in crafting. You might have to wait for another kid. Yeah, do we have any, Okay, so you are married to someone not... Oh, we actually have a husband-wife couple in here. This will be something that'll almost certainly backfire on me right away. Alright, so is you. The reason I'm saying that'll backfire is that's probably going to give us kids, which can get us extremely powerful pawns, but considering food is going to be a crisis in this colony... You know, oh, let's also go to our assignments, manage food policy, lavish. Do not eat baby food. Let's see, which DLC has children? Biotech. Yeah, Biotech is the one that's got the children in it. Okay, we struck silver ore. So I struck money. And we're slowly getting the first room carved out. We gotta tell him to go ahead and just mine out all the silver ore. Okay, go production, field stove, drop that there. Furniture. Stool. Actually, what are you researching again? Don't worry about the stool. Okay, so bills, cook, forever if it is meat, since it expires faster. Cook. Do until you have 10 otherwise. And we won't worry about anything else for now. Alright, so you can go production, butcher's table. Mad Rat. So let's do this. You did actually hit it. Okay. Saved us injury. Alright. And are you all good? I've lost track of who is our ones. Food poisoning. Yeah, so Calaria Star still has some buildup, but it's low, so we'll unrestrict you. Bills, Butcher Creature, do it forever. So you go to this butcher spot, get rid of it. We also probably want to go here, and for right now, I'm going to put Torch to give us a little bit of light for the mood bonus and all that. And then from here, I'm going to make our next room right there. That'll probably end up being a rec room kind of thing. And then this will just have to be a barracks, and that's going to be the entire area. We could certainly make this more compressed, but I haven't done like the micro bases much. Okay. And go here. Now, one thing we'll want to do is we'll want to damage this wall. Not destroy it, just damage it. And then if we get a big trade caravan or something here, we pop a hole in the wall. And then that'll give me this big area to deal with. Meanwhile, you are slowly absorbing the pollution, which is what you do. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to pollution, zone, pollution removal zone. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take all of my existing already free of pollution area and put it there. That way if we do ever have any splash over, they clean it up. I think that might be considered in the pollution. I might have to fix that. Alright, so 25x35? Okay. So we do have to name our colony and our faction. I definitely feel like the colony we should be playing on the pollution side. Let's say getting that initial 40 units of 235 units is annoying. I'm missing something. Black Mound actually kind of works. Let's see. And we've had some pretty bad names like Ohio, which is pretty unfair. Like, don't get me wrong, Ohio's got stuff going on over there. It's also got some lovely areas, but, you know, memes. Oh god, I can't breathe. Smells like burning. And it'll be like choked by smog. Good enough. I want to sit on that and be there like the next 20 minutes trying to decide on the name. Because I have certainly done that plenty. We have a compact steel meteor came down. Cool. We can use that when we need more steel later. Major break risk on you because you are malnourished, because we did run out of food. So animals. The next two contestants are on the menu. Alright, so we got complex furniture down. So next one is let's get stone cutting. Actually, I changed my mind. What am I doing? Complex clothing is the single most important research in this run. And the reason for it is the face mask. The face mask is like everything in this run. Where is my cook? Yeah, so you want them to pile the bags right there. They'll rot. When they rot, there's a chance it triggers an instant infestation. Which is not great. And of course, Groots is our cook. Okay, so now's where things get a little bit spicy, because I've run out of food. We still got a ways left on our rice. That is not unusual for this. The early run, that is pretty typical. Okay, and you are going to be cotton. You're going to end up being... What else do we want to put in here? Plan for the fiber corn to be there. We can deal with more later. Yeah, so I see what they're doing. Change that then. Anything doing with the ancient danger, let's... It seems like they're trying to clean the pollution that is inside the ancient danger. So what we are going to need to do is we are going to need to get to hunting. That is going to be one of those things that's not going to go great for us. Let's see, we've got you. Okay, first raid is here. If we're lucky, they'll have some meals. They do not. They have drugs. They do have a flak vest. Are they gonna prep or just go straight for us? They're gonna prep. So I hate needing to pull this up early. That's what we're gonna need to do. So let's... Of course, Groots is our farmer as well. So the problem... Okay, one of the problems we're going to run into here is we will run into the problem that a lot of those ones out in the toxic buildup will instantly decay. And that'll do us no good. Alright, get over here. Your accuracy is so terrible. Nicely done. This does mean I apparently get to get myself some really early flak stuff. Because he had a flak jacket on him. Groot's buddy, I really need you to get up so I can actually get some semblance of food. I mean, if I have to have you do it, I have to have you do it. What's people's malnutrition up to? It's minor. Alright, so you're gonna have to be the one who takes over for just a moment. What? Why would you switch that? So I get to do this. They're doing that thing where they have the weird obsession about cutting down trees over anything else. And basically the way this works is we'll really struggle up until the exact moment that we, I get our first stuff. Please sow this field. The downside is you also probably notice we don't get a whole lot of decent animals to eat either. Alright, get all you can. I just need to try and drag this out for as long as we can. Okay, we've got a visitor. They don't have anything to trade, so we really don't care that much. We're still trying to clear this out. Once we clear out enough of this, and we can clear that spot too. Once we clear out enough of this, we can go ahead and give ourselves, like, a rec room and a barracks. And then we'll have our production room. That's all the room we're going to have available for a little while. We'll see what we can figure out from there. And then, like I said, I'm going to deliberately damage one of these walls pretty bad. That way, when we have, like, an actual trade caravan show up, we can, you know, pick away at the wall. Okay, and they're doing their best to try and get everything growing. And Kick is our crafter. We don't have much to craft yet. Yeah, we also have the waste rats. When you're desperate, you can eat those. They're pretty terrible. Let's move that up there. And shrink it from this side. It does need to be in the good zone. Alright. You would like 4 herbal medicine. I can actually accommodate that. Major break risk, because starvation again. Okay, meanwhile, you go ahead and give them the medicine they seek. If we get lucky, they'll gift us something later. Alright, so here's where things are going to get a little messy, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is going to bump hunting up to 3 on all of them. So I'm going to run around and start trying to hunt. It's going to be mostly like rats and raccoons and all that. And then the added negative is I look at a bunch of these, they've got toxic buildup. You know what, we might actually be able to make this work. So how badly are you penalized with the toxic buildup? 90%, that's not too much of a penalty yet. But the hope is that it'll be enough of a penalty that I can land a hit or two on you. And that can give us something that might give us some decent food. It's fine. We need food, which is the not fine part. Please don't social fight. I probably just need to have a significantly larger, larger area of rice. Okay, we're doing the best we can. We are slowly getting more and more of this. This will end up being more than we need. Oh, we could pop that door open and keep it. Pop that door open and keep it right now. You are both bandaged. You're at 4%. Everyone else is fine. And this is why we put down the fiber cord. It's like, right now we've got a little bit, but as you can probably imagine, with all of that covered, we're going to get, like, no trees. You can get trees out here, the witchwood. But if you actually look at the witchwood tree, they only give you 8 wood. So, they suck. So right now, I'm going to actually accept that. For PS. They have the highest social. You do not need my help with this. Thank you. That's just it. I was looking at it, I was like, you've got like 11 melee. You don't need me to go over there to help you. You can always move the other stockpile for a bigger rice field. Yeah. The big thing is I want to, like this, I don't want to sit out in the pollution will rot faster. But that's okay. So you get in the shuttle. Cool, cool, cool. Not gonna worry about any of that. Also got people starving again. Okay. So you are now higher priority on that. You are now higher priority on that. I need at least a little bit of hunting going on. Alright, so pretty soon we're going to start getting some of these up at the same time where I won't have to fully deplete my food each and every time. Extreme break risk due to intense pain. Very last Lardine hit one of the shots and immediately the thing ran off. How is your health doing? Alright, so very last Lardine is being put back into Area 1 restriction. Okay, so we've almost got everything planted. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? Okay, and we're about to run out of area here. But the good news is, with more and more of this planted, we should see it pop up where I can, like, snag some at the 80% a little bit more often. Been a bit of a blah day, but not in a bad way. Gotcha. So it's kind of a day. Well, like you didn't know what to do with yourselves? Yeah. Alright, we're getting close. That warg is probably close to death. Yeah, so that's just gonna get worse and worse and worse for the animals. And then very quickly it'll get to the point there's no point in me hunting, because most of the animals will have pretty bad toxic buildup. And we'll have new ones come in, but the chance of catching the new ones will get pretty low. Okay, so now we're starting to get a decent number of these coming up at the same time. And the whole field is almost planted. This will also bring in a lot of animals, so we will be able to hunt stuff nearby for like little bits of leather. What is you? You food poisoning? Yeah, you're food poisoning, that's the issue. Alright, we've almost got this whole area sorted out. Furniture for right now. Put a pair of shelves there. Storage. Critical. Medicine. Now we go to this shelf. Clear. Components. Because those are valuable. We can leave the rest over there. There's just 10 more units, and you can start enrichment stuff, and hopefully have nuclear power plant. Oh yeah, that's what you got going on. Yeah. That's getting that initial thing and then just letting it run for a while till it starts looping it. Alright, we're at starvation again, so you go over here. Alright, we've got that all going. You gonna... Okay. Alright, so with that, as much as I don't like making my melee my moral guide... Oh, I don't have an ideology spot. We are going to be doing that. So for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and just plop a spot right there. We don't have a particularly good room for any of this. We're gonna go here and say social, moral guide, do that. Get our moral guide set up so people don't get mad about it. But like I said, on this one, we'll actually be prioritizing the masks above like any other article of clothing. Just for that pollution resistance. That ends up being extremely important for this run. Yeah, I think this will be the rec room and this will be the barracks. And then this will be our production / tiny bit of storage. Okay, pollution removal. Let's skim off that edge. Because then they'll bag it up, and I can drop the pollution under the tree up there. I haven't seen any more of the Pollux trees, which is interesting. I think they may have changed it. I believe it used to be 3 of them spawned on your tile to begin with at high pollution. It looks like they're going to slowly appear, which does add a little bit more complexity to the run, which is fine. They do respawn, as you probably saw, if the pollution is high enough. So, furniture. We've got that. Install that inside. Install this inside. Try selecting similar. Oh no, we can just do search. That's just it. I can see there's only one Pollux tree. The other thing you do is you just zoom out. Once it's been there a while, you'll see like little pockets in the pollution where the Pollux trees are. Yeah, no, it's just a change. I don't think it's even a bad change. Because, like, 1, I'm doing a weird challenge. But also, 2, like, this is not a big deal. Alright, so we're getting this set up. I could certainly get other stuff set in here. I could fit the billiard table in here, potentially. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We're going to leave that alone. We are starting to get a couple of meals made. That'll be another thing we can add in here. So, furniture. Storage clear. Meals. Let's see, is there a reason to not rush cleaning up most of the pollution right away? It'll just fall back on the ground. If I pick it up into bags, so when you pick it up, it turns into bags like that, and after a little while they decay and they fall back down. Okay, what is your movement speed looking at? 73%? Nicely done. And it didn't decay, that's actually surprising. As it gets higher and higher, toxic buildup is all that. Just punch through the limestone and your base will have plenty of room. Yeah, we'll eventually be popping in there. I actually want to soften that up. One of the things you can sometimes do is if you claim that, sometimes the enemy will target it because it sees it as your wall, and they'll break in there by themselves. We don't want to actually destroy it. There. So it's all nice and softened up. And then when we have like an actual trade caravan, we just poke a little hole in the wall, and then we run away. Okay. Some potential allies in there when you have raids. Usually, by the time I get raids that are strong enough to make an Ancient Danger worth throwing something at them, it's pretty late. Because usually if I use it too early, the Ancient Danger just wipes the raid, and then I kind of stare at the stuff that pops out of the Ancient Danger and go, wait a second, I wasn't ready for that either. Well, since you went and repaired that, you get to go break it again. Okay. So we're mining out the rest of this. The next thing on the agenda is to smooth out all of this tile. We'll also take out tiles that can't be used. Like the superfluous stuff. It's like those. Get rid of that, this. Let them mine that. Like I said, pretty soon there won't be much use in me hunting. Actually, honestly, we're already at that point. Because we're all gonna have too much pollution build up to really give me food very often. Okay, so I've got the first one that needs to be smoothed. So our rec room is nice. Okay, so got a raid that's attacking immediately. One person with club. They're not particularly a good pawn in any regard. So we're gonna run down here. And what are you sketty about? Night owl out during the day, observed a rotting corpse. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Yeah, so we're trying to get the nicer barracks, or trying to get all that stuff. Gonna take some work. The big thing I'm waiting on is a caravan. And who's our cook? It's Groot's. That's fine. And ultimately, I'll end up surrounding that with stone to protect this. And then we'll just use that as our means of getting that stuff. Who's storyteller in this run? Cassandra. I do Cassandra just because I have way too often that Randy just goes on vacation for a couple of years, and you're like, please, Randy, anything. Do anything, Randy. I'm begging you. Yeah, Randy goes from either he's at 11, all that, or he is just straight up checked out. And a whole lot of nowhere in between. Okay, so Kick is gonna have a baby. So that's a thing that's happening. That's actually not entirely by accident. I did kind of go, you know what? We'll just put it there. So you can be like cubbied, surrounded by ancient danger. Really, really a great place to raise a kid. Okay, we already got the pollution pulled up. So we got the pollution pulled up from that spot. How many bags? Are you full stacked? No. Cool. Because what I'll do is once those start to decay, I'm going to start carving a little bit more pollution out. And then the goal will eventually be able to get myself a nice little zone in here that we can live in. And then go from there. Eventually we'll get the pollution pumps, which are like moisture pumps, so that I don't have to manually deal with it. And that does improve things quite a bit. It's interesting. Oh, you're considering a bedroom because that's in there. So furniture. Start getting our beds built. I feel like every time you do a Randy run, you'll get hours of nothing at one point. Oh yeah, and that's what I was saying, is Randy hops between everything is at like 11, everything's actively on fire, to literally nothing is happening. And there's very little in between. Okay, so we're getting all the block out of here. There is also, if you don't, like, sometimes you get even less grow space. This is nowhere near the best we've had, but this has been a relatively good map. If you ever find yourself, I've had once or twice where you literally have no grow space. If you do put down grow space outside of the pollution, so let's say I go over here. You do have what's called tox potatoes. They're not quite as good as regular potatoes, but it's at least something. And you can grow psychoid in the pollution. The downside is that means your person is actually just standing in pollution, doing all that. And it will have pretty bad health ramifications. Alright, so we have a deal maker has shown up. Fast learner, beautiful, body master, disturbing with 20 shooting, 20 social, and a tiny bit of mining. So I don't want him to fight us, so I'm going to immediately talk to him and be like, bro, you live here now. And I'm going to immediately turn around and say, also, oh, you're already our ideology? Well, hell, why didn't you say so? Come on, Caravan. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Oh yeah, no, we do the Caravan thing. Honestly, it's a pretty standard thing we do in our runs. Like, sometimes we'll just get our own equipment and handle it just fine. But it is a lot of times I want to get in there earlier than I'm ready for it, so I wait for someone else to take control. All right, so we'll go ahead and go here. We want the tailoring bench. Raid from the virus army. One of you has a revolver, and the other has a really crappy knife. So I'm going to run people inside, and what have you targeted? You're moving. You're melee attacking wooden chair. Okay, so we should be able to make this happen. So if they're going after the wooden chair, they're going in here. Yeah, so they're going for my wooden chairs. So plan straightforward. We've got all our people back here. And the moment they walk in the door, we stab them in the face a lot. That's my strategy. Oh, I forgot to leave the door open. Well, that messes up my strategy. So go poke the door and run away. Don't you ignite my rice. And put out the fires real fast. And with that, Kalaria Star now has a gun. Okay, meanwhile, we're not gonna name the person who visiting just yet. Because we're gonna wait to see what their deal is. You know what? Honestly, I'm fine with you hunting. Okay, so it's time to get crafting started. So face masks, do until you have one of at least 80% quality. Don't use hyperweave or synth thread. Synth thread's actually fine. Then we go for pants and shirt. It's relatively fine temperature, so we'll make dusters. Let's make bowler hats. What am I forgetting? Oh, we're also gonna have a kid, so grab the kids' clothing. I do wish you could set defaults. I know there's mods to do it, and I've grabbed them before. But I do feel like in the base game, every single run you go through this nonsense. And it would be really nice. You know what? Screw it, let's leave it at 100%. Oh no, that's right. You have to tell it that much. Okay, meanwhile, we'll just sit there and go through here. One by one. Because those face masks go a long way for keeping us healthy. Because reducing the rate we build up that pollution by half. So it takes twice as long. Really adds a lot of flexibility around that. Okay, so tailoring bench is online. You're out doing your thing. You're almost out of rats that are done there. That's actually, you're going to be a hauling cleaning person for the time being. Yeah, let's reduce that. You haul and clean. And we're still working on getting these beds all sorted. That's fine as well. Honestly, don't worry about it. Okay. Meanwhile, get that out of here. Get this out of here. Bring this inside. We are going to want to get rid of the bodies. Unfortunately, until we awaken the monolith, the chance of us having the trees that eat bodies is next to nothing, and the only water is down there. So for right now, I've got the bodies just sitting out here somewhere. Yeah, just up here. We'll definitely want to change that sooner rather than later. Yeah, you're already at initial toxic buildup. You only just ran out there. Okay, and how are you doing up here? Still got 4. Because it's usually how it gauges how much is up there. It's like, okay, am I ready for another stack? Because the one thing you don't want to do is get ahead on the pollution cleanup. And then suddenly you're just having it drop back down into your area again. I'll tell them to clean up that area for intended expansion. We do have a lot of wood. Is there geothermal nearby anywhere? War for hire. You'll send 1 archer. 2 groups of 1 archer, and you're willing to give me a knee spike, glitter world, or recon armor. Give me the recon armor. So you've got 1 there. 1 there. Yeah, these 2 are probably my most usable ones. Because I'll probably also want to go over there to get the monolith inside the perimeter as well. That'd be a pretty big base to have it go this whole area. But I think that'll work. We're not going to go for all of that at once. I do think what I'm going to try to do is once we get this sorted out, and I'm going to just make a really quick dirty wall around probably here. Maybe I do go all the way up there early on. Disturbing vision, that's fine. It wants me to wake up the monolith. We will do that once things are better. Once we've got ourselves like an actual defensive position and everything, then I'll start messing with that. Oh, stop making tribalware. Oh. Everyone nearby hates us. Okay, actually there's one not too far away. Yeah, we don't have many friends nearby. It's fine. Alright, so we're starting to get toxic bags here, so we gotta keep that in mind. We don't want those to go here. So this is a low priority thing. Because if those decay there, they just get plunked right back down. I overexpanded you, so let's go do that. Just leave it alone. What's the farthest you've gotten this challenge? We've definitely gotten to late game before. Like where we're sitting there making our own components, all that kind of stuff. I don't think I've ever won the challenge. I don't think I've rolled credits that I can think of. Because of the really slow build-up, it can be kind of really difficult to get proper defenses set up. And I'm like, don't get me wrong, I can make like a cheesy thing, like I can make like a little box here. That we can just light a fire and just torch anything coming in. Like, there's definitely rooms for cheese. I just choose not to do the cheese, so... It is what it is. Alright, so with you, I'm gonna need to put you under restriction for right now. Roots needs to be under restriction. Alright. Yeah, so that's gonna overkill that tree, so we need to deal with that. For you, don't keep toxic waste anymore there. Stone cutting we got sorted. Alright, so the next thing we probably want to do is... We're going to be dealing with mood breaks. Let's go ahead and get the Psychoid brewing. I'm just going to have to leave it like that. That's going to overwhelm that tree. Normally I have 3 trees by now, so I'm going to have to adjust to having less trees available to lean on for all this. That's fine. Alright, so we've got our barracks, so that'll be all set up there. And we can go to orders. Sorry, yeah, smooth. That'll be that room all done, and go ahead and while we're at, just add this to the list. As soon as, you know what? Go find your beds. There should be enough beds for everyone, because we got 5 beds and we have a couple, so... I think... Let's see, will Pollock's tree still work if you surround it with concrete floor? I do not believe so. I believe if you build any floor or ceiling or walls inside this range, it doesn't work. Stuff that's already here, like Stone Mountain and all that's fine, but I believe if you put any man-made things in there, it stops working. Okay, so it's you and Groot. What can you and Groot work on? I could have them low priority. We can have them low priority construction. Because then they can work on smoothing the floor. They'll be really bad at it, but at least they'll work on it. Visitors, sadly, nowhere near enough to pop the, pop that. We're gonna need someone to, like, actually bring a real caravan. Most likely the first one will be the Empire rolling in. They'll do their caravan and it'll be good for it. Alright, you're at 20. Okay, so take the cloth tribal wear. We're not gonna use it. Take the Pila. Take the Go Juice. Give us the medicine, and give us the packaged meals. Thank you kindly. And very soon I'm gonna have an absurd surplus in food. Let's switch you over to Heal Root. Ah, that's uranium. So the next thing we want to do is get the stone cutting. Oh, we can also go furniture. Stop social fighting. Yeah, because when it gets stone, I can start expanding those. But I think what we do is we go for the stone, and I start making a perimeter around here. It is going to be painfully slow. Stop social fighting, my god! You're literally gonna kill each other at the rate you're going. It's the same two, just went right back at it. Harmed you and they are disfigured. It's just, they're bruised. Okay, how are people doing? Alright, so you need to be under restriction. Fruits can be free. Alright, so pretty soon we should start getting our cotton up, and once that happens, we'll start getting our face masks. Yeah, so I'm trying to plant entirely too much heal root because I figure we can trade that away. And that'll give us medicine. And you're working on construction. Days due to intense pain. That's fine. Ah, I see what's happened there. So Kick insulted Calaria. Kick insulted Calaria. So basically, Kick keeps insulting Calaria, and Calaria keeps beating the crap out of them. That seems reasonable. Yeah, so then I'm thinking our plan, defenses-wise, is I'm gonna go ahead and take this right along here. Take that light right along there. So this will be a big perimeter. A lot of room to grow. But I do want to actually have the monolith and those two geothermals inside of it, if at all possible. Guess around there should be enough. Yeah, that'll be plenty. Yes, we're looking at that for the base size. I think they'll be good. It's a pretty big area. It's going to be a lot to set that up. We'll have plenty of places I can build defenses. That'll give me access to 2 geothermals. Put the monolith inside. Of tons of area we can build more base and grow, grow zones, all that. We won't make the whole thing like this. It is going to take a while to carve all that pollution out. Oh. Ooh, actually. Slight deviation. Take that over there. Can we just go down this wide? This is going to be too big. Oh, don't do that. But if I could put the psychic power tree inside the perimeter as well, that'd be good. Yeah, that's an unreasonably large area, but... Alright, so you're gonna prepare. You've got 1 impid. They are a good shot. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let people heal up. We're gonna let the impid run in, keep them line of sighted, and when they go to, start something on fire, we just rush them with the, the equa and the knife, and everyone else just rolls in and starts shooting. Excuse me? That's not how that works. Alright, well, we've got 2 separate raids coming in. Okay, so they are attacking at the same time, despite them not supposed to be both attacking immediately. We're gonna run in here, so you say you are just wandering. You are going to ignite my wood dresser. Igniting the wood dresser. Oh, you're still getting... Okay, that's fine. I thought the one attacked immediately and all that. Laria, don't do it. Okay, go back there. Go back there. Claria, move. Rush him. Real fast. Disassemble. Who's our construction person? I need to make this outdoors as fast as possible. Get over there. It's already getting to be 300 degrees. Okay, so now it's considered outdoors. You're still on fire. Okay, you're already on it. Impids are the worst. Next round. You're supposed to be lighting the shelf on fire. Stop running away. Alright, well, we're probably going to have at least one infection. But with that, PS got themselves recon armor. Okay. Interesting mini-map? Yeah, I mean, we got like the little box here, but there's just not a whole lot in it. Okay, so everyone is patched up. We are getting all this smoothed out. We're getting pretty... Oh, we have the stone cutting. That's right. So production, stone cutting. So we're just going to go and chuck that there. Furniture-wise... Get our chairs now that we've got the complex furniture and all that. Oh, hey. Haul that body out of here. Yeah, so you are going to be crafting a bunch of stuff. It's just going to sit out here and rot. That's going to be a reoccurring problem. Honestly, let's get you using a bow. Oh, poor is better than awful. So we'll have just PS who's going to be our melee, and everyone else is going to be ranged. Yeah, so as you can see, like, the food, we overkilled it. I'm alright with that. We are already replacing that with heal root. Most likely, I'll end up replacing some of maybe this with, like, Psychoid. But so your pawns are currently living in Super Florida, 145 degrees, rainy thunderstorm. Yep. I mean, that just sounds like Tuesday, but, you know. We can go with Super Florida. Okay. So honestly, taking a little bit of damage from those two impids to get ourselves recon armor this early in the game, that's pretty good. We've actually been lucky in this round and the previous round about getting ourselves some recon armor very early. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's a one ancient danger map. Most maps are one ancient danger, but once in a while, like I said, I think the most I've ever seen was 3. Is there 3 or 4? I know I've seen 3 for a fact. I believe I've seen 4. But they're extremely rare. Most maps have 1. You'll get a decent frequency that you'll find 2. More than 2 is a bit of an outlier. Like, easily could be a mod thing that, you know, mods doing stuff that they're not supposed to. Or not even that they're not supposed to, it could just be that they mess with the world gen and the game just doesn't know how to deal with it, so that's the result. Okay. You're at 6%, which is okay. And I know we still have 1,300 wood here. I've got the fiber cord down already because we aren't going to be getting much new wood from here on out. So just keeping a trickle of wood going in will help. But obviously I'm going to want a storage room. At the moment, we don't really have a good place for it. Link, storage. We'll clear those. Weapons can go in here. And apparel can go in there. We're gonna keep it to just those. Desperate vagabonds. 5 vagabonds want to stay for 13 days. Okay. That's gonna be fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll put a spare. They are all adults, so they're all gonna lose their weapons. Go and get them to have recreation. Work, you won't do that. You can doctor. Honestly, you're not any worse than my cook. You can handle if you want to. You're not gonna hunt. Feel free to help with that and that. And honestly, just help where you want. So basically I have them and just like, hey, go do whatever you can. So if you understand right, if they're all adults, then the odds of them stabbing you is higher. Oh no, so basically you have an odds of them betraying you. The thing is, if there is a child in the group, they will never betray you by default. There are things you could change settings to cause it to be able to do that, but by default, they will never betray you. Alright, so get electricity next. So with that, we can go here, say Sci-T, make forever. And let's go here and add 20. Baby food, do until you have 10. Because we have baby who's going to be here soon. So with that, we can replace you with Psychoid Plant. Just one more. So it'll be the easiest to convince to switch. You'll chip away at all of them. Come on, RNG, give you 235 uranium. Yep. It'll get there, don't worry. You'll have to wait a little while, but it'll get there. Oh, and bills. Cut stone forever. You struck uranium. You're standing right there. There isn't a ceiling above you, right? Okay, you're fine. Okay, so polluted ground warns you that basically someone has too much pollution. If you ever see polluted terrain, that's saying, hey, this person's standing on polluted terrain and they've got a decent amount of pollution. So that larding was up to minor, so we immediately pulled them back. We don't want to let it get that high, but that's just if you ever see that prompt, it's immediately be like, get home. Unless you're like in the middle of a fight where it's like, no, we just have to take this risk. A limestone meteor, that could just sit over there doing its thing. Tantrum. Due to an unsettling conversation. Oh, rebuild anything that gets destroyed. Please stop breaking my everything. Why would you destroy the baby crib? Why would you be the way you are? You are all angry. Why are you all angry? Oh. They hate the rambling. Some of them are starting to get heat stroke, which is a problem. So let's have a quick change to passive coolers being researched. Because that might be a difficulty. What is your thing? Having collective loyalists shouldn't be that hard to keep happy. They're all pissed off just because, you know, Zaitsev is just all sorts of chaotic ramblings. They're all like, this is not cool, man. This dude's off his rocker. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, we've almost got this sorted out. Yeah, so they're starting to get heat stroke. I'm trying to get the passive cooler up as quick as we can to counter that. We'll see how that goes. In the meanwhile, we are not getting a lot of tailoring done yet. We will soon, because we're about to get our cotton to start harvesting. And then we'll start having like this mass harvest event where we'll overwhelm everything. It'll be great. Okay, how are you doing on that? So you're getting ready to start having the first done. You are carving that little spot out. What else do you do here, Kick? Right. So you're gonna go back to crafting as your primary responsibility, and your secondary responsibility to cleaning and hauling, and then you'll go to growing stuff. P.S. running around with the top hat and the recon armor. Certainly a vibe. And people are all starting to get their face masks now, which all help make it so it's nowhere near as awful. How are people doing? So my actual colonist, Lardine's the only one who needs to be under restriction. We're getting all the walls smoothed out now. You're absolutely hungry, eat. Mad Boomalope. No problem. Grab everyone willing. Nicely done. One nice thing about the pollution is it really keeps the plant life down, so it's pretty rare that fire spreads any meaningful amount. Unless it's, like, started in your field or whatever. Alright. There, just keep cooking and all that. We're still smoothing this all out, getting all this night. Let's see, is anyone able to help with some info? You remember having wall-mounted dark light torches in the previous game? You can't remember if it's a mod or the base game, but you don't seem to find the game anymore. Yeah, no, they're right here. Like, this isn't a mod. So you have your wall torches, and then you have your fungus dark torch. I don't know if you need Anomaly or Biotech or one of the DLC, but it's available right out of the box. Under furniture. Because I'm pretty sure it's available right out of the box. I'd be surprised. I don't have hardly any mods that do anything. Oh, yes, the fungus one is the wall mounted? Yeah. If you go here, you have fungus dark torch. Oh wait, was that a wall mount? I'm wrong. That is not the wall mounted. Yeah, my apologies. You are correct. That is not wall mounted. I have misinformed you. So you can go in here, temperature, passive cooler, plunk that right there in the room. That should help mitigate the heat to keep the heat stroke down. Insulting spree. If you're ravenously hungry, eat. It's right there. There's a whole table full of it. Manhunter pack of boom rats. Okay. And that's all sorted. Okay, so we're getting that all sorted, which is good news. We're continuing to keep the crops moving. Let's check on our map. What were the types of stone that naturally occur on this tile? Granite, slate, and limestone. Obviously, granite would be the ideal choice for making the wall out of. Right now, though, it's looking like we got more limestone than anything. This might be one of those walls that ends up being a hodgepodge of a bunch of different materials just because of what I need to make it out of. Oh, that is a lot of granite. Actually, we can just make this out of granite. So let's go here. We can start this way. Granite blocks. Do until you have 1,000. Limestone. Do until you have 1,000. I believe it was slate was the last one. Do until you have 1,000. And just cut blocks forever if you got more capacity. Now, I have multiple people who are supposed to be committed to cleaning specifically. I see. Yeah, for all of you, you'll prioritize cleaning over overhauling to try and keep that all sorted. Okay. So with that, though, I'm feeling pretty comfortable I'm going to do that. Needless to say, since it's a marshy spot here, we'll put one door down there. That actually might be where we put our defensive line, is down here. We will want a couple of doors in a few other places, so we'll put a door over here by the monolith, a door down here, but that door over there. I put one door on either side. That should do. Polluted terrain, so you need to be under restriction. Where are you at? Go rescue your friend. So you are under restriction now. Go grab your weapon. Yeah, everyone's getting knocked down from food poisoning because I let the room get too dirty. We'll get there. The good news is we are starting to get face masks and clothes to everybody. So little by little we're getting all that clothing sorted out, which will be really good. We will need to bring the storage room inside when we can. In the meantime, I've got all that queued up to be made out of that. We can go ahead and start using limestone over here, I think. So if we grab you... we'll get this room started to build out of limestone to make it a bit bigger. Okay, baby prep. And you immediately went down again because... food poisoning. Because then we can carve that out. And like I said, make that a nicer room for us. I feel like this tile doesn't get too hot or cold, that I should be able to reasonably take this tile and, you know, go to one area over here and be like, okay, we're gonna put our houses there. You know, put like a bunch of like little houses over there. So go back to the way I've been doing bases for the longest time in the past, where they're not just one big complex. We've been doing a bit of complexes recently, and that's more atypical than normal for the way I typically play. The deserter quest can just not. Okay, so we're gonna be here for 9 more days. We do have everyone working on building a wall around the outside made out of stone. You know what? I'll probably regret this. Right now, don't build the doors. And the reason I'm saying don't build the doors is because if they're wood, when people attack, they will go to those doors with the specific intent of burning them down. So by not building the doors in those spots, we can kind of keep them so even when they go to burn, they'll go to the one area. We'll want to do stuff later. But we can turn around and like make them stone doors later and all that. We'll worry about that when we get there. Okay, meanwhile, mine that and that out. That is going to make this not considered a room anymore. But the goal here is to re-enclose this space. With it being all limestone wall along the outside. Who's our construction person? One second, I see the problem. Zone, expand area 1 to include all that. And all this. Because I'm going to need Lardine to build the wall up here before they get all that down, because I don't want the roof to collapse. Cargo pods. Bunch of berries, that's fine. Okay, we'll mine those out. But yeah, so let us get ourselves like a proper rec room. We can see how we're gonna go from out here and trying to get everything we can figure out with that. Cool, we already have kick up to 9 crafting. That'll go a long way. And I'll have to go back to smoothing out the floor some more to get the extra expanded space. But I will think what we'll try and do is instead of just expanding this room here, I'm going to deliberately, probably down here would be a good place to put like the housing and all that. But we'll go down here and start building like the bedrooms down here. We'll have maybe like, this will be like the dedicated middle area that's, you know. We'll have like our kitchen here, maybe a freezer and all that up here. So this will just be like all the food stuff. Maybe we'll have a different production area. Like I said, I do think this makes sense for potentially putting our defensive perimeter at, since we've already got a weak spot here. You know, it also could be. We don't worry about that. So how wide is this? 13 happens to be perfect. Okay. Tantrum, because you're drowsy. And we go to research. Got precision rifling, assault rifle. It's range of 31. I've got a warg hiding. Oh, that's not actually a good place for that. I mean, there's never really a good place for it. So warg is right there. All of you, get ready to defend them with your lives. Go, defend them with your lives. Nicely done. Alright, so we can go to floors. Smooth. And then that'll get that area all sorted. Now back to what it's doing over here. So we want to make it so plan... That tile is 31 away. Then go over here. We want to have a pattern here, so let's see. Okay. So those will be the wall spots and all that. So I need to go here, and then we go to granite. Straight on back. Straight on back. Pop, 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 pop. And pop, 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 pop. Okay, and that'll be a defensive position for right now. Just basically a place to give ourselves a defensive line, make them walk through the polluted mud while we can hold back. They go through the little choke point there. Because they're gonna build on it, but like, oh yeah, we're gonna run into all other issues. So let's that. We'll eventually want to go and deal with that so the trees aren't in there. We're not ready to deal with that. It's gonna take them a while to build all that. It's fine. Put traps in the area as well? I usually won't. You can, but I've actually lost a decent number of pawns walking over your own traps when you're not looking. So unless you zone it out of bounds or whatever. I've had my pawns go, oh, even there's a perfect path to weave through it, just pawns are... The colonists are dumb. Yeah, no, generally I don't bother with the traps. Traps can also be very costly as far as materials go. They're effective. And they are definitely a meta strategy. But I usually don't do much with the traps. Unless I'm doing Naked Brutality or one of those challenge runs where it's you really do kind of have to lean into the traps. Because just the same, it could also enclose the space, put some flammable stuff in there, and you'd want it to be smaller, but the moment someone goes through, you just have the maze, you just start chucking Molotovs in there. Let the room get up to a couple hundred degrees, couple thousand degrees, and whoever's in there just gets burnt alive. That's always been a classic. Okay, view. Okay, so those are about to deteriorate, and they'll dump all their stuff on the ground. And then when they dump all their stuff on the ground, it'd be good to start pulling out more pollution. We'll figure out, our next segment of pollution to pull up. Which I think what I'll do is I'll probably figure out about how big I want to make one of the bedrooms. We'll clean up enough pollution for one bedroom, dump it off there, and we'll get our first bedroom built, and slowly clear out the area around to get those. Alright. Cabin fever, unsettling conversation. Impressive, very impressive dining room and rec room, attended a party. Impressive barracks, disturbed sleep. Yeah, so honestly, these ones here, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. These three here, if we give them their own bedrooms, that'll fix that. And the minor pain is just... That's because Kick bit them in the leg. After, they insulted Kalaria, and Kalaria was like, nah, I'm not putting up with that. Okay, how are you doing pollution-wise? Alright, so you can go back onto your regular schedule. How are you doing pollution-wise? You can go back into your regular schedule. Yeah, because basically I'm trying real hard to get ourselves enclosed early on for the raids. And one of the other things we'll do is we'll pull up pollution here as early as we can so we don't stand in pollution while fighting. I'm not worried about all of this just rotting out here. We obviously need to fix that. But again, very constrained space. Technically with who we have here, I probably could throw all them in the front lines and be able to take what's in there. but there's always the F chance. I've had it before where there'll be like, you know, a relatively nasty thing from Anomaly in there. You handle it, most people are okay, but like during the fight you miss and you pop the things open and it's just 5 fully teched out pawns that are hostile, you know, wearing at least flak, if not better, and then having, you know, assault rifles and machine guns and all that, and you're like, oh, I guess I just die now. Okay, so the Boomalope, I'm willing to keep the Boomalope for now. It'll probably end up running wild, but that'll give us a little bit of chem fuel, and it's not like I don't have enough food right now. And almost all of our people are decked out clothing-wise. Oh, you know what? We didn't grow. I'll make a little spot for the dye in a little bit, so we can keep that going. All right. Now, the good and the bad of why I am doing this is the good news is when it comes to fighting stuff like Sight Stealers and Revenants and all this, this will be a really good setup. A lot of raids that won't breach walls, this will be a really good setup. The downside is if I get like a mech cluster here, I don't have a good way through. We'll end up poking a hole in the wall, and then I'm probably going to put stone doors on the outside just so we don't have people running up and lighting the door on fire. They'll be more likely to go other places. Cool, morale boost. But yeah, with all the face masks, the amount of pollution we build up should get much easier to contain. Baby food doesn't go on the mare? Baby food and chocolate are also, and pemmican. Those can all go on there as well. Alright, so we want to shrink that zone back down. And we're ready to get ourselves another little area. So I'm thinking we give ourselves a little bit of a buffer around the outside. Do we go 4x6 on the inside? I think that's fine. Yeah, it'll mean the door will be off-center, but that's okay. It's one of those things with these that you always have the door off-center or the other part. Was slate the other type of stone we have here? Yep. Because I don't know we're going to end up with more, so I'm going to try and mix and match. Then I go here to furniture. And go to zone. Pollution clear zone. We're going to pull the pollution up out of that room. And that'll be the next expansion. So the idea is I'm going to start getting bedrooms built down here. Yep, it's wandering away. I'm totally fine with that. The alternative was I'd just release it anyway, so... Actually, let's expand it again. Okay. So we'll get the bedroom built, get all nice. And that'll be the first bedroom. And then when we get the pollution cleared, we'll get the next one. Alright, conversion. We did convert the first of the refugees that visited us. And the reason I put everything but the bed in there is I just wanted to make sure they didn't stay in there until the pollution was fully cleared out of the room. Alright, just one more tile pollution there. Disease plague. It's at 3 of our people. So get back over here. We do have a little bit of good medicine, not a lot of good medicine. So it's a 33 tend on you. That's not ideal. A 59% tend on you. %, tend on you. I hate everything I'm seeing so far. You need to be back on restriction. Because you're getting toxic buildup. Oh, Isaac is one of ours. Okay, so it's 2 of ours and 2 of theirs. Alright. So for you, we're gonna bump you up to industrial medicine. We're gonna bump you up to industrial medicine. Because we only got 7 of them. So let's use it early, get it to happen, do what we can. And I will have Preach Health up before this is all said and done, so if someone falls behind, we can deal with it. So we'll get you moved out of there. And meanwhile, we can go to floors. Put a limestone floor in there. Pollux Tree Sprout. Oh, that is an amazing place for one. Okay. That is pretty much ideal. It'll be inside a perimeter, right near the other thing I'm not able to do a whole lot with. So that's good news. Because the good news is this tree also doesn't care about pollution, which is weird, but you know, I'm not going to complain about it. Roots, buddy. I need you to get tended for your plague. I know, you really want to play your board game, and I get it. Okay, gather for that. You take care of that. And someone else take care of Groot. That let's do. So how are we doing? You have a 10% lead. You have 5% lead. So we're doing fine against our plague. I don't know how our guests are doing, which is mildly concerning. You have a 2% lead. You have an 11% falling behind. Well, sucks to be you. Okay. I didn't see what the chance of you having a good childbirth are, but I guess we're gonna find out. We don't have the stats bar to see the progress. Polluted terrain on you, so Lardine is now under restriction. Healthy baby, cool. I was having this weird vibe that we were 100% having things go bad. So we're going to name the baby. So we get to see who the first babby in the colony is, and that's going to be Ben Lee. May Ben Lee's life in the colony not be tragic. Hosting Toad. Telescope. Death Life Pack? Okay, that's kind of cool. Death Life Pack is cool, but the telescope will help with moods a lot. So schedule. You can't work it here, so relaxation's your whole schedule. You'll stay in the home zone and have a good time. And we're very quickly going through our wood. Yeah, so Isaac's doing fine. Yeah, and you are completely hosed. There's no saving you. Okay, you need to be put on restriction as well. Hopefully they don't go hostile when this one dies. Medical emergency on you. So what we're gonna do is when it gets up to like 98%, I am gonna rally all of my colonists at the door. That way if they go hostile, I'm already in position for a fight. Let's get everyone in position, just in case, because they might get super upsetty spaghetti about it. Because a couple things can happen. One is they can just get mad and everything goes on just fine. Two is they can go hostile, and then I gotta deal with that. Okay, refugee died anger. Okay, so they didn't betray us or anything, but they are upset about it. I honestly don't care. Everyone needs to eat their food and all that. We have a raid they're going to prepare first, and a bulk goods trader coming at the same time. So this is where we're going to do some pretty terrible things. I'm really hoping they go over here. This is where I want them to go. This is the sweet magic spot. If they're close enough, I can work with it. Where are you going to render result? We can still work with that. I'm gonna have to do a little adjustment. So let's play this. Let's play this little dangerous game. So all of you, inside the building immediately. All of you begin punching right here. This door, that door right there, it's off limits now. You're not allowed to go through that door. Hey, don't look. I made some friends for us. Where are you going? Where are you going? There we go. They figured it out. Okay, just do your thing. Wow, you're really bad shots. There you go. So grab our people, rally them. While it's distracted, there's only one left. Okay, we're not done here yet. No one hostile. Cool. So medical emergency on Isaac. Do we have anyone already treating you? That is unfortunate. So you go treat your buddy. Okay, you're actually already on it. Cool. So with that, bio. Misandrist? Nope. Bio. Greedy, quick sleeper, abrasive? Nope. Misandrist? Fast learner, but incapable of doing almost anything. Tough target. It's a real shame they died in those things. You think they'd actually keep them alive better than that, but you know, it is a real shame that literally all of them died in cryostasis. Okay, we go here, structure. We'll make this that. And we're gonna go to our home zone. We're gonna include that tile. And all of this. We're gonna go orders. We're gonna claim all of this. I shouldn't need a column, right? No, I shouldn't. Deconstruct the column, just double checking. Yeah, so the walls reach. So we don't need the columns are optional. There's like, no, we don't feel like it. We're heading back to bed. Yep. And how are you doing? You'll be fine. Oh, do you have clothes we care about? I didn't think about that part. Strip, 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 and strip. You got plasteel and food and components and all that on them, so you know, I'm sure as heck not complaining. Oh, you're not allowed out there. So strip them. All right. Oh, wait, you're all still here. Hey, do you still want to trade? I know you've had a rough time. What's your problem? Oh, toxic buildup. You know what? That's fine. You've got 20 social. It's probably the best you got. So get rid of the trace amounts of leather. We're going to keep doing that every single time. We can get rid of the poor quality clothing we've got here. And what can you give me that I'd care about? Eventually I'll go for the Buffalo. Right now they'll just stand in the toxic fallout and die, so I think we might just take the money and run. I'm gonna go to orders. And don't allow that, because it's tainted. Go to these, storage. Do not allow... Let's see, apparel. Do not allow tainted or bio-coded. Okay, have fun. Extreme break risk on you because a traveler died. Right, so you're very upsetting spaghetti. Alright, so we got this extra room. That might end up becoming our hospital. All things considered, it's already a nice large enclosed space. It's got the cryopods in it, so like if anything goes wrong, you just grab the person and toss them in the cryopod right next to there. We will need to clean up this space, so let's go ahead and mark it for cleaning as soon as they get the bodies out of there. Tantrum, you're gonna go smash stuff in your room, have a good time. $3.5. Yeah, all of our guests are at extreme break risk because of the having one of their people die. Yeah, so I think this becomes our hospital. Refugees are leaving. Let's see what it says when you let one of them die. He won't forget what you've done. I'm glad they're leaving because they're just going to be mood breaks from now on. So, that's fine. You're going to have to do the thing where we ping-pong back and forth between people constructing and all that. But that's okay. Polluted terrain on you, so you back under restriction. You already are under restriction. Quest completed. We've got electricity now. So with that, we're going to go after the geothermal right away, because like I said, we got one here and one here, which is the reason I made that perimeter so big. Oh, and one there. So we got 3 geothermal inside our perimeter. That's the reason I made it so obnoxiously large, is to try and take advantage of all that and keep it all inside the defense. One of the dangers also about making it so big, you have a higher chance of like a mech cluster landing inside your base, which is really bad when that happens. Yeah, so getting the pollution out of the ancient danger area. Like I said, I envision making this into a hospital, I think. Just to take advantage of the cryopods. So put like the medical beds over here. Probably put a shelf in here or two for the medicine. Then we can put like maybe the high-tech research bench in there, because usually I put in the same room. We can replace the floor with the sterile floor, whatever it's called. You really need to get out of there. Okay, so you need to be put under restriction. Lardine really needs to be put under restriction. You are. You need to be really put under restriction. Okay. So what I need to do here is I just need to accept Area 1. You're not available for Area 1 quite yet. You're not properly cleaned as of yet. Royal Ascent questline, that's fine. Because I'm letting them get too much toxic buildup, and that'll absolutely get you killed. Alright, and once we get Toad out of here, that will, that'll get us a telescope we can plunk outside here, which will be another good thing we can do. Honestly, having those refugees here, we got a lot of that perimeter knocked out pretty fast. It's not done, but it is about a third the way finished. And considering we knocked that down in only a couple of in-game days is pretty solid. Warden for hire for 2 prisoners, and it'll give me a vanometric power. Do you already have your door? You do. So forget moving that bed. What we're going to go ahead and do here is furniture. And we now have ourselves a prison. Because I'm absolutely going to go do this for a vanometric power. Let's have you go and capture them, and you go and capture them. All right. Prisoner will convert them. Prisoner will convert them. And that's fine. Starvation on kick. Oh, that's just because you're feeding the kid. That's typical. Hey, awesome. How's it going? We've got 5 there. 7 up here. Mad Boom Rat right there. It's already doing really badly from the toxic buildup. Cool. All right. So one thing I'm gonna do. Let's see. We'll split this up into 2 halves. I'm gonna have, on one hand, any human-like bodies we can. On the other hand, we're gonna have animal bodies if they are not fresh. We do want to go down here to the human-like bodies and ignore unnatural ones. And then here, let's go here and say, hey, no human bodies, no rotten ones. Let's get all these corpses away so our people stop getting so upset just running around the area. Yeah, and a lot of people are just stuck walking around in circles right now due to the toxic buildup. Yep, you're still working on it. You're still working on it. You're still working on it. But yeah, so until we get that, they're just going to be stuck idling, wandering around in circles in here. Manhunter pack of waste rats. Always, always, always has the baby. The moment a baby is born in your colony, anytime you draft people ever, they will always have the baby. It's just the rule. And our defenses aren't enclosed yet, so we just hold up anywhere we can bottleneck. Toad, buddy. Buddy pal broski. Not the time. Okay, get to it. Get the rotten ones out of there. Yeah, because that way we'll put all the skeletons over there. So we could technically use as a dead dust kind of thing in a pinch. Not that I plan to, but I don't really have a good place to put the corpses, so shoving them all in the kill box area where they could potentially be used in a pinch beats just not doing anything with them. Alright. Yeah, so next thing we'll want to do is once we get up to the point of... Honestly, we get the vanometric power, I could get the pollution pump. Because just having one pollution pump running is usually a pretty good cadence that we can, you know, keep up relatively similar to the tree's capabilities. And then the idea is once you get a freezer, you do have the opportunity of potentially freezing pollution as effectively a buffer so that you reload the trees as able kind of thing. Alright, so you can be off restriction. And you two still got a ways to go. I didn't even check. I'm glad we have a warden who could run down there. Oh man, this whole time we didn't have a warden going down there. I'm lucky that they didn't get too hungry and get all angry. Wait, what? It's working, converting everyone. Just gonna get all the corpses out of here. Because like I said, that should help with the moods where they're not seeing the corpses very often. It'll only be when we go to the actual kill box situation, or keep calling it kill box, just like the defensive point. It's like kind of a kill box, but eh. And I will say that that needs to be a place we need to clean up the pollution from, because there are people going to stand in that and fight. Okay, you're getting down there. You're getting close. And that's with the masks on. Without them, they'd be twice as high, so you get the idea. Yeah, so big thing is we want to keep trying to get the area walled off. And then we'll slowly carve out the pollution to get what we need to have long-term survival. Most likely, I'll end up getting like the geothermal plugged in. And I'll probably start the pollution pump down here and clean that out. We'll probably also have someone clean up the pollution immediately around the monolith so they can research the monolith when we're ready. Because I don't have a specific thing in mind for which ending I'm going to pursue, whether I'm going to build the ship or the anomaly and all that. I generally like the anomaly playthrough. I also think the anomaly playthrough makes a little bit more sense to do with this one, because I think it will work more in line with what this has. Versus mech clusters and siege raids on this challenge could be pretty awful. Okay, so you can be let off restriction. So there's just you dealing with hell stuff. And part of the rules of this challenge is I may not take any pawn or xenotype that is immune to pollution, which means there's a strict no sanguiphage and no wasters. Both of them are absolutely immune to pollution, so they break the rules. I may not bag up the pollution and walk it off the map. I may not use drop pods to launch the pollution off the map. I have to deal with it on tile. Okay, slowly but surely getting the defenses made. Distress beacon. One thing you'll find as well, it is going to be extremely rare that I caravan. I will mostly only caravan when I absolutely have to. And that's because if you look at this, all of that is pollution the whole way. And while I'm caravanning, I have no way of getting rid of it. So it is just one of those things that I do have to just wade through the pollution, run over there, deal with it, and get back before things get really bad. And that could very easily get out of hand real quick. Alright. One thing I'd probably do is this heal root spot down here. You delete that, you bring this over. To increase my food just a little bit. We got that giant area of heal root already. Not really good reason for me to keep that going. Cool, so we've converted the first one. Love to see it. How are you doing? Almost. I can keep cleaning up this pollution. Those bags are rotting out there. Those bags have a little while left. It's honestly feeling like putting 2 on here. Usually 2 is enough to overwhelm a tree, but it does seem like they may have gotten adjusted since Anomaly dropped it. I haven't really given the challenge a proper go since Anomaly, so still getting a feel for the differences. Man, there's so many corpses already. I did not realize I had this many fights already, that I've got this giant mountain of these corpses. Oh, what we need to do, production, crafting spot, smash mech. Like, obviously we'll want the machining table later, but these are just going to sit out here and rot. We're not going to have that ready in time for them otherwise, so just smash the mech and get a little bit of steel and that out of it. Are you doing? Starting to get up there already, but you have gotten the entire west wall done and most of the south. That's good news. Okay, so you're ready to be unrestricted, and larding probably needs to be re-restricted. Disease plague, that is the second plague we've had already. So hate that. We need a light in here. Get that light built now. That is a lot of people who need... Okay, so you have not caught up to it. You are ahead. You are ahead. You are behind. We'll bump you up to 1 industrial medicine, because the other ones I could use a preach health if I need to. We also could cryostasis people if we get real dicey. I can cryostasis, pop them out to preach health them, and then when the preach health drops, put them back in cryostasis. I don't want to, that'd be pretty awful, but... You also get industrial. Okay, I'm down to 5 of those. Sad Wander on Toad, that's not going to help you survive. So you're doing fine. You're doing fine. So it's just Toad who's a problem. They're flat out behind. And then PS doesn't have a particularly good lead. We can also not preach health PS because they're the one who does the preach health. Oh, that is a bad one. Alright, you're getting bumped up. Okay, so. You were just straight up dying because you're untreated. And I can't use medicine if I treat you now. I think we still treat you. Who's my best doctor? Oh, they're all terrible. Excellent. So it doesn't matter. They're all bad. So tend to you without medicine. 18 is better than 0%. Let's see, 44% on you. You're losing ground, right? You still have a lead. It's a very terrible tend. You're still doing fine as well. I'm trying to wait to use it on Zaitsev, hoping for a better tend, because I'm only going to get 1 preach health through the entire time, and I cannot use it on Toad because they're not the same ideology. I really need you to go to bed and get that extra, because you're like 7 behind, buddy. Versus if I land a good tend on you, it'll be good. How long till your quest ends? Yeah, 15 days. No, that's the wrong one. 11 days. It might they'll either live or die long before then. I cannot cryo freeze a guest either. You're almost a full 10% behind now because of the mood break. So it seems like you're gonna be fine. That was a lousy tend on the baby. Don't do that. That's a good tend, so you're gonna be fine. Drop your medicine back down. You're gonna be fine. Drop your medicine back down. Good tend. I don't think 49% is gonna cut it. I think Toad here's dead. And they're not our ideology, so I can't. I can try to convert them, but then I can't preach health them. So Toad here, unless something major comes up, I don't think there's a way Toad lives here. There's just too much of a lead on the disease. They are catching up, it's just a real big lead because they had a mood break. Yeah, it's almost 9%. So Toad's dead, so we're gonna fail that quest. Everyone else, on the other hand, you're good. You're good, you're good. I mean, while Toad is slowly dying, hey man, do you want to consider changing your ways before your death? Okay, so we lost 5 standings for failing that quest. Alright, gets Toad's body out of there. The real bummer is that was going to give me a telescope. Granted, that's not the end of the world. But, oh wait, was that the one that's going to give me a telescope? I think... Yeah, that was the one that's going to give me a telescope. Granted, I'd rather lose a telescope than lose an opportunity for vanometric power. Vanometric power is pretty amazing. We'll just find some wall to bury it in or something. That way no one can throw a fit and break it. It can't be targeted by a raid. With the hidden cables, you don't have to worry about the event. I don't believe they can ever get damaged and stop working. And how's Lardine doing on your toxic buildup? You're good. So Lardine, go about your day. And we can go here and say orders. Move plan there. We will want to eventually get the pollution out of here, as much as it's fun to meme. The enemies won't be in it long enough for it to matter. And then if it's wasters or the bugs, they actually get buffs where they move faster. What's your deal? Observed rotting corpses, all of them. Let's see. Psychic suppressor for a 50-year-old, but you won't tell me what you are, so nope. Big ol' nopity-nopity-nopity-reno. If those quests told you, like, what you were getting, it'd be far more enticing. But with it being a gamble where a bad pawn is genuinely just not, like, it's actively bad for you, it's just kind of like, not any level risk for something that might be bad as a result as well? Nah. Sorry, not worth. Try again when you got a better deal. Cool, you're starting to run out of bags of garbage. Okay, so yeah, so we can actually afford to start clearing up more. Ducks join. Oh, those poor, poor, foolish ducks. They are going to have such an awful time. Just go ahead. We do not want ducks right now. And the reason I don't want ducks right now is I don't have a means of feeding them. And they're just gonna die in the pollution anyways. So it's just easier for me to slaughter the ducks as fast as we can. Use them for a little bit of food. I'm probably gonna need a second person to help with the growing stuff. Oh, you're the construction person. Yeah, I gotta get you to help. Now I've been noticing our food has been depleting. Which is why I was like, I think I just legitimately need a second grower. Oh, that's right. My cook and my grower are the same person, and you actually really never want that. But, like, you know, you do what you gotta do. And the reason you don't want it is because when they start trying to catch up with the cooking, then suddenly nothing else gets done. Try and reposition them to the top side so they protect the corn most of all. Get back up here. Get back over there. So we've got the shaman caravan coming through. We're gonna have to wait on that because we got a big fire rolling through. Okay, and with that, you can go talk to them. Alright, so what do we got here? So take the Psi Tea to give me a little bit of money. I wish you did have a bunch of medicine so I could buy the medicine from you, but you don't. You have a Harbinger Tree Seed. That's tempting. Because of that, I can plunk that down in one of the corners of the base, and then I've got a place to dispose of the bodies. That'll be pretty effective. I might buy it. I think I am going to buy it. Give me the Harbinger Tree Seed. So with this, we're going to plant it way up here. Let's actually plunk them all over here. Then they work their way around, they'll get attacked by that one. Yeah, so it's gonna go over there. Nicely done. Okay, stop hauling all that junk here. Where did that seed go? Okay. Now assigned to growing. Okay, so you can do that. So plant the Harbinger tree. Create corpse stockpile. What I'm going to do is I'm going to split the corpse stockpile in half. Okay, so this one is not for fresh. And then that'll be... Sorry, clear. Not for fresh. And animal corpses. And then this side is for the human-like and all that, just... Oh, hey. There. Cool. And that should be enough to keep it so we have a place to dump the bodies now. As opposed to here. Which does mean the people who've already been carrying all the bodies just get to carry them all over again. PS loves it. It's their favorite pastime activity, to carry corpses all over the place. Because then the Harbinger tree will slowly consume all of that. Alright, so I've really got to try and help out with the growing. I'm gonna have to have you help. You're a crafter, but I'm gonna have you... I'm gonna have you help with that. I don't want to, but it's right now... Our cook is fully taxed that they cannot get away from cooking. So we are just letting our crops sit here entirely ready to harvest and not harvesting them, which means they'll rot eventually, and that just means you lose all of it. Low psychic drone male. That's fine. Alright, getting close. We're about 2/3 the way closed off for our defensive perimeter. And how are you doing? Still working on it. You're going to need to be put on restriction pretty soon, unfortunately. I'll let you finish this one spot, so at least the bottom side is done. Okay, well, it's going to be close enough. Solar impact on restriction till the toxic buildup goes down. Everyone's already converted, so nothing to do there. Okay, that also means we won't be able to do, like, the dead whatever thing. Yeah, and you're stuck cooking because you'll cook, as long as there's meat, you'll always cook the meat because that extends how long we have it. But, the veggies, you'll take your time. And so since you're doing that, like, full-time because of all those ducks and everything. We'll get there. The big thing is that I always have some food on hand. How are we doing on cleaning the pollution out of that room? Gotcha. No, Rual, you are the wasters. We're specifically not allowed to have wasters. It's against the rules. I know it's not clean yet. I want them to finish cleaning it. Yeah, that's fine. And DJ and their 7 stream streak, mentioning that they're enjoying the stream and always lurking. I really do appreciate it. Means like a lot. And we are feeding the tree that consumes flesh. Helping it grow big and strong, getting its protein in. But yeah, no, in this one, the way we're doing this challenge, I have to be on a map that's maximum pollution, so boom, you can see where we're carving this out. I am not allowed to bag it up, walk it off the map. I'm not allowed to bag it up and drop pod it off the map. I gotta deal with it on tile. I may not take any colonists who are immune to pollution, nor may I make my colonists immune to pollution. So we gotta hate the pollution and live on the map with the pollution. It isn't a goal to, like, clean up the whole tile or anything like that. We will be cleaning up as much as we can as we go anyways. But it's basically to go through and do a playthrough, you know, on this awful tile. I'm actually surprised we haven't had the acidic smog yet. We should be due. We're almost done with the full year, and it was supposed to be like every 16 days. It's got an RNG to it's not exactly every 16 days. It's like 16 days, give or take. Is a tile under mountain polluted? No. So if I go through here and I carve into that, that won't be polluted. That's usually what you do to start. You decide like this tiny little sliver here. That tiny little sliver there is where we were living until I was able to carve out more. Oh. Well, you suck. Just keep doing your thing. You just keep doing your thing. You just keep doing your thing. These two got it. I'm trying to deliberately draw it away from my farm. Now all I need is to kick actually to land a hit. There you go. Cool. Also, why bowler hats? Because why not? When you look at these hats, there's really not a meaningful difference between the hats if you look at the stats. So like if we look at the bill here, look at cowboy hats. Just a little bit here. So it's what? 3.2 to 16. So 7, 3, 3, 16 is what we'll say. And if we look here, 7, 3, 3, 13. If we look here, 7, 3, 16. That one actually is missing one of the stats, so that's kind of a bummer. But you get the idea. So it's one of those things I usually don't worry about it. Because I know a lot of people either go with cowboy hats or they go with the, oh, what's the other one? There's two hats that a lot of people go with for the temperatures. I'll either do the cowboy hats. But you just always gone for cowboy hats because you like the style more. Wasn't sure if there was something else to do with it. No, I actually like the bowler hat style more than the cowboy hats. Like I use the cowboy hats sometimes. Generally, if I'm on a hot tile, I'll use the cowboy hats. Otherwise, most of the time, I'll use the bowler hats.
Thank you, Drawnfangel, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Drawn Fangle, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those months to use anywhere here on Twitch, and you chose to use it right here, which means a whole heck of a lot. That of all the channels, you chose this one. So thank you so much for that, and I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement. Well, I hope you do enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you much for that. Transport pod crash. You are associated with someone else. We will rescue you. So go get them. Because that can get us reputation. They are Pyromaniac. They do have a lot of stats going for them. So if they did join, I would not be super upset. Granted, they got a lot of scars, which is not great. But ridiculous melee, construction, mining, and they could do plants. So it's definitely not bad. Was your first time ever winning a playthrough, you played Cowboys and used dusters and cowboy hats? Yeah. Bolt action rifles. So that might be why you attached them. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Like the only thing that is a thing you run into with the hats is there is one stat that the cowboy hats have that none of the other ones do, to my knowledge, which is slave suppression, which I don't much care for. Oh yeah, the bowler hats give you a 15. I mean, they all have different degrees of it, but the bowler hats give a really high social percent bonus. It's 15% social bonus. They are technically, this one's better at that. It's just such a nuanced thing. It's the kind of thing that if like that's your deal breaker, there's other problems you got going on with your colony. I couldn't even tell you what hats are my first win. Like I don't even genuinely remember what my first win. I mean, it's before ideology, it's before biotech, is like just back in the vanilla. I couldn't tell you the type of colony it was. I don't remember if it was like a mountain base. I don't remember if it was a compound base. I don't remember like what tile it was on. I honestly don't even think it was an even easy run. Because one of those things that, you know, you play the game, you start to get to like it, you start cranking up the difficulty. You cried when you won it? Hey, I mean, feeling like that sense of accomplishment is always good. How are you doing with your pollution buildup? Still not ready. I usually try to not let them get over 15%, and then usually it's around 2, 3, 4, 5%. When they drop below that, I'll like let them back out of restriction. It becomes less and less of a thing I gotta worry about later on, because as I carve out more and more of this area, they spend less and less time running around in the pollution to do things. Like, once I get that wall built out over there, Lardine will probably spend not a whole lot of time in pollution ever again. How much longer until you get out of here? 9 days, so half a season. A little over half a season, almost 2/3. Yeah, so when this person leaves, John leaves here, I should gain some standings for it. So you can tell you all the details of your first RimWorld win. Those are details. You have never won. Honestly, I can't remember. It's so excluding people who only played for like, 10, 15, 20, 30 hours and that was it and then they bailed. So excluding those, it's still something like 80+% of people have never seen the ending, like never rolled credits. And it's not because they're not good players or even stuff like that. I've known players who they do these really elaborate challenge bases that get giant that I personally haven't done, but they've never actually won the game. It's just not been a thing they've ever cared about. Okay, so you need to be put back in restriction. I let you get way too high. Insulting spree on Lardine. I hate it. Stop insulting the person with the baby. Unless you're insulting the baby, at which point go ahead and insult the baby because the baby can't, do anything back to you, so... Baby also doesn't understand what you're saying, so, like, that's also a whole thing as well. Alright. You enjoy building? Why would you ever want to leave? 2,700 hours? You've never bothered to win? Yeah. Like, for me, it was one of those things that, like, I built some colonies just to build them to learn the game. And then for me, I usually end up being fairly objective-driven. That, like, I have the thing I want to do. And so it's kind of one of those things that gave me something to aim for. And then when I did that, like... that's like the thing where I got to where I mentioned the Naked Brutality ice sheet kind of stuff back in the day. I mentioned I used to do like the really high settings and all that. That's kind of just one of those things that, I'd beat the game and I'm like, okay, well, now what? And so I'd try and come up with a harder way of beating the game, which just ratcheting up the difficulty and choosing a tougher tile. That said, I don't think I ever did take a win in Extreme Desert. I did do the Sea Ice before. Which, yeah, that's you caravan to it. Like you can't do sea ice without importing external resources, either starting at the tile, walking off to go get them and bringing them back, or splitting a party, or whatever you do. That just there's no resources on the tile to be had, so you just die of hypothermia and you go, well, what was my counterplay? Oh right, there isn't one, because I'm on a big flat tile of ice. So your latest run was Combat Expanded, and they're a bit tankier in that mod? Yeah. Yeah, no, mortars and maces will do a number. Honestly, the big thing with mechs is you could do so much to shut them down. Like, the turrets on there, you just use a smoke launcher, and the turrets are shut down, like, 100% shut down. The units, you can shut them down with EMP. Nowadays, like, the flares will also shut them down. Okay, so PS needs to be restricted. All right, let's do a survey. So you are pretty high up there. Lardine is free to go and do what they want. Groots is high up there. Or sorry, Groots is fine. Yep. Yeah, no, I don't like Combat Expanded. Yeah, locking up a centipede in melee is the best way to down him. Oh yeah. Well, that's, back in the day, it used to be just the thing that you get your army of elephants or your army of, like, really weak units and just throw the weak units at it. Alright, so I gotta be careful with this. I am gonna accept that. Okay, this one has a child, which means I don't have to worry about betrayal. They are ineligible for betrayal. That said, what we're gonna go ahead and do here real quick is I'm going to go, so Vigil here. You're a child. You get the full list. We can go to our schedule. We can go to work. So we actually have a legitimate doctor in this group. So I'm hoping we got a couple people who can grow stuff here. So we have no cooks. Not really. We don't really have someone who can grow stuff in this group. So that's pretty awful. So you can haul and clean. All right. I'm gonna regret doing that, but I'm gonna basically open all of them up to try and... No, let's not do it that way. Yeah, so worry about cleaning and hauling and doing all that stuff when you get the chance. That's gonna be really bad for us because it's really kind of counting on having more people here who could grow stuff. We did just kind of overdo it with this. So that is a problem, a pretty big one actually on that. So pollution bags, you've got those collected from here. So you've got that maxed out up there. You've overflowed that one, so that's not good. So no more pollution being pulled up. So we're gonna go through our meals entirely too fast. That's fine. There we go. No! You're such a troll game. Because now that's urgent. Everyone start harvesting what you can. Don't bother sowing, just harvest. It was like, let's see, along the top of the game, what is the gray background on people, on each of people's squares? It seems to fill or drain. Oh, that's their mood. I believe that's their mood. So the more full, the better. All right. I need you to actually harvest. I've queued it up for harvest. When tonight shows up, it's all gonna rot. So I actually need you... Ah, you're doing the medicine. I'd rather you do the corn right now, please. I said I'd rather you do the corn right now, please. Because while I would love medicine, this is definitely the higher priority. Okay, so Groot's twig is burning through it. That's good. Because pretty soon it's all going to start dying in the cold. Hey, get down here. Food first. Food's more urgent. Because that corn is very, very high yield nutrition. Corn is amazing. Acidic smog has begun, which has slowed down growth. Hey, at least the acidic smog and the cold snap are overlapping. So we gotta deal with this garbage, at least get it all done once. No vigil. Bad child. No food binge. Okay, so that's good news. It looks like we got literally everything up that was ready. Don't forget about your cooler. I don't have one. Nor are we prepared to make one. Oh yeah, no, it's still sitting here. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Just disable it. So what we'll need to do here is temperature. Put a fire in there. Okay, so with that, it's no longer as urgent that you do this, so let's go ahead and pop that up to 3. You are the person who grows stuff. And for right now, just drop that to 4. Make it 3. Close that door so you don't let all the heat out. That's fine. Are you going to go hypothermic? I'm hoping no. Oh, because you're binge eating. I was like, don't you eat the child's food? It's like, oh right, you're binge eating. You don't respond to actual instructions. Okay, well that's not great. Alright, so you stop picking out. We do have 2,000 food. That's something. We did reset you up to plant that again. Yes, we're pulling up all pollution. That is a problem, is that I have pulled up too much pollution. Or too many waste packs. We will see if those get room to deal with that polluted terrain. So already you need to be under restriction. Speaking of which, are you mad about your weapon? I hate it when they do that. So apparently their ideology hates clubs. So every one of them is just angry because the equipment they showed up with they don't like. Which is such a weird thing for the game to do. So I should help with their moods a little bit. The rest is probably okay. You're ravenously hungry, we'll go eat. Why are we not cooking, by the way? Oh, right, I deprioritized your cooking so you could make sure to get that. Let's get that back at cooking. Because they're all gonna die in the cold anyways. So let's get our recipes all made real quick so people stop eating raw food. Meanwhile, since I have the fire in here, bills, burn apparel, do forever. If it is not clean, bills, burn apparel, do forever. It was not utility or armor, and it is under 90%. Just to get whatever junk piles up in here that people aren't wearing anymore out of here. Okay, so our food's getting stored. How are you doing? No hypothermia, that's good. And we're getting the last of the perimeter all closed off, which is nice. We got our geothermal power researched. So that's really solid. So the next thing is let's grab the air conditioning. Because the air conditioning, we can make ourselves a freezer. And this one, the freezer ends up being really powerful. And the reason why the freezer is such a big deal on this run is because I can freeze pollution as a buffer. And so that's really, really good. I probably figure the freezer should go up here somewhere. Because it's going to be a large dedicated freezer, so I can pull all the crops in there. We'll put our kitchen up there. You know what I actually could do is I could make the freezer over here. Or I could put the freezer down here. This actually wouldn't be a bad place. Yeah, generally just make a large freezer down here. Because that's right there to just pop in and out. Did you have blood drawn today? Oh, I could take this off. No, I actually had an MRI today. Okay, so we got the failing shuttle. They'll do that. I don't have like a serious health thing going on. We're trying to investigate something, and we're just working our way through the list. And the next least invasive way of dealing it with was an MRI. Makes me think of something real fast. Let me just tweak the AC because I'm getting cooked in here. Alright, so that raid should be showing up. Let's get everyone in position to help out. Does you always expect to feel tingly sensation when you get an MRI? You know I won't, but you still expect it? Yeah. Just so you think about the way it works and all that. Okay, so 2 people with bows. I'm not going to tell you how to fight Empire, but like, your people always rush the enemy with their ranged weapons. And it's really just not the strat, man. Like, this time it worked out because there's such an incredible difference. Brains are weird. Yeah, no, for, the way I described it was, it's like, it was someone's trying to make an industrial techno track that's an hour long and has absolutely no talent. That's the way I describe the MRI. That they just find each instrument and they go, this instrument, I'm doing this for 10 minutes. Okay, next instrument. Okay, so haul that in, because that's good stuff. I don't really care who gets it. We already have our melee armored up, so that's for whoever gets to it first, it's yours. So we're going to change you over to corn. Because food is proving to be a little bit of a dicey thing. We can take the strawberry here. Let's cut that field in half. I'll change you to Psyleaf. Because this is a bit bigger than that is. And then that's higher yield than that is. Yeah, so we got that last little spot to close off there. And then our defensive perimeter is in position. We'll still want to get that cleared out at some point. At least get these bricks out of, or these blocks out of here. Okay, so those prisoners should be out of here soon. Okay, so we got 9 days on the guests, 4 days on the prisoners. And those will be done pretty soon. That's good news. Fluid terrain on beef, so beef is now under restrictions. It always goes for the non-edible stuff first. Put the non-edible stuff closer, they do it first. Put it farther away, they do it first. They always do the non-edible stuff first, and I'll never understand why. It's not like a hard logic, they'll switch between the fields. But it just seems like you could have done all this, you know, these. Nope, go for the fiber. Gotta get that fiber corn. The good news is that was a fairly short-lived, cold snap. So mostly forced me to harvest my stuff early, which wasn't even that bad. And then killed what crops were left over. Okay, meanwhile, let's check on people. How's your stuff doing? So you're back off restriction. How's your stuff doing? You're back off restriction. How are you doing? You gotta wait still. Begin conversion ritual. We're gonna target, we don't care, literally anyone. So beef is our target. And we're doing this just for the points and all that. For reforming our ideology. Effective. Nice. And that was enough to complete converting. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't. That's not right. Yeah, so we knocked them down a good amount. We'll get there. It is fun that the larger your colony gets and your prolicizer with frequent, the faster you'll just knock down anyone else's ideology, because like everybody is badgering the poor person the entire time they walk around versus just trying to live their life, and everywhere they go it's like, hey, have I told you about? It's like, yes, please stop talking to me about it. What will it make you do, like, what will it take to make you stop? Oh yeah, you just gotta believe, man. It's that simple. We'll start going for the immunity thing. We've already had 2 rounds of plague. Alright, so I do think we go down here and we make ourselves like a really beefy freezer for containing the pollution and our food. Have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior? God, God, God. Their primary tenet is to harass people endlessly until everybody believes. It's a pretty awful primary tenet. Very, very rude tenet. And the perimeter is closed. Okay, so Tail and Lardine need to be put back under restriction. So yeah, the only downside is I did only make one way in, one way out. So you can see the people trying to run up here. Where are you going to clean? Oh, hang on. Let's not do that. Hey. Yeah, all of this outside, that's stone wall, so it's not flammable. You do not need to be dealing with all this garbo. There you go. All stuff inside, you know, do what you gotta do. Vigil needs to be put under restriction on what they can walk on. Virgil. That's real bad, because that's a small child. They probably went nature running in it. Okay, so now we got that enclosed. The next thing on my order of business is I have a geothermal to put down. So we're going to put the geothermal down there. And I'm going to use the strategy I've been using historically, which is I put it down, I surround it with barricades, and then I go to that, and I surround that with a wall. And then we go to one of the sides. And we just put a door on it. Made out of something that isn't wood so they don't light it on fire. And then finally we go zone. Do not build a roof over it, because it will overheat, and that'll be bad. But with that, we'll have electricity. And then we can start doing stuff like wiring the electricity over here, getting ourselves an electric stove, getting all the AC stuff done. So also with this, we are going to switch you over from doing 1,000 of any brick, or sorry, 1,000 each brick, and just say, hey man, if you got brick nearby you, get cutting. That way we can get slate for this, we can get limestone for this area over here, and the floors or whatever. We can get the granite up there. Yeah, so like I said, I'm thinking we go down here, we make ourselves a real big freezer. What does the barricade do? You usually put 2 tiles of wall around them. So the reason I like to do the barricade is while the generator itself is technically not flammable, there are weird cases where it could still catch fire. And if so, if it's on fire back here, you have to walk the whole way around to reach it. So if you have a solid wall the whole way around, you can't reach that corner. So you'd have to like tear down both segments of wall and try and put it out. You get the idea. It ends up being a problem. It's pretty rare, because like I said, it's not supposed to be flammable. So barricade just gives me a way to reach around the whole way. The other reason I do put the barricade is so that it's ineligible for drop pods. So that the drop pod, if it was targeting this area, would actually land over here. And then, you know, they can destroy the wall and all that, but it gives me a chance to at least do something about it. Join offer on Fumble. Okay. They are ascetic, wimp, and delicate because they are a genie. They're an extremely good doctor, an extremely good crafter. They have a passion for melee, which is not going to do them well. I am probably going to say yes to this. Let's look at our split up here, because we got a crafter, who's also my construction person, who can also do construction. We don't have a doctor, really. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take them. We don't have a doctor, and that's a good enough a reason. And welcome to the colony. So slide you on over here. I really don't want you to get into many of the fights. I will arm you nonetheless, because, you know, that's just the way it rolls. So we go over here, go to your work schedule. So now you are a doctor. You can technically hunt if there's nothing else going on. You will also primarily craft, and you'll research in a pinch. And for that, we have our genie here, which will be chili cheese burritos. It's gonna be chili burritos, because I can't fit chili cheese burritos, sadly. And so you get your equipment and all that. Alright. So we gotta wait for all these garbage bags to be picked up and do that whole thing. We've got everything planted here. We're doing okay on food. We are winding down, but we do have most of this planted now. There's like a little bit they can plant down there. What's a genie in this game? So a genie is a xenotype. So if we actually look at the stats here, they have a bunch of pros and cons compared to the regular ones. So they have like dead calm, which means they will never start a fight with like another colonist in your thing. If they have a break, they'll not typically have a problem. They'll never break out of prison. Delicate means they take more damage than most pawns. Extra pain means they fall down much faster than everyone else. But elongated fingers makes them better at crafting. They're better at crafting in general. They're better at research. They can't do plants, animals, or social well. So you get the idea. They're very heavily leaning towards like crafting and research and that kind of stuff. They're really good. The only downside is that extra damage gets them in trouble. Alright, so we got a shaman arriving. But they're really good for crafter researchers. They're really top-notch for that role. They're definitely someone you don't want frontlining, though. Yeah. They call them xenotypes in this one. That you have like they're all like human, but like Baselander is like your very generic, typical human. Whereas then you have like the genie is like a special blend where they have like longer fingers and, you know, can research better. Yeah, technically every pawn in the game is a human. Yep. They're just like genetically spliced humans. We'll do sterile materials next. You guess technically Neanderthals are? That depends though, because one, are they actually Neanderthals, or are they like a genetic splice we call Neanderthals, but not actually Neanderthals? And also Neanderthals are human. We already have a Harbinger tree. Yeah, or were. Right. You think they are actually Neanderthals? They're definitely heavily influenced. But yeah, no, Neanderthals are technically human. Like, that's the thing, like, you know, people are like, oh, is this the human, is that one? It's like, okay, well, it's the many, many different flavors. You know, between Homo erectus, Homo sapien. I have no idea what Neanderthal's special name is. But them. Yep. Alright, so get these prisoners out of here. Yeah, because that's the thing that determines if you're the same species. Is if you know, you compare together and have a viable offspring that's able to then reproduce as well, then you are considered the same species. So that's the reason why lions and tigers are different species, despite the fact that they can have offspring together. It's those offspring are typically sterile. Okay. So I'm going to go with... we shove that in the wall right there. We go structure, granite wall. We'll fully surround that. We'll encase it. And we're going to plug a wire right there that we can attach to later. Because once that's plugged in, I never have to do anything with it again. Meanwhile, take those out. Reinstall you here. Let's see, Homo neanderthalis or Homo sapien neanderthalis. So depending on your perspective, but any individual of the genus Homo is considered human. Yep. They're just different iterations of human. And we get to use our defensive position. Thanks for the dime, man. Nicely done. All right. Yeah, so we got a little bit of sandstone that's actually not available on the tile. There was a ruin we took apart. We can also go floors. And another person converted. Excellent. Yeah, so put our construction people, they've got nothing better to do. Go pick that stuff up. We're just trying to get all the chunks here, get them cut. I would like to get our freezer built. So you can go here, structure, limestone is what I'm going to make the freezer out of. So yeah, I think we're going to go down here, let's say... How far could a column go? so it's that row there. That way I do not need anything there. Okay, that can be built fine just the way it is. Oh, right, you need to be over one more. Okay, so that'll be our freezer when it's done. And I am deliberately pointing it up so that way as I convert this, I could just make that into the kitchen right there, and then that could be the break room. We'll just put another door on this side or up here or something like that. Because that'll also be convenient for us making this into the hospital. Then we've got food right by the hospital as well. So that should be good. It should be a good thing. Who had the polluted terrain? Meanwhile, furniture, wood, beds. So you need to be reassigned to go back to your area where it's safe. That'll need to have the pollution pulled out of it. That we can wait a little bit on, because what I could genuinely do here is the moment this is up and running and as a freezer, I can just pick up the pollution and drop it on the floor. Let's see, aren't ligers and Tyans still fertile? They just don't interbreed usually in nature, so I thought the distinction between species. Unless they interbred? There's been a little bit iffy in the past 15 years. My understanding was they couldn't, was the whole catch. That basically is something like they had the same number of chromosomes, lions and tigers, so that's what allowed them to breed. But it's not, they don't really match up properly. And so as a result, you get something that's not really healthy or meant to, like, it just can't reproduce kind of thing. That was my understanding. So it's like they were capable of reproducing, but a lot of the genetic code is just not good for each other, because they're just not, like, the things that are determining different parts for the different animals don't line up. But it's close enough that they can result in a offspring, just not going there. But I could be wrong about it, for the record. But that was my understanding as why they weren't considered a species of their own. It'd be like if we found that, you know, we could breed with an ape, and it's like, okay, but then what ends up happening is, you know, it ends up, like, we can't. Says ligers, females can reproduce, but males can't. Gotcha. You think using shelves? Let's see. Do you like using shelves, or do you not mess them? Oh, I typically use shelves. Like, we've got some shelves for clothes in here. Like, right now, we were just trying to keep that kind of out of the way, but we will be using shelves very heavily in here. I am going to leave gaps in between, because you cannot put waste packs on shelves, so we are going to be using a lot of floor space in our freezer. Don't worry about there. And I had to pull that up because with the way that wall's positioned, I couldn't get to it. Running very low on food, which is concerning. Yeah, that might be why they're considered not a like their own species. Because if one of the like, if you had a male and a female of them together, they wouldn't be able to make a offspring, and therefore they're effectively sterile in that sense, even though technically one of them is able to produce within the species by themselves. You know, they can't. That's probably what determines it. Because remember, that was a key thing about being your own species, is can you reproduce together? It's one of the reasons why, do you know all the species of dog? There's one. Because, like, I mean, mechanically you have problems. He just beelined right through that whole thing. That's not what I wanted to see. But, like, technically... Well, I'm sorry, PS, you're about to get a lot of fire on you. I would like you to please respond. Because everyone missed the shots of that first one. Please stop being on fire. Let's see. Dogs are Canis lupus familiaris, if you remember correctly. So subspecies Canis lupus Eurasia wolf or whatever. Oh yeah. Yeah, but the big thing is it's like technically all dogs fall into one like primary species. Like, eventually they get so, like, departed from each other, you would end up in a situation that they wouldn't be able to, and then we'd end up having a separate species be created by that. But to my understanding, all dog, you know, wolves and otherwise are still considered the same species. That's where dogs came from, you know. They were wolves that got domesticated and then got bred for purpose that eventually became something else. Like something else as far as their presentation or something. What happened to the cave colony? We got hit with 2 events like overlapping just about. I got hit with a really bad ritualist raid. We managed that, but we did take quite a bit of injuries. No deaths, but a lot of injuries. Nothing that was permanent for the most part. But literally the event happened so fast after I was still bringing my people back from that fight that got injured. And we had the pit open for the flesh beasts. And, you know, they popped out and I only had like 3 people really capable of fighting. As we're still trying to, you know, slap duct tape and glue on the other people to hold them together. And so the second event just finished the job. I was pretty salty. It was like literally 2 minutes, 3 minutes real life time between the 2 of them. I was like, what do you want me to do? Alright, so I got the sterile materials for our hospital. We don't need a lot of these other things. Advanced lights. Because we don't have anomaly, like we have anomaly turned on, so the Noctil event advanced lights are just too important to not have. You think some smaller breeds of dogs are bred with foxes, rather than wolves? Yeah, then they would be considered a breed of foxes. Then that would be the case. But you get the general idea. It's like when you're talking species, dogs in general are one thing. But that'd just be a naming thing, where it's like, okay, this is actually a fox, and if someone called it whatever dog, then that's a bad name. Like where there's dog fish. You're like, but look, man, hear me out. It's definitely not a dog. Okay, so you have 2 things going on. Which one are we? Jubilee of Truth and Ethical Festival. Ah, and we are completely out of wood. Yeah, domesticated. Yep. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so how goes our ones that were really high up there? So you are free to do your stuff again. You are still pretty high up there. You're free to do your stuff again. Beef is free. They're probably all free. If one pops up here that polluted, we'll just bring him back in. Alright. So pretty soon... Yeah, pretty soon those should decay. Yeah, those are about to decay. And we'll get that sorted. That's gonna be our first like major expansion there. Because like I said, once I get the freezer online, we can start being a bit more aggressive in pulling up the pollution. We just have to be careful that I don't put way too much in there. Because what will happen is every time we have like a solar flare or anything that interrupts the power for just a little while, it will tick down the durability on those pollution bags. And it can get to be a terrifyingly bad thing when you got like 1,000 pollution bags in there. And you finally get that one too many solar flares where they tick down to 0 and suddenly they all burst. Let's see. And so you got you two here again. Alright, so you got acidic smog. That makes the plants grow slower. We are basically out of food, which is really not ideal. Before 1908, it was Russian later Soviet farm. They wanted to test if it was possible to domesticate fawns the same way as wolves. They pretty much did and found they get flappy ears like dogs. Interesting. Alright, so let's get all of these busted up weapons we've been piling up in here. And those. All our worn out clothing. Which I consider anything that's not max health that people are leaving behind. I consider that worn out because that means the people aren't putting it on, which is fine. And honestly, give me your pemmican. You ever think about winter storage facility? Like shipping the packs to a shed? Oh no, because that requires multiple colonies. And I don't do multiple colonies. You could, in theory, do that kind of thing. But the problem is, when you look at like the temperature here. So if you look at the average temperature here, so it's 57 to 90. So we could probably get a drop pod maybe out this far. You're still only looking at dropping a couple of degrees. And just in case the other way is better. That's actually about the exact same temperature. So the problem is to ship it, you need to drop pod it like, you know, 5 or 6 series of drop pods so you get up to like Tundra or something like that. So I don't think it would be pragmatic. Now, if you did something like you set your world's average temperature so that your ice caps cover like all the way up here and all the way down there, so you got that strip in the middle, then yeah, that might make sense. But even then, The alternative is you just slap up 2 ACs and you've got a freezer entirely larger than you ever need. And if you're worried about pollution and you're willing to drop pod across the map, you just drop pod it into someone else's backyard and be like, that's a you problem now. Alright, so we got advanced lights. Grab the xenogenetics. Okay. Alright, so a toxic waste pack deteriorated. And if you look when that happened, it did spill over into our place. Which is a problem. So what'll happen is we will pick it back up and we will put it back under the tree. That's the problem, is they do spread the pollution as far as they've got to. So that's the reason, one of the reasons I set our pollution clean zone. To kind of like refill any place that got knocked out. So yeah. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Major break risk on multiple people because they're ravenously hungry. Alright, so we're gonna have to pull stuff up early again. We're back to this stage. So that'll help with the starvation. And that's because we took on all these extra people, and then on top of it, we had a cold snap. There was something else that happened. Okay, so the refugees are right about to leave, so that's good. So I'll just drop us back down to our normal colony size. So that'll be pretty solid. And we need to stop growing for a while. Until we get our food situation in a better place. All right. Okay, so now I can go here and put that in the corner. And then this will become our dedicated freezer. Like right now, we'll dump everything in there until I have a proper storage room. But that'll be our dedicated freezer. That'll be our that'll still be our rec room. This we'll put like a kitchen here. Maybe the rec room gets bigger. We'll figure out. We'll put a kitchen here. Well, maybe what we'll do is we'll leave the kitchen. We'll put the kitchen here. Have it go this way, so that way there's a hallway between these. That we don't need to cut through the kitchen to track dirt in there, because that'll cause us to get a lot more food poisoning. It would have been better if the colonists hadn't gone to food binge. Yeah, like immediately we did have Virgil did that. It was kind of just bad luck on it. We're still doing all right though. We got these that are getting ready to go. So we have to harvest a couple ones earlier. I'm not hunting because there's basically nothing worth hunting. I've got a war merchant. In the meantime, grab one of these beds. Reinstall it over here. Grab that. Reinstall that there. That's fine. Okay, you get over here and trade with them. Their geothermal is now online as our vanometric power. So we do also want to start working on getting things over to electricity. And to make that room ever so slightly too big to cut that across. And you need power to run over here. So for right now, just gonna plug that power into the grid there. And then we can go and get our electric stove on there, and that'll all be good stuff. Okay, so refugees are out of here, so that's good news. I'll take the pemmican to help us with our food problem. We've got another piece of 2 clothing to get rid of. And I'm honestly fine with that. Yeah, later on we will definitely need a door to go through these. How are you doing? Okay, you're probably fine. Okay, so grower, constructor, crafter, artist slash cleaning, hauling person, researcher. You craft and research as well. And then you are my dedicated cleaning. So we got dedicated cleaning, dedicated hauling. I'll do that so it's easier for me to spot. Alright, and that room's got lights. So like I said, I think what we'll do is we'll move all this around to make it so we have kind of like a little kitchen down here. And I'm going to make a hallway that connects, like we'll make this probably part of the rec room. So we'll make it so it goes through here to the rec room. Maybe up here we keep the production room. We'll have this be the hospital, which, boom, hospital. So we can go up here in furniture. I am getting to the point where we're probably going to want to start using brick as opposed to wood for a lot of this stuff. Let's also go over here and say, hey, I need more wood. Go ahead and chop this crap up. Meanwhile, we can go here and say structure, doors. We don't need to do the door trick. I'm still going to. Because all I'd do in here instead is I'd put a barricade and wall it in, which it's fine. But we're just going to use the door trick here. Vent our heat using the door. The alternative is, like I said, I'd probably put the ACs here with the heat there, put barricades in that tile, wall that in, and then leave the roof off that spot, and it's just like a flume. So we're just going to pretend the door is basically the same thing, and not fuss with it. Okay, so that should restock our wood for a little bit. Tremendous construction. I mean, don't get me wrong, the price is right. We'll leave it. I don't think we're doing it, though. Like, don't get me wrong, an orbital beacon is good. But I have to protect it for basically just a bit shy of a year. My bigger concern is it's 410 of these materials, and there's not many materials that can get remotely that high. So let's go here. Furniture, we'll make these slate since I have a little bit of that laying around. So that'll be our benches here, link them together. Storage, clear, critical, and medicine. Because that's our hospital. And what I'll probably do is I'll probably move a door down here and then get rid of that door. That's a good way to fight a tough raid. Bit of gamble, though. Hoping that the breacher doesn't come through and break it. Yeah. You're starving, which is not good. Go over here, orders, harvest early again. Roots, what you doing? Don't rest. I need you to do this real fast. You're already up getting yourself some. Heat wave, because why not? So turn that back on, I guess. Oh, not that one. Don't refuel the fire. That's a mistake. Don't do that. Alright, how am I doing in time? Oh. Okay, I'm a bit over where I'm supposed to be streaming, but that's okay. Probably wind down here in just a couple minutes. Find someone for us to raid and all that good stuff. Alright, so we've almost got that all blocked off. Then I'll put the ceiling on, we can put our 2 ACs here. And then this becomes the dedicated place where we put all of our food and all that stuff. Alright, so still sealing all that off, still getting all this set up. Yeah, you've got your bed there. Starvation on PS again. Because Groot's is having a wander. So you can go ahead and take you. Pull up a whole lot of potatoes real fast. And that should help everyone out for a little bit. Everyone's already converted? No, chili cheese burritos is not converted. We still haven't seen what the deal is with our, this guy here. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna stay for a while and then just leave. I'm actually kind of okay with it. Him having the amazing suit. I mean... So, he could still betray us or just leave. We might just... If he tries to leave, we might just arrest him. Because I am willing to put up with that. Shooting 17, social 16 with, you know, the other skills I don't care, but fast learner, they'll get filled in. Disturbing is a whole thing. But the body mastery is amazing. Beautiful, like, that's kind of a negative, but it is what it is. The Groot's no longer in their room. Okay. Deprioritize that again. Alright. So we're doing our best to handle all of this. It's fine. It'll start balancing out relatively quick. Still trying to get these various bedrooms all sorted. We've almost got our freezer online. I will need to run the power cable through there. So, you know, genetics. Let's see, what else do we want to get on here? Get the medicine. Okay, we go here, power cable. Right now, let's run it through this way. If we go through these other walls... But I can go through smoothed walls, that's right. So I want to run that through here. Because I will need lights in here. More than I want to build, but it's what it's going to take to fully make sure the whole room is covered. Alright, what'll end up happening is we'll build shelves in here. This stuff is going to start moving out of here. So I'll make storage for, like, the bricks and the steel and all the stuff that doesn't go bad. This will become dedicated for just food items. You're just going to go away. We're still struggling to get our freezer online. Taking on a major project I'm just not going to worry about. Even though, like, the orbital beacon is strong, I just don't think it's the immediate priority. Baby food rotted away, that's fine. Yeah, now Groot's is going to juggle between cooking and farming, which is the big problem we have is you almost never want your grower to be your cook. It's just... It's fine early game, it works really well, but the moment you get to like mid to late game, the time split between it just can't scale. Alright, ceiling's going up in here. So with that, it's time to go to temperature. Air conditioner. And then with that, we'll make that a freezer. 2 should be enough for it. Okay, the heat wave's over, that's good. Like I said, this is where we're going to start putting shelves in here. We got lots of slate, which works out. So we're going to go furniture. So link those. Storage. Clear. Food of any kind. We got attack immediately by transport pod. Okay, they're all along the bottom of the map. So everyone's going to be required to stay in the homes. Well, yeah, stay in the home zone. And I'm not going to worry about the psychic suppressor. So let's see what we're in for. So we've got shotgun, an incendiary launcher, and 2 knives. Another shotgun. So I got 2 shotguns and an incendiary launcher for the ranged weapons that I got to worry about. And then all the rest is effectively melee. So the incendiary launcher is kind of the big problem we got to worry about so far as weapons throwing stuff at us. We are going to try and bait them into shooting at PS since PS has some recon armor. The downside is I don't really want any of those weapons myself. We also need to get the path that slows them down going in. I really need you to actually land some of these hits. Oh, hey. You're gonna get him? Yeah, that's really what I wanted to see. Okay, cool. Unless you're absolutely amazing. No, you're not amazing, so you don't get to come home to live here. Your clothes are actually nice, so you don't have those clothes anymore. Those are my clothes now. So you can go ahead and get out of here. So the only one who took a hit is you took 1 shotgun hit that bruised you, and then you took some knife hits, but none of them actually caused a bleed. And then the other added good news is you're going to move up from a crappy bow to a shotgun, and you're going to move up from a crappy bow to a shotgun. And that is a pretty good amount of upgrades. It's not great for this kill box, but you know. Oh hey, haul that back. Like the other part I'm not worried about, but black pants at this point is something I can't make. Meanwhile, this shelf is going to be cleared of anything. I know what we're ultimately going to do with it, but right now it needs to, like, it's not needed for the purpose I previously built it. Oh, the steel structure there got burned. That's fine, whatever. Is Groot's my only doctor? No, we've got like everyone assigned a doctor. Chili Cheese Burritos is our only real doctor. Everyone else just moonlights. The incendiary grenade launcher I'm only going to sell. It probably won't even be worth much anyway, so I'm not too fussed with it. Alright, and we go here and say, you now go to freezing. Oh, you don't have the door built. Hang on. Lardine? Oh, you don't have enough limestone? Okay, so first of all, turn those off right now. They're literally producing the heat and the cold and they're just dumping it back into the same room. So we gotta wait till that door's built. That's fine. Because what we'll do is we'll build the door and I'll like lock it open and it'll work. Okay, and so that's gonna start being our food storage. Why not slate? You got plenty of it? I mean, yeah, it's not a bad idea. It is a fair consideration. It is a door that's just going to sit there and be open. And then plus, like, the slate's literally right there. So hold it open. Walk on through the door. And toggle it on. And now it is a freezer. Is it just not enough freezers for the space? That very well could be. That's a very big room. It is bringing the temperature down. I bet you we get that second wall here and there. Yeah, it is coming down. I think it's literally I just don't have enough freezers. That's okay. We'll get there. Okay, so one of the big things that's going to need to happen here is this is going to need to be changed into not having all this other stuff in here. And then saying toxic waste packs. And then low priority. Because then what'll happen is they'll end up putting the other stuff in their places. Right, and I'm not doing that. Yep, and right now they're going to just dump all that up there. I've got these dedicated shelves. We'll get the whole place to just be a freezer eventually. But right now, that'll be good enough. I genuinely think I need a, I need another freezer here. Which does mean I might need to change my design. Alright, so we're going to have a temporary issue here, so we're going to remove the roof on that specific tile. We can delete that. The ACs aren't going to work for a second, that's fine. Go security, slate barricade. You're going to quickly put that there. And I've never done it this way. I'm a little concerned it's going to have problems, but I'm wondering if that'll make it its own room. Because you... Okay, so we got the medicine done. We'll just get that going. So from here, you don't have a roof yet. Cool. Okay, and now we could go here and say, hey... Yeah, so that does consider in its own room. And they are working. Yeah, they're just struggling to get that room that cold. Huh. Alright. They're working, it's just... Definitely... I mean, it's a big freezer. To be fair. Alright, so the first thing to do, we'll add this as we'll go to zone, pollution cleanup. That is now in the pollution cleanup zone to clear out the freezer. You are looking for a big old pile of money. You're pulling it well below freezing? Yeah, I usually do. That way when you have like a power outage and all that, it doesn't instantly drop off and suddenly all your stuff rots. Oh, you all need to be unrestricted. My bad. We just did this a minute ago. So this time we got 2 shotguns, a molly, and 2 grenades, and like 1 or 2 knives. That's actually a lot more dangerous than the last raid. I'm trying to wrap up, game. I need you to back off. Right now, let's do this. It's only one with a knife, and everyone else is ranged of some sort. Oh, they're gonna prep? Sadly, I don't have what I need to fully take advantage of that, so schedule home. Get everyone inside real quick. Alright, so one thing we don't have yet that I'm going to need to set up. Oh, I don't have granite brick. Is I'm gonna have to set up like the little path so that, you know, they don't just instantly run in. That is gonna happen here, and that's one of the things that's gonna be a real big problem. You know what? This might be a bad idea. Where'd you have the baby? There you go. So what I'm thinking we do is we get everyone here. I do have a range. Never mind, they're already here. That's actually perfect. So revolver, revolver, shotgun, shotgun. Bow here. Bow there. And melee. So that's good, because I was going to say I want to initiate on them because I was just a little bit worried they would get to the box before I would. And all that defense would be meaningless. Ooh, Lardine barely got out of range in time. Oh, you're still up. Okay, so that went relatively okay. How are injuries? Kalaria's got a pretty bad bleed. You're just bruised. Chili Cheese Burritos got pretty knocked down, which is no surprise. They're a genie, so them getting caught in all that was no good. We now have a very shotgun-heavy setup. Like a really shotgun-heavy setup here. Do you have gear we want? Yes, you do. Do you have gear we want? Yes, you do. It's nice of them to be delivering all this flak armor for me. Okay, so we're getting everyone patched up after the fight. I do want to get you a weapon. Go ahead and grab the revolver. Alright. So we definitely don't want this long of a kill box using that many shotguns. You just throw a grenade and run into it? Probably. They'll do stuff like that. If you throw it and then they don't have line of sight. Haul the flak. Haul the flak, because that's good quality gear. Yeah, so all things considered, you took some gunshots, you took some melee damage, and you got shanked. So really, the only damage you got is we got one person took a couple of gun hits from that shotgun, and everyone else got tied up in melee, which is what you want when a group shows up and they have only one melee pawn and not a particularly good one. That's a very promising sign when they're just not doing that. Because you had a raid that was just 5 EMP and 2 smoke launcher, and that was all. Oh yeah, no, that happens. I really don't understand the purpose of that raid. But yeah, no, you'll get those where there's just nothing but like lockdown stuff. You're like, who's gonna hurt anyone? Technically, you can hurt people with the smoke launcher, but like, it's when they take a direct hit from it. What difficulty is this? This is Strive to Survive. Suddenly, I'm blanking on the name of it. I only do this like 90% of the time. Yeah, Strive to Survive. So not like super duper sweaty, but also not one of like it's got all of the different events available in it. You get the idea. Alright, so get that bedroom done. Oh, don't do that tile. I appreciate them bringing all that medicine. Yeah, so downside with all these shotguns is this kill box is a bad kill box for it. Because this is about the right range for an assault rifle, whereas those are not that range. But on the other hand, if we get a melee focus group, the few that get like up close are going to get pumped pretty badly. Because as far as just raw damage, the shotgun's actually pretty good. That's, I haven't done one in a long time. Have I done one on stream? I do like doing the setups where you use chain shotguns, where the door opens, you got like 2 lines of chain shotguns on either side of the entranceway, and a person just steps in and takes like 8 or 9 chain shotguns at the same time. It's very difficult for stuff to be able to overwhelm that, and it's also relatively close enough you can actually get a couple of melee pawns, and you can't really quite put them on the door without getting friendly fire, but close to it to try and contain anyone who does make a break for it. Yeah, the fact that that's the 3rd time this stream that my audio's gone scuff on me. Easy fix, but still. I'm just surprised at how much we're struggling with the AC here. It is 100 degrees outside, and it is maintaining below freezing. I just wish it was more below freezing. I should have done my normal setup I do, where I do like the 4 barricades here. I put 2 or 3 ACs, and I leave spot for another one, in case I want to change. It also doesn't help that people are running back and forth because they're using it for every type of supply, not just the regular stuff. So that'll help once we get there as well. I actually wonder if I just want to put the stove inside the freezer. There's definitely a negative to doing that, because if you put the stove inside the freezer, they will take a penalty for bad temperature. But at the same time, then they just go like this the whole time, as opposed to go in, out, and have to do double doors. I think we do that. So no kitchen whatsoever. We'll just put it in the freezer. Another good coat can fix. Put a single tile shelf next to the stove. For like the meals? Oh yeah, no, I got you. I mean, those aren't bad stats. Beautiful's kind of annoying. Yeah, so instead of having them bring the meals out, because usually I have them put the meals there, but that's not probably a bad idea for here. I was thinking almost to put like the raw meat on this side, but it's fine. So I'll do this. Clear meals. Yeah, the downside is when they go to grab food, they'll do the run in and out, but between the two, that might not be as bad. I don't think I'll actually use this for anything, but we could do it anyways. We're gonna say raw food, meat. We leave the stove in the normal room with a shelf next to it to hold raw ingredients. Yeah, I mean they're gonna carry the stuff down here. A Pollux tree is sprouted. That one's gonna be not as useful, but it's still worth having. Let's go to our settings up here. Copy. There you are. Paste, storage. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yep, and we're good with all those. So then your haulers will supply it when your cooks cook? I mean, that's not a bad idea. We can... That wouldn't be bad. That's actually kind of an interesting setup. I haven't done that before. So you can change you to critical, clear. And we'll just set you to raw food just in general. So you just have like this weird setup where they just chuck the raw stuff on this side, they chuck the meals on this side. I honestly feel so... Because the thing that'd be nice is it'd be nice if we get them to carry the, like, have the cook just toss it there, and then the other people carry it, but, meh. I think it's fine. Alright, cool, we're working it. Set the build to unload to that shelf only. I haven't done that. Let's see. Take to best stockpile. Groups. Take to group 3. I have no idea which one. I actually haven't messed with this, but that's a thing. Stockpiles. Stockpile zone 1. Okay. Rename the shelf. Storage. Rename. Meal drop. Because I'm curious to experiment with this just because I've never done it before. Stockpile. Not there. Groups, not there. Makes it easier to find. Yeah, so... I know I'm dropping it on the floor, but it looks like to make it work... Incompatible for meal drops. Oh! Right, because baby food doesn't count as a meal. That's the problem. So details... Stockpiles, or sorry, it's groups, meal drop, okay. That's cool. I have never done that in all my time playing RimWorld. Oh, the side T, that's fine. Give me garbage bags or waste packs. Yeah, no, we're putting it in there. Because now I have the giant freezer. You know, does that look everywhere to just pull from the nearby shelf? Yeah, the only downside with that is once I do that, if we have stuff not hauled in, our character will be like, no. Because we could also have just closest. Yeah. We'll probably leave that alone for right now. Because I can see that breaking, and then me getting frustrated with it breaking. Like, once we start getting them to bring stuff in reliably, then maybe it'll be more worth it for us. We're getting all the pollution pulled up here, that's good. We've got all that sorted. Got more brick to cut, which is good. So yeah, so what that we can do with this is that can now be important for these meals to be over here. No, don't do that. Storage, clear. Actually, just get rid of this. Take apart the wood shelf here. Honestly, take apart these wood shelves too. Get them out of here. That's gonna dump it down there. Get this room nicer. Yeah, what I probably need to do is I'll probably need to do something like this. We have the first one here that we would configure to say, hey, only take it from right there. And then below that and be like, okay, if there's none right there, just take it where you can get it. That kind of thing. That I could see doing that, so it just runs down the line. But we're gonna go ahead and clear that up. We'll do recreation, slate. Actually, I misclicked. Recreation, slate. Drop a pool table. Slate. Reinstall that in the corner. Not gonna worry about building the chairs quite yet. Okay. But to get the idea, we'll get all of this taken care of. Usually I have a dedicated kitchen with raw and a single shelf and cooking dropping on the floor. Yeah, no, I never thought to do that. Like, because I've never had to worry about it. You know what? We're probably getting enough cloth now. We're getting some real fancy seating at our poker table here. We don't have all the cloth yet, but you know, we'll get there. It is just sitting on the ground. And tailoring wise, we're full up. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some real nice seating at this this poker table. Full on lounger chairs. It'd be terrible to do poker because you'd be all leaning back, being like, ugh. But with that said, chat, I've already gone almost an hour over because I did accidentally catch you with the other set of ads, and it was just one of those things that I don't like letting a row of ads happen and then immediately raiding out. So I went longer to make it feel like it was worth your while and all that. But what is going to happen if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I do not have enough subscribers over there to host, which is their equivalent of rating. So, you know, don't forget to subscribe on that side. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because I am going to go ahead and raid someone. But in the meantime, if you have enjoyed tonight's